Part 1, Chapter 1 of Some Do Not. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Peter Dan. Some Do Not by Madox Ford. Part 1, Chapter 1. The two young men, they were of the English public official class, sat in the perfectly appointed railway carriage. The leather straps to the windows were of virgin newness, the mirrors beneath the new luggage racks immaculate, as if they had reflected very little. The bulging upholstery in its luxuriant regulated curves was scarlet and yellow in an intricate, minute dragon pattern, the design of a geometrician in Cologne. The compartments smelt faintly, hygienically, of admirable varnish. The train ran as smoothly, Tietjens remembered thinking, as British gilt-edged securities. It travelled fast, yet had it swayed or jolted over the rail joints, except at the curve before Tunbridge, or over the points at Ashford, where these eccentricities are expected and allowed for, McMaster, Tietjens felt certain, would have written to the company. Perhaps he would even have written to the Times. Their class administered the world, not merely the newly created Imperial Department of Statistics under Sir Reginald Ingleby. If they saw policemen misbehave, railway porters lack civility, an insufficiency of street lamps, defects in public services or in foreign countries, they saw to it either with nonchalant Balliol voices or with letters to the Times, asking in regretful indignation, "Has the British this or that come to this?" Or they wrote in the serious reviews, of which so many still survived, articles taking under their care, manners, the arts, diplomacy, inter-imperial trade, or the personal reputations of deceased statesmen and men of letters. McMaster, that is to say, would do all that. Of himself, Tietjens was not so certain. There sat McMaster, smallish, Whig, with a trimmed, pointed black beard, such as a smallish man might wear to enhance his already germinated distinction, black hair of a stubborn fibre, drilled down with hard metal brushes, a sharp nose, strong level teeth, a white butterfly collar of the smoothness of porcelain, a tie confined by a gold ring, steel blue speckled with black, to match his eyes, as Tietjens knew. Tietjens, on the other hand, could not remember what coloured tie he had on. He had taken a cab from the office to their rooms, had got himself into a loose tailored coat and trousers and a soft shirt, had packed quickly but still methodically a great number of things in an immense two-handled kit-bag which you could throw into a guard's van if need be. He disliked letting that man touch his things. He had disliked letting his wife's maid pack for him. He even disliked letting porters carry his kit-bag. He was a Tory, and as he disliked changing his clothes, there he sat on the journey, already in large, brown, hugely welted and nailed golf boots, leaning forwards on the edge of the cushion, his legs apart on each knee, an immense white hand, and thinking vaguely. McMaster, on the other hand, was leaning back, reading some small, unbound printed sheets, rather stiff, frowning a little. Tietjens knew that this was, for McMaster, an impressive moment. He was correcting the proofs of his first book. To this affair, as Tietjens knew, there attached themselves many fine shades. If, for instance, you had asked McMaster whether he were a writer, he would have replied with the merest suggestion of a deprecatory shrug. "No, dear lady," for of course no man would ask the question of anyone so obviously a man of the world. And he would continue with a smile, "Nothing so fine, a mere trifle at odd moments. A critic, perhaps. Yes, a little of critic." Nevertheless, McMaster moved in drawing-rooms that, with long curtains, blue china plates, large patterned wallpaper, and large quiet mirrors, sheltered the long-haired of the arts. And as near as possible to the dear ladies who gave the at-homes, McMaster could keep up the talk, a little magisterially. He liked to be listened to with respect when he spoke of Botticelli, Rossetti, and those early Italian artists whom he called the primitives. Tietjens had seen him there, and he didn't disapprove. For if they weren't these gatherings society, they formed a stage on the long and careful road to a career in a first-class government office. And utterly careless as Tietjens imagined himself of career or offices, he was, if sardonically, quite sympathetic towards his friends' ambitiousnesses. It was an odd friendship, but the oddness of friendships are a frequent guarantee of their lasting texture. The youngest son of a Yorkshire country gentleman, Tietjens himself was entitled to the best that first-class public officers and first-class people could afford. He was without ambition, but these things would come to him, as they do in England. So he could afford to be negligent of his attire, of the company he kept, of the opinions he uttered. He had a little private income under his mother's settlement, a little income from the Imperial Department of Statistics. He had married a woman of means, and he was, in the Tory manner, sufficiently a master of flouts and jeers to be listened to when he spoke. He was 26, but very big in a fair, untidy Yorkshire way. He carried more weight than his age warranted. His chief, Sir Reginald Ingleby, when Tietjens chose to talk of public tendencies which influenced statistics, would listen with attention. Sometimes Sir Reginald would say, "You're a perfect encyclopedia of exact material knowledge, Tietjens," and Tietjens thought that this was his due, and he would accept the tribute in silence. At a word from Sir Reginald, McMaster, on the other hand, would murmur, "You're very good, Sir Reginald," and Tietjens thought that perfectly proper. McMaster was a little the senior in the service, as he was probably a little the senior in age. For, as to his roommate's years, or as to his exact origins, there was a certain blank in Tietjens' knowledge. McMaster was obviously Scotch by birth, and you accepted him as what was called a son of the manse. No doubt he was really the son of a grocer in Cooper or a railway porter in Edinburgh. It does not matter with the Scotch, and as he was very properly reticent as to his ancestry, having accepted him, you didn't even mentally make inquiries. Tietjens always had accepted McMaster, at Clifton, at Cambridge, in Chancery Lane, and in their rooms at Gray's Inn. So, for McMaster he had a very deep affection, even a gratitude. And McMaster might be considered as returning these feelings. Certainly he had always done his best to be of service to Tietjens. Already at the Treasury and attached as private secretary to Sir Reginald Ingleby, while Tietjens was still at Cambridge, McMaster had brought to the notice of Sir Reginald Tietjens' many great natural gifts, and Sir Reginald, being on the lookout for young men for his ewe lamb, his newly founded department, had very readily accepted Tietjens as his third in command. On the other hand, it had been Tietjens' father who had recommended McMaster to the notice of Sir Thomas Block at the Treasury itself. And indeed, the Tietjens family had provided a little money, that was Tietjens' mother really, to get McMaster through Cambridge and install him in town. He had repaid the small sum, paying it partly by finding a room in his chambers for Tietjens when in term he came to town. With a Scotch young man such a position had been perfectly possible. Tietjens had been able to go to his fair, ample, saintly mother in her morning room and say, "Look here, mother, that fellow McMaster, he'll need a little money to get through the university." And his mother would answer, "Yes, my dear, how much?" With an English young man of the lower orders that would have left a sense of class obligation. With McMaster it just didn't. During Tietjens' late trouble, for 4 months before Tietjens' wife had left him to go abroad with another man, McMaster had filled a place that no other mart could have filled. For the basis of Christopher Tietjens' emotional existence was a complete taciturnity, at any rate as to his emotions. As Tietjens saw the world, you didn't talk, perhaps you didn't even think about how you felt. And indeed his wife's flight had left him almost completely without emotions that he could realize, and he had not spoken more than 20 words at most about the event. Those had been mostly to his father, who, very tall, very largely built, silver-haired and erect, had drifted as it were into McMaster's drawing-room in Gray's Inn, and after 5 minutes of silence had said, "Will you divorce?" Christopher had answered, "No, no one but a blackguard would ever submit a woman to the ordeal of divorce." Mr. Tietjens had suggested that, and after an interval had asked, "Will you permit her to divorce you?" He had answered, "If she wishes it, there's the child to be considered." Mr. Tietjens said, "You will get her settlement transferred to the child?" Christopher answered, "If it can be done without friction." Mr. Tietjens had commented only, "Ah." Some minutes later he had said, "Your mother's very well." And then, "That motor plough didn't answer." And then, "I shall be dining at the club." Christopher said, "May I bring McMaster in, sir? You said you would put him up." Mr. Tietjens answered, "Yes, do. Old General Folliot will be there. He'll second him. He'd better make his acquaintance." He had gone away. Tietjens considered that his relationship with his father was an almost perfect one. They were like two men in the club, the only club, thinking so alike that there was no need to talk. His father had spent a great deal of time abroad before succeeding to the estate. When, over the moors, he went into the industrial town that he owned, he drove always in a coach and four. Tobacco smoke had never been known inside Groby Hall. Mr. Tietjens had 12 pipes filled every morning by his head gardener and placed in rose bushes down the drive. These he smoked during the day. He farmed a good deal of his own land. He sat for Holderness from 1876 to 1881, and had not presented himself for election after the redistribution of seats. He was patron of 11 livings, rode to hounds every now and then, and shot fairly regularly. He had 3 other sons and 2 daughters, and was now 61. To his daughter Effie, on the day after his wife's elopement, Christopher had said over the telephone, "Will you take Tommy for an indefinite period? Marchand will come with him. She offers to take charge of your 2 youngest as well, so you'll save a maid, and I'll pay their board and a bit over." The voice of his sister from Yorkshire had answered, "Certainly, Christopher." She was the wife of a vicar near Groby, and she had several children. To McMaster, Tietjens had said, "Sylvia has left me with that fellow Perrone." McMaster had answered only, "Ah." Tietjens had continued, "I am letting the house and warehousing the furniture. Tommy is going to my sister Effie. Marchand is going with him." McMaster had said, "Then you'll be wanting your old rooms." McMaster occupied a very large story of the Gray's Inn buildings. After Tietjens had left him on his marriage, he had continued to enjoy solitude, except that his man had moved down from the attic to the bedroom formerly occupied by Tietjens. Tietjens said, "I'll come in tomorrow, if I may. That will give Ference time to get back into his attic." That morning, at breakfast, 4 months having passed, Tietjens had received a letter from his wife. She asked, without any contrition at all, to be taken back. She was fed up with Perrone and Brittany. Tietjens looked up at McMaster. McMaster was already half out of his chair, looking at him with enlarged steel-blue eyes, his beard quivering. By the time Tietjens spoke, McMaster had his hand on the neck of the cut-glass brandy decanter in the brown wood tantalus. Tietjens said, "Sylvia asks me to take her back." McMaster said, "Have a little of this." Tietjens was about to say no, automatically. He changed that to, "Yes, perhaps, a liqueur glass." He noticed that the lip of the decanter agitated, tinkling on the glass. McMaster must be trembling. McMaster, with his back still turned, said, "Shall you take her back?" Tietjens answered, "I imagine so." The brandy warmed his chest in its descent. McMaster said, "Better have another." Tietjens answered, "Yes, thanks." McMaster went on with his breakfast and his letters. So did Tietjens. Ference came in, removed the bacon plates, and set on the table a silver water-heated dish that contained poached eggs and haddock. A long time afterwards Tietjens said, "Yes, in principle I am determined to, but I shall take 3 days to think out the details." He seemed to have no feelings about the matter. Certain insolent phrases in Sylvia's letter hung in his mind. He preferred a letter like that. The brandy made no difference to his mentality, but it seemed to keep him from shivering. McMaster said, "Suppose we go down to Rye by the 11:40. We could get around after tea now the days are long. I want to call on a parson near there. He has helped me with my book." Tietjens said, "Did your poet know parsons? But of course he did. Duchemin is the name, isn't it?" McMaster said, "We could call about 2:30. That will be all right in the country. We stay till 4 with a cab outside. We'll be on the first tee at 5. If we like the course, we'll stay next day, then Tuesday at Hythe and Wednesday at Sandwich. Or we could stay at Rye all your 3 days." "It will probably suit me better to keep moving," Tietjens said. "There are those British Columbia figures of yours. If we took a cab now, I could finish them for you in an hour and 12 minutes. Then British North Africa can go to the printers. It's only 8:30 now." McMaster said with some concern, "Oh, but you couldn't. I can make our going all right with Sir Reginald." Tietjens said, "Oh, yes, I can. Ingleby will be pleased if you tell him they're finished. I'll have them ready for you to give him when he comes at 10. McMaster said, "What an extraordinary fellow you are, Chrissy, almost a genius." "Oh," Tietjens answered, "I was looking at your papers yesterday after you'd left, and I've got most of the totals in my head. I was thinking about them before I went to sleep. I think you make a mistake in overestimating the pull of Klondike this year on the population. The passes are open, but relatively no one is going through. I'll add a note to that effect." In the cab he said, "I'm sorry to bother you with my beastly affairs, but how will it affect you and the office?" "The office," McMaster said, "not at all. It is supposed that Sylvia is nursing Mrs. Satterthwaite abroad. As for me, I wish—" He closed his small, strong teeth. "I wish you would drag the woman through the mud. By God, I do. Why should she mangle you for the rest of your life? She's done enough." Tietjens gazed out over the flap of the cab. That explained a question. Some days before, a young man, a friend of his wife's rather than of his own, had approached him in the club and had said he hoped Mrs. Satterthwaite, his wife's mother, was better. He said now, "I see. Mrs. Satterthwaite has probably gone abroad to cover up Sylvia's retreat. She's a sensible woman, if a bitch." The hansom ran through nearly empty streets, it being very early for the public official quarters. The hoofs of the horse clattered precipitately. Tietjens preferred a hansom, horses being made for gentlefolk. He had known nothing of how his fellows had viewed his affairs. It was breaking up a great numb inertia to inquire. During the last few months he had employed himself in tabulating from memory the errors in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, of which a new edition had lately appeared. He had even written an article for a dull monthly on the subject. It had been so caustic as to miss its mark, rather. He despised people who used works of reference, but the point of view had been so unfamiliar that his article had galled no one's withers, except possibly McMaster's. Actually, it had pleased Sir Reginald Ingleby, who had been glad to think that he had under him a young man with a memory so tenacious and so encyclopedic a knowledge. That had been a congenial occupation, like a long drowse. Now he had to make inquiries. He said, "And my breaking up the establishment at 29, how's that viewed? I'm not going to have a house again." "It's considered," McMaster answered, "that Lowndes Street did not agree with Mrs. Satterthwaite. That accounted for her illness. Drain's wrong. I may say that Sir Reginald entirely, expressly approves. He does not think that young married men in government offices should keep up expensive establishments in the SW district." Tietjens said, "Damn him." He added, "He's probably right, though." He then said, "Thanks, that's all I want to know." A certain discredit is always attached to cuckolds, very properly. A man ought to be able to keep his wife. McMaster exclaimed anxiously, "No, no, Chrissy." Tietjens continued, "And a first-class public office is very like a public school. It might very well object to having a man whose wife has bolted amongst its members. I remember Clifton hated it when the governors decided to admit the first Jew and the first nigger. McMaster said, I wish you wouldn't go on. There was a fellow, Tietjens continued, whose land was next to ours. Conder his name was. His wife was habitually unfaithful to him. She used to retire with some fellow for 3 months out of every year. Conder never moved a finger. But we felt Groby and the neighbourhood was unsafe. It was awkward introducing him, not to mention her, in your drawing-room. All sorts of awkwardnesses. Everyone knew the younger children weren't Conders. A fellow married the youngest daughter and took over the hounds, and not a soul called on her. It wasn't rational or just, but that's why society distrusts the cuckold, really. It never knows when it mayn't be driven into something irrational and unjust. But you aren't, McMaster said with real anguish, going to let Sylvia behave like that. I don't know, Tietjens said. How am I to stop it? Mind you, I think Conder was quite right. Such calamities are the will of God. A gentleman accepts them. If the woman won't divorce, he must accept them, and it gets talked about. You seem to have made it all right this time, you and, I suppose, Mrs. Satterthwaite between you. But you won't always be there, or I might come across another woman. McMaster said, Ah, and after a moment, What then? Tietjens said, God knows. There's that poor little beggar to be considered. Marchant said he's beginning to talk broad Yorkshire already. McMaster said, If it wasn't for that, that would be a solution. Tietjens said, Ah. When he paid the cabman in front of a grey cement portal with a gabled arch reaching up, he said, You've been giving the mare less licorice in her mash. I told you she'd go better. The cabman, with a scarlet varnished face, a shiny hat, a drab boxcloth coat and a gardenia in his buttonhole, said, Ah, trust you to remember, sir. In the train, from beneath his pile of polished dressing and dispatch cases, Tietjens had thrown his immense kit-bag with his own hands into the guard's van, McMaster looked across at his friend. It was, for him, a great day. Across his face were the proof sheets of his first small, delicate-looking volume, a small page, the type black and still odorous. He had the agreeable smell of the printer's ink in his nostrils. The fine paper was still a little damp. In his white, rather spatulate, always slightly cold fingers was the pressure of the small, flat gold pencil he had purchased especially for these corrections. He had found none to make. He had expected a wallowing of pleasure, almost the only sensuous pleasure he had allowed himself for many months. Keeping up the appearance of an English gentleman on an exiguous income was no mean task, but to wallow in your own phrases, to be rejoiced by the savour of your own shrewd porkiness, to feel your rhythm balanced and yet sober, that is a pleasure beyond most, and an inexpensive one at that. He had had it from mere articles on the philosophies and domestic lives of such great figures as Carlyle and Mill, or on the expansion of intercolonial trade. This was a book. He relied upon it to consolidate his position. In the office they were mostly born and not vastly sympathetic. There was a sprinkling, too, it was beginning to be a large one, of young men who had obtained their entry by merit or by sheer industry. These watched promotions jealously, discerning nepotic increases of increment and clamouring amongst themselves at favouritisms. To these he had been able to turn a cold shoulder. His intimacy with Tietjens permitted him to be rather on the born side of the institution. His agreeableness, he knew he was agreeable and useful, to Sir Reginald Ingleby, protecting him in the main from unpleasantness. His articles had given him a certain right to an austerity of demeanour. His book, he trusted, to let him adopt an almost judicial attitude. He would then be the Mr. McMaster, the critic, the authority. And the first-class departments are not averse to having distinguished men as ornaments to their company. At any rate, the promotions of the distinguished are not objected to. So McMaster saw, almost physically, Sir Reginald Ingleby perceiving the empressement with which his valued subordinate was treated in the drawing-rooms of Mrs. Leamington, Mrs. Cressy, the Honourable Mrs. de Lemur. Sir Reginald would perceive that, for he was not a reader himself of much else than government publications, and he would feel fairly safe in making easy the path of his critically gifted and austere young helper. The son of a very poor shipping clerk in an obscure Scotch harbour town, McMaster had very early decided on the career that he would make. As between the heroes of Mr. Smiles, an author enormously popular in McMaster's boyhood, and the more distinctly intellectual achievements open to the very poor Scot, McMaster had had no difficulty in choosing. A pit lad may rise to be a mine owner. A hard, gifted, unsleeping Scots youth, pursuing unobtrusively and unobjectionably a course of study and of public usefulness, will certainly achieve distinction, security, and the quiet admiration of those around him. It was the difference between the may and the will, and McMaster had had no difficulty in making his choice. He saw himself by now almost certain of a career that should give him, at 50, a knighthood, and long before that a competence, a drawing-room of his own, and a lady who should contribute to his unobtrusive fame, she moving about in that room amongst the best of the intellects of the day, gracious, devoted, a tribute at once to his discernment and his achievements. Without some disaster he was sure of himself. Disasters came to men through drink, bankruptcy, and women. Against the first two he knew himself immune, though his expenses had a tendency to outrun his income, and he was always a little in debt to Tietjens. Tietjens, fortunately, had means. As to the third, he was not so certain. His life had necessarily been starved of women, and, arrived at a stage when the female element might, even with due respect to caution, be considered as a legitimate feature of his life, he had to fear a rashness of choice due to that very starvation. The type of woman he needed he knew to exactitude: tall, graceful, dark, loose-gowned, passionate yet circumspect, oval-featured, deliberate, gracious to everyone around her. He could almost hear the very rustle of her garments. And yet he had had passages when a sort of blind unreason had attracted him almost to speechlessness towards girls of the most giggling behind-the-counter order, big-bosomed, scarlet-cheeked. It was only Tietjens who had saved him from the most questionable entanglements. "Hang it," Tietjens would say, "don't get messing around that trollop. All you could do with her would be to set her up in a tobacco shop, and she would be tearing your beard out inside the quarter, let alone you can't afford it." And McMaster, who would have sentimentalized the plump girl to the tune of Highland Mary, would for a day damn Tietjens up and down for a coarse brute, but at the moment he thanked God for Tietjens. There he sat, near to 30, without an entanglement, a blemish on his health, or a worry with regard to any woman. With deep affection and concern he looked across at his brilliant junior, who hadn't saved himself. Tietjens had fallen into the most barefaced snare, into the cruelest snare of the worst woman that could be imagined. And McMaster suddenly realized that he wasn't wallowing, as he had imagined that he would, in the sensuous current of his prose. He had begun spiritedly with the first neat square of a paragraph. Certainly his publishers had done well by him in the matter of print. Whether we consider him as the imaginer of mysterious, sensuous, and exact plastic beauty, as the manipulator of sonorous, rolling, and full-mouthed lines, of words as full of colour as were his canvases, or whether we regard him as the deep philosopher, elucidating and drawing his illumination from the arcana of a mystic hardly greater than himself, to Gabriel Charles Dante Rossetti, the subject of this little monograph, must be accorded the name of one who has profoundly influenced the outward aspects, the human contacts, and all those things that go to make up the life of our higher civilization as we live it today. McMaster realized that he had only got thus far with his prose, and had got thus far without any of the relish that he had expected, and that then he had turned to the middle paragraph of page 3 after the end of his exordium. His eyes wandered desultorily along the line. The subject of these pages was born in the western central district of the metropolis in the year... The words conveyed nothing to him at all. He understood that that was because he hadn't got over that morning. He had looked up from his coffee cup over the rim, and had taken in a blue-grey sheet of notepaper in Tietjens' fingers, shaking, inscribed in the large, broad-nibbed writing of that detestable harridan. And Tietjens had been staring with the intentness of a maddened horse at his, McMaster's, face, and grey, shapeless, the nose like a pallid triangle on a bladder of lard. That was Tietjens' face. He could still feel the blow, physical, in the pit of his stomach. He had thought Tietjens was going mad, that he was mad. It had passed. Tietjens had assumed the mask of his indolent, insolent self. At the office, but later, he had delivered an extraordinarily forceful and quite rude lecture to Sir Reginald on his reasons for differing from the official figures of population movement in the Western Territories. Sir Reginald had been much impressed. The figures were wanted for a speech of the colonial minister, or an answer to a question, and Sir Reginald had promised to put Tietjens' views before the great man. That was the sort of thing to do a young fellow good, because it got kudos for the office. They had to work on figures provided by the colonial government, and if they could correct those fellows by sheer brain work, that scored. But there sat Tietjens in his grey tweeds, his legs apart, lumpish, clumsy, his tallowy, intelligent-looking hands drooping inert between his legs, his eyes gazing at a coloured photograph of the port of Boulogne beside the mirror beneath the luggage-rack. Blonde, high-coloured, vacant apparently, you couldn't tell what in the world he was thinking of. The mathematical theory of waves, very likely, or slips in someone's article on Arminianism. For absurd as it seemed, McMaster knew that he knew next to nothing of his friend's feelings. As to them, practically no confidences had passed between them. Just two. On the night before his starting for his wedding in Paris, Tietjens had said to him, "Vinny, old fellow, it's a backdoor way out of it. She's bitched me." And once, rather lately, he had said, "Damn it, I don't even know if the child's my own." This last confidence had shocked McMaster so irremediably. The child had been a 7-month child, rather ailing, and Tietjens' clumsy tenderness towards it had been so marked that, even without this nightmare, McMaster had been affected by the sight of them together. That confidence then had pained McMaster so frightfully, it was so appalling, that McMaster had regarded it almost as an insult. It was the sort of confidence a man didn't make to his equal, but only to solicitors, doctors, or the clergy, who are not quite men. Or at any rate such confidences are not made between men without appeals for sympathy, and Tietjens had made no appeal for sympathy. He had just added sardonically, "She gives me the benefit of the agreeable doubt, and she's as good as said as much to Marchant." Marchant had been Tietjens' old nurse. Suddenly, and as if in a sort of unconscious losing of his head, McMaster remarked, "You can't say the man wasn't a poet." The remark had been, as it were, torn from him, because he had observed in the strong light of the compartment that half of Tietjens' forelock and a roundish patch behind it was silvery white. That might have been going on for weeks. You live beside a man and notice his changes very little. Yorkshire men of fresh colour and blondish hair often go speckled with white very young. Tietjens had had a white hair or two at the age of 14, very noticeable in the sunlight when he had taken his cap off to bowl. But McMaster's mind, taking appalled charge, had felt assured that Tietjens had gone white with the shock of his wife's letter in 4 hours. That meant that terrible things must be going on within him. His thoughts at all costs must be distracted. The mental process in McMaster had been quite unconscious. He would not advisedly have introduced the painter-poet as a topic. Tietjens had said, "I haven't said anything at all that I can remember." The obstinacy of his hard race awakened in McMaster. "Since," he quoted, "when we stand side by side, only hands may meet. Better half this weary world lay between us, sweet. Better far, though hearts may break, bid farewell for aye, lest thy sad eyes, meeting mine, tempt my soul away. You can't, he continued, say that that isn't poetry, great poetry. I can't say, Tietjens answered contemptuously. I don't read poetry except Byron, but it's a filthy picture. McMaster said uncertainly, I don't know that I know the picture. Is it in Chicago? It isn't painted, Tietjens said, but it's there. He continued with sudden fury. Damn it, what's the sense of all these attempts to justify fornication? England's mad about it. Well, you've got your John Stuart Mills and your George Eliot's for the high-class thing. Leave the furniture out, or leave me out at least. I tell you, it revolts me to think of that obese, oily man who never took a bath, in a grease-spotted dressing-gown and the underclothes he slept in, standing beside a 5-shilling model with crimpled hair, or some Mrs. W. 3-stars, gazing into a mirror that reflects their fetid selves, and gilt sunfish and drop chandeliers and plates sickening with cold bacon fat, and gurgling about passion. McMaster had gone chalk white, his short beard bristling. You daren't talk like that, he stuttered. I dare, Tietjens answered, but I oughtn't to you, I admit that. But you oughtn't almost as much to talk about that stuff to me, either. It's an insult to my intelligence. Certainly, McMaster said stiffly, the moment was not opportune. I don't understand what you mean, Tietjens answered. The moment can never be opportune. Let's agree that making a career is a dirty business, for me as for you. But decent augurs grin behind their masks. They never preach to each other. You're getting esoteric, McMaster said faintly. I'll underline, Tietjens went on. I quite understand that the favour of Mrs. Cressy and Mrs. de Lemur is essential to you. They have the ear of that old Don Ingleby. McMaster said, Damn. I quite agree, Tietjens continued. I quite approve. It's the game as it has always been played. It's the tradition, so it's right. It's been sanctioned since the days of the précieux ridicule. You've a way of putting things, McMaster said. I haven't, Tietjens answered. It's just because I haven't that what I do say sticks out in the mind of fellows like you who are always fiddling about after literary expression. But what I do say is this. I stand for monogamy. McMaster uttered a "you" of amazement. Tietjens answered with a negligent "I." He continued, I stand for monogamy and chastity, and for no talking about it. Of course, if a man who's a man wants to have a woman, he has her. And again, no talking about it. He'd no doubt be in the end better and better off if he didn't, just as it would probably be better for him if he didn't have the second glass of whisky and soda. You call that monogamy and chastity, McMaster interjected. I do, Tietjens answered, and it probably is. At any rate, it's clean. What is loathsome is all your fumbling in placket holes and polysyllabic justifications by love. You stand for lachrymose polygamy. That's all right if you can get your club to change its rules. You're out of my depth, McMaster said, and being very disagreeable. You appear to be justifying promiscuity. I don't like it. I'm probably being disagreeable, Tietjens said. Jeremiahs usually are. But there ought to be a 20 years close time for discussions of sham sexual morality. Your Paolo and Francesca and Dante's went very properly to hell, and no bones about it. You don't get Dante justifying them, but your fellow whines about creeping into heaven. He doesn't, McMaster exclaimed. Tietjens continued with equanimity. Now your novelist who writes a book to justify his every 10th or 5th seduction of a commonplace young woman in the name of the rights of shop boys. I'll admit, McMaster coincided, that Briggs is going too far. I told him only last Thursday at Mrs. Lemur's. I'm not talking of anyone in particular, Tietjens said. I don't read novels. I'm supposing a case. And it's a cleaner case than that of your pre-Raphaelite horrors. No, I don't read novels, but I follow tendencies, and if a fellow chooses to justify his seductions of uninteresting and viewy young females along the lines of freedom and the rights of man, it's relatively respectable. It would be better just to boast about his conquest in a straightforward and exultant way, but you carry joking too far sometimes, McMaster said. I've warned you about it. "I'm as solemn as an owl," Tietjens rejoined. "The lower classes are becoming vocal. Why shouldn't they? They're the only people in this country who are sound in wind and limb. They'll save the country if the country's to be saved." "And you call yourself a Tory," McMaster said. "The lower classes," Tietjens continued equably, "such of them as get through the secondary schools, want irregular and very transitory unions. During holidays they go together on personally conducted tours to Switzerland and such places. Wet afternoons they pass in their tiled bathrooms, slapping each other hilariously on the back and splashing white enamel paint about." "You say you don't read novels," McMaster said, "but I recognise the quotation." "I don't read novels," Tietjens answered. "I know what's in them. There has been nothing worth reading written in England since the 18th century, except by a woman, but it's natural for your enamel splashers to want to see themselves in a bright and variegated literature. Why shouldn't they? It's a healthy human desire, and now that printing and paper are cheap, they get it satisfied. It's healthy, I tell you, infinitely healthier than—" He paused. "Than what?" McMaster asked. "I'm thinking," Tietjens said, "thinking how not to be too rude." "You want to be rude," McMaster said bitterly, "to people who lead the contemplative, the circumspect life." "It's precisely that," Tietjens said. He quoted, "She walks the lady of my delight, a shepherdess of sheep. She is so circumspect and right, she has her thoughts to keep." McMaster said, "Confound you, Chrissy, you know everything." "Well, yes," Tietjens said musingly. "I think I should want to be rude to her. I don't say I should be. Certainly I shouldn't if she were good-looking. Or if she were your soul's dimity, you can rely on that." McMaster had a sudden vision of Tietjens' large and clumsy form walking beside the lady of his, McMaster's, delight when ultimately she was found, walking along the top of a cliff among tall grass and poppies, and making himself extremely agreeable with talk of Tasso and Cimabue. All the same, McMaster imagined the lady wouldn't like Tietjens. Women didn't, as a rule. His looks and his silences alarmed them, or they hated him, or they liked him very much indeed. And McMaster said conciliatorily, "Yes, I think I could rely on that." He added, "All the same, I don't wonder that—" He had been about to say, "I don't wonder that Sylvia calls you immoral." For Tietjens' wife alleged that Tietjens was detestable. He bored her, she said, by his silences. When he did speak, she hated him for the immorality of his views. But he did not finish his sentence, and Tietjens went on, "All the same, when the war comes, it will be these little snobs who will save England because they've the courage to know what they want and to say so." McMaster said loftily, "You're extraordinarily old-fashioned at times, Chrissy. You ought to know as well as I do that a war is impossible, at any rate with this country in it, simply because—" He hesitated and then emboldened himself. "We, the circumspect, yes, the circumspect classes, will pilot the nation through the tight places." "War, my good fellow," Tietjens said, the train was slowing down preparatory to running into Ashford, "is inevitable, and with this country plumb centre in the middle of it. Simply because you fellows are such damn hypocrites. There's not a country in the world that trusts us. We're always, as it were, committing adultery, like your fellow, with the name of heaven on our lips." He was gibing again at the subject of McMaster's monograph. "He never," McMaster said, almost in a stutter, "he never whined about heaven." "He did," Tietjens said. "The beastly poem you quoted ends, 'Better far, though hearts may break, since we dare not love, part till we once more may meet in a heaven above.'" And McMaster, who had been dreading that shot, for he never knew how much or how little of any given poem his friend would have by heart, McMaster collapsed, as it were, into fussily getting down his dressing cases and clubs from the rack, a task he usually left to a porter. Tietjens, who, however much a train might be running into a station he was bound for, sat like a rock until it was dead still, said, "Yes, a war is inevitable. Firstly, there's you fellows who can't be trusted, and then there's the multitude who mean to have bathrooms and white enamel. Millions of them all over the world, not merely here, and there aren't enough bathrooms and white enamel in the world to go round. It's like you polygamists with women. There aren't enough women in the world to go round to satisfy your insatiable appetites, and there aren't enough men in the world to give each woman one, and most women want several. So you have divorce cases. I suppose you won't say that because you're so circumspect and right there shall be no more divorce? Well, war is as inevitable as divorce. McMaster had his head out of the carriage window and was calling for a porter. On the platform a number of women in lovely sable cloaks, with purple or red jewel cases, with diaphanous silky scarves flying from motor hoods, were drifting towards the branch train for Rye under the shepherding of erect burdened footmen. Two of them nodded to Tietjens. McMaster considered that he was perfectly right to be tidy in his dress. You never knew whom you mightn't meet on a railway journey. This confirmed him as against Tietjens, who preferred to look like a navvy. A tall, white-haired, white-moustached, red-cheeked fellow limped after Tietjens, who was getting his immense bag out of the guard's van. He clapped the young man on the shoulder and said, "Hello, how's your mother-in-law? Lady Claude wants to know. She says come up and pick a bone tonight if you're going to Rye." He had extraordinarily blue, innocent eyes. Tietjens said, "Hello, General," and added, "I believe she's much better, quite restored. This is McMaster. I think I shall be going over to bring my wife back in a day or two. They're both at Lobsheed, a German spa." The General said, "Quite right. It isn't good for a young man to be alone. Kiss Sylvia's fingertips for me. She's the real thing, you lucky beggar." He added a little anxiously, "What about a foursome tomorrow? Poor Sandbach is down. He's as crooked as me. We can't do a full round at singles." "It's your own fault," Tietjens said. "You ought to have gone to my bone-setter. Settle it with McMaster, will you?" He jumped into the twilight of the guard's van. The General looked at McMaster, a quick, penetrating scrutiny. "You're the McMaster," he said. "You would be if you're with Chrissy." A high voice called, "General! General!" "I want a word with you," the General said, "about the figures in that article you wrote about Pondoland. Figures are all right, but we shall lose the beastly country if... But we'll talk about it after dinner tonight. You'll come up to Lady Claudine's?" McMaster congratulated himself again on his appearance. It was all very well for Tietjens to look like a sweep. He was one of these people. He, McMaster, wasn't. He had, if anything, to be an authority, and authorities wear gold tie-rings and broadcloth. General Lord Edward Campion had a son, a permanent head of the Treasury Department that regulated increases of salaries and promotions in all the public offices. Tietjens only caught the Rye train by running alongside it, pitching his enormous kit bag through the carriage window and swinging on the footboard. McMaster reflected that if he had done that, half the station would have been yelling, "Stand away there!" As it was Tietjens, a station-master was galloping after him to open the carriage door and grinningly to part, "Well caught, sir," for it was a cricketing county. Truly, McMaster quoted to himself, "The gods to each ascribe a differing lot. Some enter at the portal, some do not." End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 2. Mrs. Satterthwaite, with her French maid, her priest, and her disreputable young man, Mr. Bayliss, were at Lobsheed, an unknown and little-frequented air resort amongst the pine woods of the Taunus. Mrs. Satterthwaite was ultra-fashionable and consummately indifferent. She only really lost her temper if at her table and under her nose you consumed her famous black Hamburg grapes without taking their skin and all. Father Concert was out to have an uproarious good time during his 3 weeks' holiday from the slums of Liverpool. Mr. Bayliss, thin like a skeleton in tight blue serge, golden-haired and pink, was so nearly dead of tuberculosis, was so dead penniless, and of taste so costly that he was ready to keep stone quiet, drink 6 pints of milk a day, and behave himself. On the face of it, he was there to write the letters of Mrs. Satterthwaite, but the lady never let him into her private rooms for fear of infection. He had to content himself with nursing a growing adoration for Father Concert. This priest, with an enormous mouth, high cheekbones, untidy black hair, a broad face that never looked too clean, and waving hands that always looked too dirty, never kept still for a moment, and had a brogue such as is seldom heard outside old-fashioned English novels of Irish life. He had a perpetual laugh like the noise made by a steam roundabout. He was, in short, a saint, and Mr. Bayliss knew it, though he didn't know how. Ultimately, and with the financial assistance of Mrs. Satterthwaite, Mr. Bayliss became almoner to Father Concert, adopted the rule of St. Vincent de Paul, and wrote some very admirable, if decorative, devotional verse. They proved thus a very happy, innocent party. For Mrs. Satterthwaite interested herself, it was the only interest she had, in handsome, thin, and horribly disreputable young men. She would wait for them, or send her car to wait for them, at the jail gates. She would bring their usually admirable wardrobes up to date, and give them enough money to have a good time. When, contrary to all expectations, but it happened more often than not, they turned out well, she was lazily pleased. Sometimes she sent them away to a gay spot with a priest who needed a holiday. Sometimes she had them down to her place in the west of England. So they were a pleasant company and all very happy. Lobbsheed contained one empty hotel with large verandas and several square farmhouses, white with grey beams, painted in the gables with bouquets of blue and yellow flowers, or with scarlet huntsmen shooting at purple stags. They were like gay cardboard boxes set down in fields of long grass. Then the pine woods commenced and ran solemn, brown, and geometric for miles up and down hill. The peasant girls wore black velvet waistcoats, white bodices, innumerable petticoats, and absurd parti-coloured headdresses of the shape and size of halfpenny buns. They walked about in rows of 4 to 6 abreast, with a slow step, protruding white-stockinged feet in dancing pumps, their headdresses nodding solemnly. Young men in blue blouses, knee-breeches, and, on Sundays, in 3-cornered hats, followed behind, singing part-songs. The French maid, whom Mrs. Satterthwaite had borrowed from the Duchesse de Carbon-Châtel-Herault in exchange for her own maid, was at first inclined to find the place maussade, but getting up a tremendous love affair with a fine, tall, blonde young fellow, who included a gun, a gold-mounted hunting knife as long as his arm, a light grey-green uniform with gilt badges and buttons, she was reconciled to her lot. When the young Forster tried to shoot her, et pour cause, as she said, she was ravished and Mrs. Satterthwaite lazily amused. They were sitting playing bridge in the large shadowy dining hall of the hotel. Mrs. Satterthwaite, Father Concert, Mr. Bayliss. A young blonde sub-lieutenant of great obsequiousness who was there as a last chance for his right lung and his career, and the bearded Kur doctor cut in. Father Concert, breathing heavily and looking frequently at his watch, played very fast, exclaiming, "Hurry up now, it's nearly 12, hurry up with ye!" Mr. Bayliss being dummy, the father exclaimed, "3, no trumps I've to make. Get me a whisky and soda quick, and don't drown it as ye did the last." He played his hand with extreme rapidity, threw down his last 3 cards, exclaimed, "Ach, botherance and all! I'm 2 down and I've revoked on the top of it," swallowed down his whisky and soda, looked at his watch, and exclaimed, "Done it to the minute. Here, doctor, take my hand and finish the rubber." He was to take the Mass next day for the local priest, and Mass must be said fasting from midnight and without cards played. Bridge was his only passion. A fortnight every year was what, in his worn-out life, he got of it. On his holiday he rose at 10. At 11 it was "a 4 for the father." From 2 to 4 they walked in the forest. At 5 it was "a 4 for the father." At 9 it was "Father, aren't you coming to your bridge?" And Father Concert grinned all over his face and said, "It's good ye are to a poor old sogget. It'll be paid back to you in heaven." The other 4 played on solemnly. The father sat himself down behind Mrs. Satterthwaite, his chin in the nape of her neck. At excruciating moments he gripped her shoulders, exclaimed, "Play the Queen, woman," and breathed hard down her back. Mrs. Satterthwaite would play the two of diamonds, and the father, throwing himself back, would groan. She said over her shoulder, "I want to talk to you tonight, father." Took the last trick of the rubber, collected 17 marks 50 from the doctor and 8 marks from the Unterlieutenant. The doctor exclaimed, "You can't take that immense sum from us and then go off. Now we shall be robbed by Herr Palis at Cutthroat." She drifted all shadowy black silk across the shadows of the dining hall, dropping her winnings into her black satin vanity bag and attended by the priest. Outside the door, beneath the antlers of a royal stag, in an atmosphere of paraffin lamps and varnished pitch pine, she said, "Come up to my sitting room. The prodigal's returned. Sylvia's here." The father said, "I thought I saw her out of the corner of my eye in the bus after dinner. She'll be going back to her husband. It's a poor world." "She's a wicked devil," Mrs. Satterthwaite said. "I've known her myself since she was 9, Father Concert said, and it's little I've seen in her to hold up to the commendation of my flock." He added, "But maybe I'm made unjust by the shock of it." They climbed the stairs slowly. Mrs. Satterthwaite sat herself on the edge of a cane chair. She said, "Well." She wore a black hat like a cartwheel, and her dresses appeared always to consist of a great many squares of silk that might have been thrown on to her. Since she considered that her complexion, which was matte white, had gone slightly violet from 20 years of make-up, when she was not made up, as she never was at Lobbsheed, she wore bits of puce-coloured satin ribbons stuck here and there, partly to counteract the violet of her complexion, partly to show she was not in mourning. She was very tall and extremely emaciated. Her dark eyes, that had beneath them dark brown thumb marks, were very tired or very indifferent by turns. Father Concert walked backwards and forwards, his hands behind his back, his head bent over the not too well polished floor. There were 2 candles, lit but dim, in imitation pewter Nouvel Art candlesticks, rather dingy, a sofa of cheap mahogany with red plush cushions and rests, a table covered with a cheap carpet, and an American roll-top desk that had thrown into it a great many papers in scrolls or flat. Mrs. Satterthwaite was extremely indifferent to her surroundings, but she insisted on having a piece of furniture for her papers. She liked also to have a profusion of hothouse, not garden, flowers, but as there were none of these at Lobbsheed, she did without them. She insisted also, as a rule, on a comfortable chaise longue, which she rarely, if ever, used. But the German Empire of those days did not contain a comfortable chair, so she did without it, lying down on her bed when she was really tired. The walls of the large room were completely covered with pictures of animals in death agonies. Capercailzies giving up the ghost with gouts of scarlet blood on the snow, deer dying with their heads back and eyes glazing, gouts of red blood on their necks, foxes dying with scarlet blood on green grass. These pictures were frame to frame, representing sport, the hotel having been a former Grand Ducal hunting box, freshened to suit the taste of the day with varnished pitch-pine bathrooms, verandas, and excessively modern but noisy lavatory arrangements which had been put in for the delight of possible English guests. Mrs. Satterthwaite sat on the edge of her chair. She had always the air of being just about to go out somewhere, or having just come in, and being on the point of going to take her things off. She said, "There's been a telegram waiting for her all the afternoon. I knew she was coming." Father Concert said, "I saw it in the rack myself. I misdoubted it." He added, oh dear, after all we've talked about it, now it's come." Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "I've been a wicked woman myself, as these things are measured, but—" Father Concert said, "Ye have. It's no doubt from you she gets it, for your husband was a good man. But one wicked woman is enough for my contemplation at a time. I'm no St. Anthony. The young man says he will take her back." "On conditions," Miss Satterthwaite said. "He is coming here to have an interview." The priest said, "Heaven knows, Mrs. Satterthwaite, there are times when to a poor priest the rule of the Church as regards marriage seems bitter hard, and he almost doubts her inscrutable wisdom. He doesn't mind you, but at times I wish that that young man would take what advantage, it's all there is, that he can of being a Protestant, and divorce Sylvia, for I tell you there are bitter things to see amongst my flock over there." He made a vague gesture towards the infinite.
and bitter things I've seen, for the heart of man is a wicked place, but never a bitterer than this young man's lot." "As you say," Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "my husband was a good man. I hated him, but that was as much my fault as his. More. And the only reason I don't wish Christopher to divorce Sylvia is that it would bring disgrace on my husband's name." At the same time, Father, the priest said, "I've heard near enough." "There's this to be said for Sylvia," Mrs. Satterthwaite went on. "There are times when a woman hates a man, as Sylvia hates her husband. I tell you, I've walked behind a man's back and nearly screamed because of the desire to put my nails into the veins of his neck. It was a fascination. And it's worse with Sylvia. It's a natural antipathy." "Woman," Father Concert fulminated, "I've no patience with ye. If the woman, as the church directs, would have children by her husband and live decent, she would have no such feelings. It's unnatural living and unnatural practices that cause these complexes. Don't think I'm an ignoramus priest if I am." Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "But Sylvia's had a child." Father Concert swung round like a man that has been shot at. "Whose?" he asked, and he pointed a dirty finger at his interlocutress. "It was that blackguard's Drake's, wasn't it? I've long suspected that." "It was probably Drake's," Mrs. Satterthwaite said. "Then," the priest said, "in the face of the pains of the hereafter, how could you let that decent lad, in the hotness of his sin—" "Indeed," Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "I shiver sometimes when I think of it. Don't believe that I had anything to do with trepanning him. But I couldn't hinder it. Sylvia's my daughter, and dog doesn't eat dog." "There are times when it should," Father Concert said contemptuously. "You don't seriously," Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "say that I, a mother, if an indifferent one, with my daughter appearing in trouble, as the kitchen maids say, by a married man, that I should step in and stop a marriage that was a godsend." "Don't," the priest said, "introduce the sacred name into an affair of Piccadilly bad girls." He stopped. "Heaven help me," he said again. "Don't ask me to answer the question of what you should or shouldn't have done. You know I loved your husband like a brother, and you know I loved you and Sylvia ever since she was a tiny. And I thank God that I am not your spiritual adviser, but only your friend in God. For if I had to answer your question, I could answer it only in one way." He broke off to ask, "Where is that woman?" Mrs. Satterthwaite called, "Sylvia, Sylvia, come here." A door in the shadows opened, and light shone from another room behind a tall figure leaning one hand on the handle of the door. A very deep voice said, "I can't understand, Mother, why you live in rooms like a sergeant's mess." And Sylvia Tietjens wavered into the room. She added, "I suppose it doesn't matter. I'm bored." Father Concert groaned. "Heaven help us, she's like a picture of Our Lady by Fra Angelico." Immensely tall, slight, and slow in her movements, Sylvia Tietjens wore her reddish, very fair hair in great bandeaux right down over her ears. Her very oval, regular face had an expression of virginal lack of interest, such as used to be worn by fashionable courtesans a decade before that time. Sylvia Tietjens considered that, being privileged to go everywhere where one went, and to have all men at her feet, she had no need to change her expression, or to infuse into it the greater animation that marked the more common beauties of the early 20th century. She moved slowly from the door, and sat languidly on the sofa against the wall. "There you are, Father," she said. "I'll not ask you to shake hands with me. You probably wouldn't." "As I am a priest," Father Concert answered, "I could not refuse, but I'd rather not." "This," Sylvia repeated, "appears to be a boring place." "You won't say so tomorrow," the priest said. "There's 2 young fellows, and a sort of policeman to trepan away from your mother's maid." "That," Sylvia answered, "is meant to be bitter, but it doesn't hurt. I'm done with men." She added sullenly, "Mother, didn't you one day, while you were still young, say that you had done with men, firmly, and mean it?" Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "I did." "And did you keep to it?" Sylvia asked. Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "I did." "And shall I, do you imagine?" Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "I imagine you will." Sylvia said, "Oh dear." The priest said, I'd be willing to see your husband's telegram. It makes a difference to see the words on paper.
Sylvia rose effortlessly. I don't see why you shouldn't, she said. It will give you no pleasure. She drifted towards the door.
If it would give me pleasure, the priest said, you would not show it to me.
I would not, she said. A silhouette in the doorway, she halted, drooping, and looked over her shoulder. Both you and mother, she said, sit there scheming to make life bearable for the ox. I call my husband the ox. He's repulsive, like a swollen animal. Well, you can't do it. The lighted doorway was vacant. Father Concert sighed. I told you this was an evil place, he said. In the deep forests, she'd not have such evil thoughts in another place. Mrs. Satterthwaite said, I'd rather you didn't say that, Father. Sylvia would have evil thoughts in any place.
Sometimes, the priest said, at night I think I hear the claws of evil things scratching on the shutters. This was the last place in Europe to be Christianized. Perhaps it wasn't ever even Christianized, and they're here yet.
Mrs. Satterthwaite said, It's all very well to talk like that in the daytime. It makes the place seem romantic, but it must be near one at night, and things are bad enough as it is.
They are, Father Concert said. The devil's at work.
Sylvia drifted back into the room with a telegram of several sheets. Father Concert held it close to one of the candles to read, for he was short-sighted. All men are repulsive, Sylvia said. Don't you think so, Mother? Mrs. Satterthwaite said, I do not. Only a heartless woman would say so. Mrs. Vanderdecken, Sylvia went on, says all men are repulsive, and it's woman's disgusting task to live beside them.
You've been seeing that foul creature, Mrs. Satterthwaite said. She's a Russian agent, and worse.
She was at Gossinger all the time we were, Sylvia said. You needn't groan. She won't split on us. She's the soul of honour. It wasn't because of that I groaned if I did, Mrs. Satterthwaite answered. The priest over his telegram exclaimed, Mrs. Vanderdecken, God forbid! Sylvia's face as she sat on the sofa expressed languid and incredulous amusement. What do you know of her? She asked the father.
I know what you know, he answered, and that's enough.
Father Concert, Sylvia said to her mother, has been renewing his social circle.
It's not, Father Concert said, amongst the dregs of the people that you must live if you don't want to hear of the dregs of society.
Sylvia stood up. She said, You'll keep your tongue off my best friends if you want me to stop and be lectured. But for Mrs. Vanderdecken I should not be here, returned to the fold.
Father Concert exclaimed, Don't say it, child. I'd rather, heaven help me, you had gone on living in open sin.
Sylvia sat down again, her hands listlessly in her lap. Have it your own way, she said, and the father returned to the fourth sheet of the telegram.
What does this mean? He asked. He had returned to the first sheet. This here, accept resumption yoke, he read breathlessly.
Sylvia, Mrs. Satterthwaite said, go and light the spirit lamp for some tea. We shall want it. You'd think I was a district messenger boy, Sylvia said as she rose. Why don't you keep your maid up? It's a way we had of referring to our union, she explained to the father.
There was sympathy enough between you and him then, he said, to have bywords for things. It was that I wanted to know. I understood the words.
They were pretty bitter bywords, as you call them, Sylvia said, more like curses than kisses. It was you that used them then, Mrs. Satterthwaite said. Christopher never said a bitter thing to you. An expression like a grin came slowly over Sylvia's face as she turned back to the priest. That's my mother's tragedy, she said. My husband's one of her best boys. She adores him, and he can't bear her. She drifted behind the wall of the next room, and they heard her tinkling the tea things as the father read on again beside the candle. His immense shadow began at the centre and ran along the pitch-pine ceiling, down the wall and across the floor, to join his splay feet in their clumsy boots.
It's bad, he muttered. He made a sound like worse than I feared, accept resumption yoke, but on rigid conditions. What's this? Especially, it ought to be a P. Especially regards child, reduce establishment, ridiculous opposition, remakes settlements in child's sole interest, flat not house, entertaining minimum, am prepared, resign office, settle Yorkshire, but imagine this not suit you, child remains, sister Effie open, visits both wire if this rough outline provisionally acceptable in that case, will express draft general position Monday for you and mother reflect upon, follow self Tuesday, arrive Thursday, lob sheet, go Wiesbaden fortnight on social task discussion Thursday, limited solely, comma, emphasized, comma, to affairs.
That means, Mrs. Satterthwaite said, that he doesn't mean to reproach her. Emphasized applies to the words solely.
Why'd you take it? Father Concert asked. Did he spend an immense lot of money on this telegram? Did he imagine you were in such trepidation?
He broke off. Walking slowly, her long arms extended to carry the tea-tray, over which her wonderfully moving face had a rapt expression of indescribable mystery, Sylvia was coming through the door.
"Oh, child," the father exclaimed, "whether it's St. Martha or that Mary that made the bitter choice, not one of them ever looked more virtuous than you. Why, aren't ye born to be a good man's helpmate?"
A little tinkle sounded from the tea-tray, and 3 pieces of sugar fell onto the floor. Mrs. Tietjens hissed with vexation. "I knew that damn thing would slide off the teacups," she said. She dropped the tray from an inch or so of height onto the carpeted table. "I'd made it a matter of luck between myself and myself," she said. Then she faced the priest. "I'll tell you," she said, "why he sent the telegram. It's because of that dull display of the English gentleman that I detested. He gives himself the solemn airs of the foreign minister, but he's only a youngest son at the best. That is why I loathe him." Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "That isn't the reason why he sent the telegram." Her daughter had a gesture of amused, lazy tolerance. "Of course it isn't," she said. "He sent it out of consideration. The lordly, full-dress consideration that drives me distracted. As he would say, he'd imagine I'd find it convenient to have ample time for reflection. It's like being addressed as if one were a monument and by a herald according to protocol, and partly because he's the soul of truth like a stiff Dutch doll. He wouldn't write a letter because he couldn't without beginning at Dear Sylvia and ending at Yours sincerely or truly or affectionately. He's that sort of precise imbecile. I tell you, he's so formal he can't do without all the conventions there are, and so truthful he can't use half of them."
"Then," Father Concert said, "if ye know him so well, Sylvia Satterthwaite, how is it ye can't get on with him better? They say tout savoir, c'est tout pardonner."
"It isn't," Sylvia said. "To know everything about a person is to be bored, bored, bored."
"And how are you going to answer this telegram of his?" the father asked. "Or have ye answered it already?"
"I shall wait until Monday night to keep him as bothered as I can to know whether he's to start on Tuesday. He fusses like a hen over his packings and the exact hours of his movements. On Monday I shall telegraph, 'Righto,' and nothing else."
"And why," the father asked, "will ye telegraph him a vulgar word that ye never use? For your language is the one thing about you that isn't vulgar."
Sylvia said, "Thanks." She curled her legs up under her on the sofa and laid her head back against the wall so that her Gothic arch of a chin-bone pointed at the ceiling. She admired her own neck, which was very long and white.
"I know," Father Concert said, "you're a beautiful woman. Some men would say it was a lucky fellow that lived with you. I don't ignore the fact in my cogitation. He'd imagine all sorts of delights to lurk in the shadow of your beautiful hair. And they wouldn't."
Sylvia brought her gaze down from the ceiling and fixed her brown eyes for a moment on the priest, speculatively.
"It's a great handicap we suffer from," he said.
"I don't know why I selected that word," Sylvia said. "It's one word, so it costs only 50 pfennigs. I couldn't hope really to give a jerk to his pompous self-sufficiency."
"It's great handicaps we priests suffer from," the father repeated. "However much a priest may be a man of the world, and he has to be to fight the world," Mrs. Satterthwaite said. "Have a cup of tea, father, while it's just right." I believe Sylvia is the only person in Germany who knows how to make tea. There's always behind him the Roman collar and the silk bib, and you don't believe in him, Father Concert went on, yet he knows 1,000 times more of human nature than ever you can. I don't see, Sylvia said placably, how you can learn in your slums anything about the nature of Eunice van der Decken or Elizabeth B. or Queenie James or any of my set. She was on her feet pouring cream into the father's tea. I'll admit for the moment that you aren't giving me pie-jaw. I'm glad, the priest said, that you remember enough of your school days to use the old term. Sylvia wavered backwards to her sofa and sank down again. There you are, she said. You can't really get away from preachments. Me for the pure young girl is always at the back of it. It isn't, the father said. I'm not one to cry for the moon. You don't want me to be a pure young girl? Sylvia asked with lazy incredulity. I do not, the father said, but I'd wish that at times you'd remember you once were. I don't believe I ever was, Sylvia said. If the nuns had known, I'd have been expelled from the Holy Child. You would not, the father said. Do stop your boasting. The nuns have too much sense. Anyhow, it isn't a pure young girl I'd have you, or behaving like a Protestant deaconess with a craven fear of hell. I'd have ye be a physically healthy, decently honest with yourself young devil of a married woman. It's them that are the plague and the salvation of the world. You admire mother? Mrs. Tietjens asked suddenly. She added in parenthesis, You see, you can't get away from salvation. I mean keeping bread and butter in their husbands' stomachs, the priest said. Of course I admire your mother. Mrs. Satterthwaite moved a hand slightly. You're at any rate in league with her against me, Sylvia said. She asked with more interest, Then would you have me model myself on her and do good works to escape hellfire? She wears a hair shirt in Lent. Mrs. Satterthwaite started from her doze on the edge of her chair. She had been trusting the father's wit to give her daughter's insolence a run for its money, and she imagined that if the priest hit hard enough he might at least make Sylvia think a little about some of her ways. Hang it, no, Sylvia, she exclaimed more suddenly. I may not be much, but I'm a sportsman. I'm afraid of hellfire, horribly, I'll admit, but I don't bargain with the Almighty. I hope he'll let me through, but I'd go on trying to pick men out of the dirt. I suppose that's what you and Father Concert mean, if I were as certain of going to hell as I am of going to bed tonight. So that's that. And lo, Ben Adam's name led all the rest, Sylvia jeered softly. All the same, I bet you wouldn't bother to reclaim men if you could not find the young, good-looking, interestingly vicious sort. I wouldn't, Mrs. Satterthwaite said, if they didn't interest me. Why should I? Sylvia looked at Father Concert. If you're going to trounce me any more, she said, get a move on. It's late. I've been travelling for 36 hours. I will, Father Concert said. It's a good maxim that if you swat flies enough, some of them stick to the wall. I'm only trying to make a little mark on your common sense. Don't you see what you're going to? What? Sylvia said indifferently. Hell? No, the father said. I'm talking of this life. Your confessor must talk to you about the next, but I'll not tell you what you're going to. I've changed my mind. I'll tell your mother after you've gone. Tell me, Sylvia said. I'll not, Father Concert answered. Go to the fortune-tellers at the Earl's Court exhibition. They'll tell ye all about the fair woman you ought to be beware of. There's some of them said to be rather good, Sylvia said. Di Wilson's told me about one. She said she was going to have a baby. You don't mean that, Father, for I swear I never will. I dare say not, the priest said, but let's talk about men. There's nothing you can tell me I don't know, Sylvia said. I dare say not, the priest answered, but let's rehearse what you do know. Now suppose you could elope with a new man every week and no questions asked, or how often would you want to? Sylvia said, just a moment, Father, and she addressed Mrs. Satterthwaite. I suppose I shall have to put myself to bed. You will, Mrs. Satterthwaite said. I'll not have any maid kept up after 10 in a holiday resort. What's she to do in a place like this, except listen for the bogies it's full of? Always considerate, Mrs. Tietjens jibed, and perhaps it's just as well. I'd probably beat that Marie of yours arms to pieces with a hairbrush if she came near me. she added. "You were talking about men, Father." And then began with sudden animation to her mother. "I've changed my mind about that telegram. The first thing tomorrow I shall wire, 'Agreed entirely, but arrange bring Hello Central with you.'" She addressed the priest again. "I call my maid Hello Central because she's got a tinny voice like a telephone. I say, 'Hello Central,' when she answers, 'Yes, madam.' You'd swear it was the Exchange speaking. But you were telling me about men." "I was reminding you," the father said, "but I needn't go on. You've caught the drift of my remarks. That is why you are pretending not to listen." "I assure you, no," Mrs. Tietjens said. "It is simply that if a thing comes into my head, I have to say it. You were saying that if one went away with a different man for every weekend—" "You've shortened the period already," the priest said. "I give a full week to every man." "But of course one would have to have a home," Sylvia said, "an address. One would have to fill one's mid-week engagements. Really, it comes to it that one has to have a husband and a place to store one's maid in. Hello Central's been on board wages all the time, but I don't believe she likes it. Let's agree that if I had a different man every week, I'd be bored with the arrangement. That's what you're getting at, isn't it?" "You'll find," the priest said, "that it whittled down until the only divvy moment was when you stood waiting in the booking office for the young man to take the tickets, and then gradually that wouldn't be divvy any more, and you'd yawn and long to go back to your husband." "Look here," Mrs. Tietjens said, "you're abusing the secrets of the confessional. That's exactly what Totty Charles said. She tried it for 3 months while Freddie Charles was in Madeira. It's exactly what she said, down to the yawn and the booking office, and the divvy. It's only Totty Charles who uses it every 2 words. Most of us prefer ripping. It is more sensible." "Of course I haven't been abusing the secrets of the confessional," Father Concert said mildly. "Of course you haven't," Sylvia said with affection. "You're a good old stick and no end of a mimic, and you know us all to the bottom of our hearts." "Not all that much," the priest said. "There's probably a good deal at the bottom of your hearts." Sylvia said, "Thanks." She asked suddenly, "Look here, was it what you saw of us, the future mothers of England, you know, and all, at Miss Lampeter's, that made you take to the slums, out of disgust and despair?" "Oh, let's not make melodrama out of it," the priest answered. "Let's say I wanted a change. I couldn't see that I was doing any good." "You did us all the good there was done," Sylvia said, "what with Miss Lampeter always drugged to the world, and all the French mistresses as wicked as hell." "I've heard you say all this before," Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "but it was supposed to be the best finishing school in England. I know it cost enough." "Well, say it was we who were a rotten lot," Sylvia concluded, and then to the father, "We were a lot of rotters, weren't we?" The priest answered, "I don't know. I don't suppose you were, or are, any worse than your mother or grandmother, or the Patricianess of Rome, or the worshippers of Ashtaroth. It seems we have to have a governing class, and governing classes are subject to special temptations." "Who's Ashtaroth?" Sylvia asked. "Astarte?" And then, "Now, Father, after your experiences, would you say the factory girls of Liverpool, or any other slum, are any better women than us that you used to look after?" "Astarte Syriaca," the father said, "was a very powerful devil. There's some that hold she's not dead yet. I don't know that I do myself." "Well, I've done with her," Sylvia said. The father nodded. "You've had dealings with Mrs. Profumo?" he asked. "And that loathsome fellow, what's his name?" "Does it shock you?" Sylvia asked. "I'll admit it was a bit thick, but I've done with it. I prefer to pin my faith to Mrs. Vanderdecken, and of course Freud." The priest nodded his head and said, Of course. But Mrs. Satterthwaite exclaimed with sudden energy, "Sylvia Tietjens, I don't care what you do or what you read, but if you ever speak another word to that woman, you never do to me." Sylvia stretched herself on her sofa. She opened her brown eyes and let the lids slowly drop again. "I've said once," she said, "that I don't like to hear my friends miscalled. Eunice Vanderdecken is a bitterly misjudged woman. She's a real good pal." "She's a Russian spy," Mrs. Satterthwaite said. "Russian grandmother," Sylvia answered, "and if she is, who cares? She's welcome for me. Listen now, you two. I said to myself when I came in, I dare say I've given them both a rotten time. I know you're both more nuts on me than I deserve, and I said I'd sit and listen to all the pie joy you wanted to give me if I sat till dawn, and I will, as a return. But I'd rather you let my friends alone." Both the elder people were silent. There came from the shuttered windows of the dark room a low, scratching rustle. "You're here?" the priest said to Mrs. Satterthwaite. "It's the branches," Mrs. Satterthwaite answered. The father answered, "There's no trees within 10 yards. Try bats as an explanation." "I said I wish you wouldn't once." Mrs. Satterthwaite shivered. Sylvia said, "I don't know what you two are talking about. It sounds like superstition. Mother's rotten with it." "I don't say that it's devils trying to get in," the father said, "but it's just as well to remember that devils are always trying to get in, and there are special spots. These deep forests are noted among others." He suddenly turned his back and pointed at the shadowy wall. "Who," he asked, "but a savage possessed by a devil could have conceived of that as a decoration?" He was pointing at a life-sized, coarsely daubed picture of a wild boar dying, its throat cut and gouts of scarlet blood. Other agonies of animals went away into all the shadows. "Sport," he hissed. "It's devilry." "That's perhaps true," Sylvia said. Mrs. Satterthwaite was crossing herself with great rapidity. The silence remained. Sylvia said, "Then if you're both done talking, I'll say what I have to say. To begin with," she began again with impetus, "you spared me the catalogue of the defects of age. I know them. One grows skinny, my sort, the complexion fades, the teeth stick out, and then there is the boredom. I know it. One is bored. You can't tell me anything I don't know about that. I'm 30. I know what to expect. You'd like to have told me, father, only you were afraid of taking away from your famous man-of-the-world effect. You'd like to have told me that one can insure against the boredom and the long skinny teeth by love of husband and child, the home stunt. I believe it. I do quite believe it. Only I hate my husband, and I hate my child." She paused, waiting for exclamations of dismay or disapprobation from the priest. These did not come. "Think," she said, "of all the ruin that child has meant for me, the pain in bearing him and the fear of death." "Of course," the priest said, "childbearing is for women a very terrible thing." "I can't say," Mrs. Tietjens went on, "that this has been a very decent conversation. You get a girl, fresh from open sin, and make her talk about it. Of course you're a priest and mother's mother, we're en famille. But Sister Mary of the Cross at the convent had a maxim, wear velvet gloves in family life. We seem to be going at it with the gloves off." Father Concert still didn't say anything. "You're trying, of course, to draw me," Sylvia said. "I can see that with half an eye. Very well, then, you shall." She drew a breath. "You want to know why I hate my husband. I'll tell you. It's because of his simple, sheer immorality. I don't mean his actions, his views. Every speech he utters about everything makes me, I swear it makes me, in spite of myself, want to stick a knife into him, and I can't prove he's wrong, not ever, about the simplest thing. But I can pain him, and I will. He sits about in chairs that fit his back, clumsy like a rock, not moving for hours. And I can make him wince. Oh, without showing it. He's what you call, loyal. There's an absurd little chit of a fellow, McMaster, and his mother, whom he persists in a silly, mystical way in calling a saint, a Protestant saint. And his old nurse who looks after the child, and the child itself. I tell you, I've only got to raise an eyelid, yes, cock an eyelid up a little when any one of them is mentioned, and it hurts him dreadfully. His eyes roll in a sort of mute anguish. Of course he doesn't say anything. He's an English country gentleman." Father Concert said, "This immorality you talk about in your husband, I've never noticed it. I saw a good deal of him when I stayed with you for the week before your child was born. I talked with him a good deal, except in matters of the 2 communions, and even these I don't know that we differed so much. I found him perfectly sound." "Sound," Mrs. Satterthwaite said with sudden emphasis. "Of course he's sound. It isn't even the word. He's the best ever. There was your father for a good man, and him. That's an end of it." "Ah," Sylvia said, "you don't know. Look here. Try and be just. Suppose I'm looking at the Times at breakfast and say, not having spoken to him for a week, 'It's wonderful what the doctors are doing. Have you seen the latest?' And at once he'll be on his high horse. He knows everything, and he'll prove that all unhealthy children must be lethal chambered or the world will go to pieces. And it's like being hypnotized. You can't think of what to answer him. Or he'll reduce you to speechless rage by proving that murderers ought not to be executed. And then I'll ask casually if children ought to be lethal chambered for being constipated. Because Marchant, that's the nurse, is always whining that the child's bowels aren't regular and the dreadful diseases that leads to. Of course that hurts him, for he's perfectly soppy about that child, though he half knows it isn't his own. But that's what I mean by immorality. He'll profess that murderers ought to be preserved in order to breed from because they're bold fellows, and innocent little children executed because they're sick. And he almost makes you believe it, though you're on the point of retching at the ideas." "You wouldn't now," Father Concert began, and almost coaxingly, "think of going into retreat for a month or two?" "I wouldn't," Sylvia said. "How could I?" "There's a convent of female premonstratensians near Birkenhead. Many ladies go there," the father went on. "They cook very well, and you can have your own furniture and your own maid if you don't like nuns to wait on you." "It can't be done," Sylvia said. "You can see for yourself. It would make people smell a rat at once. Christopher wouldn't hear of it." "No, I'm afraid it can't be done, Father," Mrs. Satterthwaite interrupted finally. "I've hidden here for 4 months to cover Sylvia's tracks. I've got Waitmans to look after. My new land steward's coming in next week." "Still," the father urged with a sort of tremulous eagerness, "if only for a month, if only for a fortnight. So many Catholic ladies do it. You might think of it." "I see what you're aiming at," Sylvia said with sudden anger. "You're revolted at the idea of my going straight from one man's arms to another." "I'd be better pleased if there could be an interval," the father said. "It's what's called bad form." Sylvia became electrically rigid on her sofa. "Bad form!" she exclaimed. "You accuse me of bad form?" The father slightly bowed his head like a man facing a wind. "I do," he said. "It's disgraceful. It's unnatural. I'd travel a bit at least." She placed her hand on her long throat. "I know what you mean," she said. "You want to spare Christopher the humiliation, the nausea. No doubt he'll feel nauseated. I've reckoned on that. It will give me a little of my own back." The father said, "That's enough, woman. I'll hear no more." Sylvia said, "You will then. Listen here. I've always got this to look forward to. I'll settle down by that man's side. I'll be as virtuous as any woman. I've made up my mind to it, and I'll be it, and I'll be bored stiff for the rest of my life, except for one thing. I can torment that man, and I'll do it. Do you understand how I'll do it? There are many ways, but if the worst comes to the worst, I can always drive him silly by corrupting the child." She was panting a little, and round her brown eyes the white showed. "I'll get even with him. I can. I know how, you see. And with you through him for tormenting me. I've come all the way from Brittany without stopping. I haven't slept, but I can." Father Concert put his hand beneath the tail of his coat. "Sylvia Tietjens," he said, "in my pistol pocket I've a little bottle of holy water which I carry for such occasions. What if I was to throw 2 drops of it over you and cry, 'Exorciso te asteroth in nomine'?" She erected her body above her skirts on the sofa, stiffened like a snake's neck above its coils. Her face was quite pallid, her eyes staring out. You daren't," she said. "To me, an outrage." Her feet slid slowly to the floor. She measured the distance to the doorway with her eyes. "You daren't," she said again. "I'd denounce you to the bishop." "It's little the bishop would help you with them burning into your skin," the priest said. "Go away, I bid you, and say a Hail Mary or 2. Ye need them. Ye'll not talk corrupting a little child before me again." "I won't," Sylvia said. "I shouldn't have." A black figure showed in silhouette against the open doorway. When the door was closed upon them, Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "Was it necessary to threaten her with that? You know best, of course. It seems rather strong to me." "It's a hair from the dog that's bit her," the priest said. "She's a silly girl. She's been playing at black masses along with that Mrs. Profumo and the fellow whose name I can't remember. You could tell that. They cut the throat of a white kid and splash its blood about. That was at the back of her mind. It's not very serious. A parcel of silly, idle girls. It's not much more than palmistry or fortune-telling to them if one has to weigh it, for all its ugliness as a sin. As far as their volition goes, and it's volition that's the essence of prayer, black or white. But it was at the back of her mind, and she won't forget tonight." "Of course, that's your affair, Father," Mrs. Satterthwaite said lazily. "You hit her pretty hard. I don't suppose she's ever been hit so hard. What was it you wouldn't tell her?" "Only," the priest said, "I wouldn't tell her because the thought's best not put in her head. But her hell on earth will come when her husband goes running blind, head down, mad after another woman." Mrs. Satterthwaite looked at nothing. Then she nodded. "Yes," she said, "I hadn't thought of that. But Willie? He's a very sound fellow, isn't he?" "What's to stop it?" the priest asked. "What in the world but the grace of our blessed Lord, which he hasn't got and doesn't ask for? And then, he's a young man, full-blooded, and they won't be living maritalement, not if I know him. And then she'll tear the house down. The world will echo with her wrongs." "Do you mean to say," Mrs. Satterthwaite said, "that Sylvia would do anything vulgar?" "Doesn't every woman who's had a man to torture for years when she loses him?" the priest asked. "The more she's made an occupation of torturing him, the less right she thinks she has to lose him." Mrs. Satterthwaite looked gloomily into the dusk. "That poor devil," she said. "Will he get any peace anywhere?" "What's the matter, Father?" The father said, "I've just remembered she gave me tea and cream, and I drank it. Now I can't take Mass for Father Reinhardt. I have to go and knock up his curate who lives away in the forest." At the door, holding the candle, he said, "I'll have you not get up today, nor yet tomorrow, if you can stand it. Have a headache and let Sylvia nurse you. You'll have to tell how she nursed you when you get back to London, and I'd rather you didn't lie more out and out than you need, if it's to please me. Besides, if you watch Sylvia nursing you, you might hit on a characteristic touch to make it seem more truthful. How her sleeves brushed the medicine bottles and irritated you, maybe. Or, you'll know, if we can save scandal to the congregation, we may as well." He ran downstairs. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 1. At the slight creaking made by McMaster in pushing open his door, Tietjens started violently. He was sitting in a smoking jacket, playing patience engrossedly in a sort of garret bedroom. It had a sloping roof outlined by black oak beams which cut into squares the cream-coloured patent distemper of the walls. The room contained also a four-post bedstead, a corner cupboard in black oak, and many rush mats on a polished oak floor of very irregular planking. Tietjens, who hated these disinterred and waxed relics of the past, sat in the centre of the room at a flimsy card table beneath a white-shaded electric light of a brilliance that, in those surroundings, appeared unreasonable. This was one of those restored old groups of cottages that it was at that date the fashion to convert into hostelries. To it McMaster, who was in search of the inspiration of the past, had preferred to come. Tietjens, not desiring to interfere with his friend's culture, had accepted the quarters, though he would have preferred to go to a comfortable modern hotel as being less affected and cheaper.
Accustomed to what he called the grown oldness of a morose, rambling Yorkshire manor house, he disliked being among collected and rather pitiful bits which, he said, made him feel ridiculous, as if he were trying to behave seriously at a fancy dress ball. McMaster, on the other hand, with gratification and a serious air, would run his fingertips along the bevellings of a darkened piece of furniture, and would declare it genuine Chippendale or Jacobean oak, as the case might be. And he seemed to gain an added seriousness and weight of manner with each piece of ancient furniture that down the years he thus touched. But Tietjens would declare that you could tell the beastly thing was a fake by just cocking an eye at it, and if the matter happened to fall under the test of professional dealers in old furniture, Tietjens was the more often in the right of it, and McMaster, sighing slightly, would prepare to proceed still further along the difficult road to connoisseurship. Eventually, by conscientious study, he got so far as at times to be called in by Somerset House to value great properties for probate, an occupation at once distinguished and highly profitable. Tietjens swore with the extreme vehemence of a man who has been made, but who much dislikes being seen, to start. McMaster, in evening dress, he looked extremely miniature, said, "I'm sorry, old man, I know how much you dislike being interrupted, but the General is in a terrible temper." Tietjens rose stiffly, lurched over to an 18th century rosewood folding washstand, took from its top a glass of flat whisky and soda, and gulped down a large quantity. He looked about uncertainly, perceived a notebook on a Chippendale bureau, made a short calculation in pencil, and looked at his friend momentarily. McMaster said again, "I'm sorry, old man, I must have interrupted one of your immense calculations." Tietjens said, "You haven't, I was only thinking. I'm just as glad you've come. What did you say?" McMaster repeated, "I said the General is in a terrible temper. It's just as well you didn't come up to dinner." Tietjens said, He isn't in a temper. He's as pleased as Punch at not having to have these women up before him." McMaster said, "He says he's got the police scouring the whole county for them, and that you'd better leave by the first train tomorrow." Tietjens said, "I won't. I can't. I've got to wait here for a wire from Sylvia." McMaster groaned. "Oh dear, oh dear." Then he said hopefully, "But we could have it forwarded to Hythe." Tietjens said with some vehemence, "I tell you I won't leave here. I tell you I've settled it with the police and that swine of a cabinet minister. I've mended the leg of the canary of the wife of the police constable. Sit down and be reasonable. The police don't touch people like us." McMaster said, "I don't believe you realise the public feeling there is." "Of course I do, amongst people like Sandbach," Tietjens said. "Sit down, I tell you. Have some whisky." He filled himself out another long tumbler, and holding it, dropped into a too low-seated reddish wicker armchair that had cretonne fixings. Beneath his weight the chair sagged a good deal, and his dress-shirt front bulged up to his chin. McMaster said, "What's the matter with you?" Tietjens' eyes were bloodshot. "I tell you," Tietjens said, "I'm waiting for a wire from Sylvia." McMaster said, "Oh." And then, "It can't come tonight. It's getting on for 1. "It can," Tietjens said. "I've fixed it up with the postmaster all the way up to town. It probably won't come because Sylvia won't send it until the last moment to bother me. Nonetheless, I'm waiting for a wire from Sylvia, and this is what I look like." McMaster said, "That woman's the cruelest beast." "You might," Tietjens interrupted, "remember that you're talking about my wife." "I don't see," McMaster said, "how one can talk about Sylvia without—" "The line is a perfectly simple one to draw," Tietjens said. "You can relate a lady's actions if you know them and are asked to. You mustn't comment. In this case you don't know the lady's actions even, so you may as well hold your tongue." He sat looking straight in front of him. McMaster sighed from deep in his chest. He asked himself if this was what 16 hours waiting had done for his friend, what were all the remaining hours going to do? Tietjens said, "I shall be fit to talk about Sylvia after 2 more whiskies. Let's settle your other perturbations first. The fair girl is called Wannop, Valentine Wannop." "That's the professor's name," McMaster said. "She's the late Professor Wannop's daughter," Tietjens said. "She's also the daughter of the novelist." McMaster interjected. "But she supported herself for a year after the Professor's death as a domestic servant," Tietjens said. "Now she's housemaid for her mother, the novelist, in an inexpensive cottage. I should imagine the two experiences would make her desire to better the lot of her sex." McMaster again interjected a "but." "I got that information from the policeman whilst I was putting his wife's canary's leg in splints." McMaster said, "The policeman you knocked down?" His eyes expressed unreasoning surprise. He added, "He knew Miss Wannop, then?" "You would not expect much intelligence from the police of Sussex," Tietjens said, "but you would be wrong. P.C. Finn is clever enough to recognise the young lady who for several years past has managed the constabulary wives and children's annual tea and sports. He says Miss Wannop holds the quarter-mile, half-mile, high jump, long jump and putting the weight records for East Sussex. That explains how she went over that dyke in such tidy style. And precious glad the good simple man was when I told him he was to leave the girl alone. He didn't know, he said, how he'd ever had the face to serve the warrant on Miss Wannop. The other girl, the one that squeaked, is a stranger, a Londoner probably." McMaster said, "You told the policeman." "I gave him," Tietjens said, "the Right Honourable Stephen Fenwick Waterhouse's compliments, and he'd be much obliged if the PC would hand in a no-can-do report in the matter of those ladies every morning to his inspector. I gave him also a brand-new £5 note from the Cabinet Minister, and a couple of quid and the price of a new pair of trousers from myself. So he's the happiest constable in Sussex, a very decent fellow. He told me how to know a dog otter's spoor from a gravid bitch's, but that wouldn't interest you." He began again. "Don't look so inexpressibly foolish. I told you I'd been dining with that swine. No, I oughtn't to call him a swine after eating his dinner. Besides, he's a very decent fellow." "You didn't tell me you'd been dining with Mr. Waterhouse," McMaster said. "I hope you remembered that, as he's amongst other things the President of the Funded Debt Commission, he's the power of life and death over the department and us." "You didn't think," Tietjens answered, "that you are the only one to dine with the great ones of the earth? I wanted to talk to that fellow about those figures their cursed crowd made me fake. I meant to give him a bit of my mind." "You didn't," McMaster said with an expression of panic. "Besides, they didn't ask you to fake the calculation. They only asked you to work it out on the basis of given figures." "Anyhow," Tietjens said, "I gave him a bit of my mind. I told him that at threepence it must run the country, and certainly himself as a politician, to absolute ruin." McMaster uttered a deep "Good Lord," and then, "But won't you ever remember you're a government servant? He could—" "Mr. Waterhouse," Tietjens said, "asked me if I wouldn't consent to be transferred to his secretary's department, and when I said go to hell, he walked around the streets with me for 2 hours arguing. I was working out the chances on a 4pence halfpenny basis for him when you interrupted me. I've promised to let him have the figures when he goes up by the 1:30 on Monday." McMaster said, "You haven't. But by Jove, you're the only man in England that could do it." "That was what Mr. Waterhouse said," Tietjens commented. "He said old Ingleby had told him so." "I do hope," McMaster said, "that you answered him politely." "I told him," Tietjens answered, "that there were a dozen men who could do it as well as I, and I mentioned your name in particular." "But I couldn't," McMaster answered. "Of course, I could convert a threepenny rate into a 4pence halfpenny, but these are the actuarial variations. They're infinite. I couldn't touch them." Tietjens said negligently, "I don't want my name mixed up with an unspeakable affair. When I give him the papers on Monday, I shall tell him you did most of the work." Again McMaster groaned. Nor was this distress mere altruism. Immensely ambitious for his brilliant friend, McMaster's ambition was one ingredient of his strong desire for security. At Cambridge he had been perfectly content with a moderate, quite respectable place on the list of mathematical postulants. He knew that that made him safe, and he had still more satisfaction in the thought that it would warrant him in never being brilliant in after life. But when Tietjens, 2 years after, had come out as a mere second wrangler, McMaster had been bitterly and loudly disappointed. He knew perfectly well that Tietjens simply hadn't taken trouble, and 10 chances to 1 it was on purpose that Tietjens hadn't taken trouble. For the matter of that, for Tietjens it wouldn't have been trouble. And indeed, to McMaster's upbraidings, which McMaster hadn't spared him, Tietjens had answered that he hadn't been able to think of going through the rest of his life with a beastly placard like Senior Wrangler hung about his neck. But McMaster had early made up his mind that life for him would be safest if he could go about, not very much observed, but still an authority, in the midst of a body of men all labelled. He wanted to walk down Pall Mall on the arm precisely of a largely lettered Senior Wrangler, to return eastward on the arm of the youngest Lord Chancellor England had ever seen, to stroll down Whitehall in familiar converse with a world-famous novelist, saluting on the way a majority of my Lord's Commissioners of the Treasury, and after tea for an hour at the club, all these in a little group should treat him with the courtesy of men who respected him for his soundness. Then he would be safe. And he had no doubt that Tietjens was the most brilliant man in England of that day, so that nothing caused him more anguish than the thought that Tietjens might not make a brilliant and rapid career towards some illustrious position in the public services. He would very willingly, he desired indeed nothing better, have seen Tietjens pass over his own head. It did not seem to him a condemnation of the public services that this appeared to be unlikely. Yet McMaster was still not without hope. He was quite aware that there are other techniques of careers than that which he had prescribed for himself. He could not imagine himself, even in the most deferential way, correcting a superior. Yet he could see that, though Tietjens treated almost every hierarch as if he were a born fool, no one very much resented it. Of course, Tietjens was a Tietjens of Groby, but was that going to be enough to live on forever? Times were changing, and McMaster imagined this to be a democratic age. But Tietjens went on, with both hands, as it were, throwing away opportunity and committing outrage. That day McMaster could only consider to be one of disaster. He got up from his chair and filled himself another drink. He felt himself to be distressed and to need it. Slouching amongst his crotons, Tietjens was gazing in front of him. He said, "Here," without looking at McMaster, and held out his long glass. Into it McMaster poured whisky with a hesitating hand. Tietjens said, "Go on." McMaster said, "It's late. We're breakfasting at the Duchemin's at 10. Tietjens answered, "Don't worry, sonny, we'll be there for your pretty lady." He added, "Wait another quarter of an hour. I want to talk to you." McMaster sat down again and deliberately began to review the day. It had begun with disaster, and in disaster it had continued. And with something like a bitter irony, McMaster remembered and brought up now for digestion the parting words of General Campion to himself. The General had limped with him to the hall door up at Mountby, and standing patting him on the shoulder, tall, slightly bent, and very friendly, had said, "Look here, Christopher Tietjens is a splendid fellow, but he needs a good woman to look after him. Get him back to Sylvia as quick as you can. Had a little tiff, haven't they? Nothing serious? Chrissy hasn't been running after the skirts? No, I dare say a little. No? Well, then." McMaster had stood like a gate-post, so appalled. He had stuttered, "No, no." "We've known them both so long," the General went on, "Lady Claudine in particular, and believe me, Sylvia is a splendid girl, straight as a die, the soul of loyalty to her friends, and fearless. She'd face the devil in his rage. You should have seen her out with the Belvoir. Of course you know her. Well then." McMaster had just managed to say that he knew Sylvia, of course. "Well then," the General had continued, "you'll agree with me that if there is anything wrong between them, he's to blame, and it will be resented very bitterly. He wouldn't set foot in this house again. But he says he's going out to her and Mrs. Satterthwaite." "I believe," McMaster had begun, I believe he is—" "Well then," the General had said, "it's all right. But Christopher Tietjens needs a good woman's backing. He's a splendid fellow. There are few young fellows for whom I have more, I could almost say, respect, but he needs that to ballast him." In the car running down the hill from Mountby, McMaster had exhausted himself in the effort to restrain his execrations of the General. He wanted to shout that he was a pig-headed old fool, a meddlesome ass. But he was in the car with the two secretaries of the Cabinet Minister, the Right Honourable Edward Fenwick Waterhouse, who, being himself an advanced Liberal down for a weekend of golf, preferred not to dine at the house of the Conservative member. At that date there was, in politics, a phase of bitter social feud between the parties, a condition that had not till lately been characteristic of English political life. The prohibition had not extended itself to the two younger men. McMaster was not unpleasantly aware that these two fellows treated him with a certain deference. They had seen McMaster being talked to familiarly by General Lord Edward Campion. Indeed, they and the car had been kept waiting whilst the General patted their fellow guest on the shoulder, held his upper arm, and spoke in a low voice into his ear. But that was the only pleasure that McMaster got out of it. Yes, the day had begun disastrously with Sylvia's letter. It ended, if it was ended, almost more disastrously with the General's eulogy of that woman. During the day he had nerved himself to having an immensely disagreeable scene with Tietjens. Tietjens must divorce the woman. It was necessary for the peace of mind of himself, of his friends, of his family, for the sake of his career, in the very name of decency. In the meantime, Tietjens had rather forced his hand. It had been a most disagreeable affair. They had arrived at Rye in time for lunch, at which Tietjens had consumed the best part of a bottle of Burgundy. During lunch, Tietjens had given McMaster Sylvia's letter to read, saying that, as he should later consult his friend had better be made acquainted with the document. The letter had appeared extraordinary in its effrontery, for it said nothing. Beyond the bare statement, "I am now ready to return to you," it occupied itself simply with the fact that Mrs. Tietjens could no longer get on without, the services of her maid, whom she called Hullo Central. If Tietjens wanted her, Mrs. Tietjens, to return to him, he was to see that Hullo Central was waiting on the doorstep for her, and so on. She added the detail that there was no one else, underlined, she could bear round her while she was retiring for the night. On reflection, McMaster could see that this was the best letter the woman could have written if she wanted to be taken back, for had she extended herself into either excuses or explanations, it was 10 chances to 1 Tietjens would have taken the line that he couldn't go on living with a woman capable of such a lapse in taste. But McMaster had never thought of Sylvia as wanting in savoir-faire. It had nonetheless hardened him in his determination to urge his friend to divorce. He had intended to begin this campaign in the fly, driving to pay his call on the Reverend Mr. Duchemin, who in early life had been a personal discipline of Mr. Ruskin and a patron and acquaintance of the poet-painter, the subject of McMaster's monograph. On this drive Tietjens preferred not to come. He said that he would loaf about the town and meet McMaster at the golf club towards 4:30. He was not in the mood for making new acquaintances. McMaster, who knew the pressure under which his friend must be suffering, thought this reasonable enough, and drove off up Iden Hill by himself. Few women had ever made so much impression on McMaster as Mrs. Duchemin. He knew himself to be in a mood to be impressed by almost any woman, but he considered that that was not enough to account for the very strong influence she at once exercised over him. There had been 2 young girls in the drawing-room when he had been ushered in, but they had disappeared almost simultaneously, and although he had noticed them immediately afterwards riding past the window on bicycles, he was aware that he would not have recognized them again. From her first words on rising to greet him, "Not the Mr. McMaster," he had had eyes for no one else. It was obvious that the Reverend Mr. Duchemin must be one of those clergymen of considerable wealth and cultural taste who not infrequently adorn the Church of England. The rectory itself, a great warm-looking manor-house of very old red brick, was abutted onto by one of the largest tithe barns that McMaster had ever seen. The church itself, with a primitive roof of oak shingles, nestled in the corner formed by the ends of rectory and tithe barn, and was by so much the smallest of the 3, and so undecorated that, but for its little belfry, it might have been a good cow-byre. All 3 buildings stood on the very edge of the little row of hills that looks down on the Romney Marsh. They were sheltered from the north wind by a great symmetrical fan of elms, and from the southwest by a very tall hedge and shrubbery, all of remarkable yews. It was, in short, an ideal cure of souls for a wealthy clergyman of cultured tastes, for there was not so much as a peasant's cottage within a mile of it. To McMaster, in short, this was the ideal English home. Of Mrs. Duchemin's drawing-room itself, contrary to his habits, for he was sensitive and observant in such things, he could afterwards remember little except that it was perfectly sympathetic. 3 long windows gave onto a perfect lawn, on which, isolated and grouped, stood standard rose trees, symmetrical half-globes of green foliage picked out with flowers like bits of carved pink marble. Beyond the lawn was a low stone wall. Beyond that, the quiet expanse of the marsh shimmered in the sunlight. The furniture of the room was, as to its woodwork, brown, old, with the rich softness of much polishing with beeswax. What pictures there were, McMaster recognised at once as being by Simeon Solomon, one of the weaker and more frail aesthetes, aureoled palish heads of ladies carrying lilies that were not very like lilies. They were in the tradition, but not the best of the tradition. McMaster understood, and later Mrs. Duchemin confirmed him in the idea, that Mr. Duchemin kept his more precious specimens of work in a sanctum, leaving to the relatively public room, good-humouredly and with slight contempt, these weaker specimens. That seemed to stamp Mr. Duchemin at once as being of the elect. Mr. Duchemin in person was, however, not present, and there seemed to be a good deal of difficulty in arranging a meeting between the two men. Mr. Duchemin, his wife said, was much occupied at the weekends. She added with a faint and rather absent smile the word naturally. McMaster at once saw that it was natural for a clergyman to be much occupied during the weekends. With a little hesitation, Mrs. Duchemin suggested that Mr. McMaster and his friend might come to lunch on the next day, Saturday. But McMaster had made an engagement to play the foursome with General Campion, half the round from 12 till 1:30, half the round from 3 to 4:30. And as their then present arrangement stood, McMaster and Tietjens were to take the 6:30 train to Hythe. That ruled out either tea or dinner next day. With sufficient but not too extravagant regret, Mrs. Duchemin raised her voice to say, "Oh dear, oh dear! But you must see my husband and the pictures after you have come so far." A rather considerable volume of harsh sound was coming through the end wall of the room. The barking of dogs, apparently the hurried removal of pieces of furniture, or perhaps of packing cases, guttural ejaculations. Mrs. Duchemin said with her far-away air and deep voice, "They are making a good deal of noise. Let us go into the garden and look at my husband's roses, if you've a moment more to give us." McMaster quoted to himself, "I looked and saw your eyes in the shadow of your hair." There was no doubt that Mrs. Duchemin's eyes, which were of a dark pebble blue, were actually in the shadow of her blue-black, very regularly waved hair. The hair came down on the square, low forehead. It was a phenomenon that McMaster had never before really seen, and he congratulated himself. This was one more confirmation, if confirmation were needed, of the powers of observation of the subject of his monograph. Mrs. Duchemin bore the sunlight. Her dark complexion was clear. There was, over the cheekbones, a delicate suffusion of light carmine. Her jawbone was singularly clear-cut, to the pointed chin, like an alabaster medieval saint's. She said, "Of course you're Scotch. I'm from Auld Reekie myself." McMaster would have known it. He said he was from the Port of Leith. He could not imagine hiding anything from Mrs. Duchemin. Mrs. Duchemin said, with renewed insistence, "Oh, but of course you must see my husband and the pictures. Let me see. We must think. Would breakfast now?" McMaster said that he and his friend were government servants and up to rising early. He had a great desire to breakfast in that house. She said, "At 9:45 then, our car will be at the bottom of your street. It's a matter of 10 minutes only, so you won't go hungry long." she said, gradually gaining animation, that of course McMaster would bring his friend. He could tell Tietjens that he should meet a very charming girl. She stopped and added suddenly, "Probably, at any rate." She said the name which McMaster caught as Wanstead, and possibly another girl, and Mr. Horsted or something like it, her husband's junior curate. She said reflectively, "Yes, we might try quite a party," and added, "Quite noisy and gay. I hope your friend's talkative." McMaster said something about trouble. "Oh, it can't be too much trouble," she said. "Besides, it might do my husband good." She went on, "Mr. Duchemin is apt to brood. It's perhaps too lonely here," and added the rather astonishing words, "after all." And driving back in the fly, McMaster said to himself that you couldn't call Mrs. Duchemin ordinary, at least. Yet meeting her was like going into a room that you had long left and never ceased to love. It felt good. It was perhaps partly her Edinburghness. McMaster allowed himself to coin that word. There was in Edinburgh a society. He himself had never been privileged to move in it, but its annals are part of the literature of Scotland, where the ladies are all great ladies in tall drawing-rooms, circumspect yet shrewd, still yet with a sense of the comic, frugal yet warmly hospitable. It was perhaps just Edinburghness that was wanting in the drawing-rooms of his friends in London. Mrs. Cressy, the Honourable Mrs. Lemieux, and Mrs. Delaunay were all almost perfection in manner, in speech, in composure. But then they were not young, they weren't Edinburgh, and they weren't strikingly elegant. Mrs. Duchemin was all three. Her assured, tranquil manner she would retain to any age. It betokened the enigmatic soul of her sex, but physically she couldn't be more than 30. That was unimportant, for she would never want to do anything in which physical youth counted. She would never, for instance, have occasion to run. She would always just move floatingly. He tried to remember the details of her dress. It had certainly been dark blue, and certainly of silk, that rather coarsely woven, exquisite material that has on its folds as of a silvery shimmer with minute knots, but very dark blue. And it contrived to be at once artistic, absolutely in the tradition, and yet well cut. Very large sleeves, of course, but still with a certain fit. She had worn an immense necklace of yellow polished amber of the dark blue. And Mrs. Duchemin had said over her husband's roses that the blossoms always reminded her of little mouldings of pink cloud come down for the cooling of the earth. A charming thought. Suddenly he said to himself, "What a mate for Tietjens!" And his mind added, "Why should she not become an influence?" A vista opened before him, in time. He imagined Tietjens in some way proprietarily responsible for Mrs. Duchemin, quite pour le bon, tranquilly passionate and accepted, motif, and immensely improved by the association. And himself, in a year or two, bringing the at last found lady of his delight to sit at the feet of Mrs. Duchemin. The lady of his delight, while circumspect, would be also young and impressionable, to learn the mysterious assuredness of manner, the gift of dressing, the knack of wearing amber and bending over standard roses, and the Edinburghness. End of Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 1. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 2 of Some Do Not, by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 2. McMaster was thus not a little excited, and finding Tietjens at tea amid the green-stained furnishings and illustrated papers of the large corrugated iron golf-house, he could not help exclaiming, "I've accepted the invitation to breakfast with the Duchemins tomorrow for us both. I hope you won't mind," although Tietjens was sitting at a little table with General Campion and his brother-in-law, the Honourable Paul Sandbark, Conservative member for the division and husband of Lady Claudine. The General said pleasantly to Tietjens, "Breakfast with Duchemins. You go, my boy. You'll get the best breakfast you ever had in your life." He added to his brother-in-law,
Not the eternal mock kedgeree Claudine gives us every morning." Sandbach grunted. "It's not for want of trying to steal their cook. Claudine has a shy at it every time we come down here." The General said pleasantly to McMaster, he spoke always pleasantly, with a half-smile and a slight sibilance, "My brother-in-law isn't serious, you understand. My sister wouldn't think of stealing a cook, let alone from Duchemin. She'd be frightened to." Sandbach grunted. Who wouldn't? Both these gentlemen were very lame, Mr. Sandbach from birth, and the General as the result of a slight but neglected motor accident. He had practically only one vanity, the belief that he was qualified to act as his own chauffeur, and since he was both inexpert and very careless, he met with frequent accidents. Mr. Sandbach had a dark, round, bulldog face and a violent manner. He had twice been suspended from his parliamentary duties for applying to the then Chancellor of the Exchequer the epithet lying attorney, and he was at that moment still suspended. McMaster then became unpleasantly perturbed. With his sensitiveness he was perfectly aware of an unpleasant chill in the air. There was also a stiffness about Tietjens' eyes. He was looking straight before him. There was a silence too. Behind Tietjens' back were two men with bright green coats, red knitted waistcoats and florid faces. One was bald and blonde, the other had black hair, remarkably oiled and shiny. Both were 45-ish. They were regarding the occupants of the Tietjens' table with both their mouths slightly open. They were undisguisedly listening. In front of each were 3 empty sloe gin glasses and 1 half-filled tumbler of brandy and soda. McMaster understood why the General had explained that his sister had not tried to steal Mrs. Duchemin's cook. Tietjens said, "Drink up your tea quickly and let's get started." He was drawing from his pocket a number of telegraph forms, which he began arranging. The General said, "Don't burn your mouth. We can't start off before all these other gentlemen. We're too slow." "No, we're beastly well stuck," Sandbach said. Tietjens handed the telegraph forms over to McMaster. "You'd better take a look at these," he said. "I mayn't see you again today after the match. You're dining at Mountby. The General will run you up. Lady Claude will excuse me. I've got work to do." This was already matter for dismay for McMaster. He was aware that Tietjens would have disliked dining up at Mountby with the Sandbachs, who would have a crowd, extremely smart but more than usually unintelligent. Tietjens called this crowd, indeed, the plague spot of the party, meaning of Toryism. But McMaster couldn't help thinking that a disagreeable dinner would be better for his friend than brooding in solitude in the black shadows of the huddled town. Then Tietjens said, "I'm going to have a word with that swine." He pointed his square chin rather rigidly before him, and looking past the 2 brandy drinkers, McMaster saw one of those faces that frequent caricature made familiar and yet strange. McMaster couldn't at the moment put a name to it. It must be a politician, probably a minister. But which? His mind was already in a dreadful state. In the glimpse he had caught of the telegraph form now in his hand, he had perceived that it was addressed to Sylvia Tietjens, and began with the word "agreed." He said swiftly, "Has that been sent, or is it only a draft?" Tietjens said, "That fellow is the Right Honourable Stephen Fenwick Waterhouse. He's chairman of the Funded Debt Commission. He's the swine who made us fake that return in the office." That moment was the worst McMaster had ever known. A worse came. Tietjens said, "I'm going to have a word with him. That's why I'm not dining at Mountby. It's a duty to the country." McMaster's mind simply stopped. He was in a space, all windows. There was sunlight outside, and clouds, pink and white, woolly, some ships, and 2 men, one dark and oily, the other rather blotchy on a blonde baldness. They were talking, but their words made no impression on McMaster. The dark, oily man said that he was not going to take Gertie to Budapest, not half. He winked like a nightmare. Beyond were 2 young men and a preposterous face. It was also like a nightmare that the cabinet minister's features were distorted for McMaster, like an enormous mask of pantomime, shiny with an immense nose and elongated Chinese eyes. Yet not unpleasant. McMaster was a Whig by conviction, by nation, by temperament.
He thought that public servants should abstain from political activity. Nevertheless, he couldn't be expected to think a Liberal cabinet minister ugly. On the contrary, Mr. Waterhouse appeared to have a frank, humorous, kindly expression. He listened deferentially to one of his secretaries, resting his hand on the young man's shoulder, smiling a little, rather sleepily. No doubt he was overworked, and then letting himself go in a side-shaking laugh, putting on flesh. What a pity! What a pity! McMaster was reading a string of incomprehensible words in Tietjens' heavily scored writing. Not entertain, flat not house, child remain at sister. His eyes went backwards and forwards over the phrases. He could not connect the words without stops. The man with the oily hair said in a sickly voice that Gertie was hot stuff, but not the one for Budapest with all the Gitana girls you were telling me of. Why, he'd kept Gertie for 5 years now, more like the real thing. His friend's voice was like a result of indigestion. Tietjens, Sandbach, and the General was stiff like pokers. What a pity, McMaster thought. He ought to have been sitting. It would have been pleasant and right to be sitting with the pleasant minister. In the ordinary course he, McMaster, would have been. The best golfer in the place was usually set to play with distinguished visitors, and there was next to no one in the south of England who ordinarily could beat him. He had begun at 4, playing with a miniature clique, and found a shilling ball over the municipal links. Going to the poor school every morning, and back to dinner, and back to school, and back to bed, over the cold, rushy, sandy links beside the grey sea, both shoes full of sand. The found shilling ball had lasted him 3 years. McMaster exclaimed, "Good God!" He had just gathered from the telegram that Tietjens meant to go to Germany on Tuesday. As if at McMaster's ejaculation, Tietjens said, "Yes, it is unbearable. If you don't stop those swine, General, I shall." The General sibilated low between his teeth. Wait a minute. Perhaps that other fellow will." The man with the black oily hair said, "If Budapest's the place for the girls you say it is, old pal, with the Turkish baths and all, we'll paint the old town red all right next month," and he winked at Tietjens. His friend, with his head down, seemed to make internal rumblings, looking apprehensively beneath his blotched forehead at the General. "Not," the other continued argumentatively, "that I don't love my old woman. She's all right. And then there's Gertie. Hot stuff, but the real thing. But I say a man wants—" He ejaculated, "Oh!" The General, his hands in his pockets, very tall, thin, red-cheeked, his white hair combed forward in a fringe, sauntered towards the other table. It was not 2 yards, but it seemed a long saunter. He stood right over them, they looking up, open-eyed, like schoolboys at a balloon. He said, "I'm glad you're enjoying our links, gentlemen." The ball band said, we are, first class, a treat." "But," the General said, "it isn't wise to discuss one's domestic circumstances at mess, you know, or in a golf-house. People might hear." The gentleman with the oily hair half rose and exclaimed, "Ooh, The other man mumbled, "Shut up, Briggs." The General said, "I'm the president of the club, you know. It's my duty to see that the majority of the club and its visitors are pleased. I hope you don't mind." The General came back to his seat. He was trembling with vexation. "It makes one as beastly a bounder as themselves," he said. "But what the devil else was one to do?" The 2 city men had ambled hastily into the dressing-rooms. The dire silence fell. McMaster realised that, for these Tories at least, this was really the end of the world, the last of England. He returned with panic in his heart to Tietjens' telegram. Tietjens was going to Germany on Tuesday. He offered to throw over the department. These were unthinkable things. You couldn't imagine them. He began to read the telegram all over again. A shadow fell upon the flimsy sheets. The Right Honourable Mr. Waterhouse was between the head of the table and the windows. He said, "We're much obliged, General. It was impossible to hear ourselves speak for those obscene fellows smut. It's fellows like that make our friends the suffragettes. That warrants them." He uttered, "Hullo, Sandbach, enjoying your rest?" The General said, "I was hoping you'd take on the job of telling these fellows off." Mr. Sandbark, his bulldog jaw sticking out, the short black hair on his scalp appearing to rise, barked, "Hello, Waterslop, enjoying your plunder?" Mr. Waterhouse, tall, slouching and untidy head, lifted the flaps of his coat. It was so ragged that it appeared as if straws stuck out of the elbows. "All that the suffragettes have left of me," he said laughingly. "Isn't one of you fellows a genius called Tietjens?" He was looking at McMaster. The General said, "Tietjens, McMaster." The Minister went on, very friendly. "Oh, it's you. I just wanted to take the opportunity of thanking you." Tietjens said, "Good God, what for?" "You know," the Minister said, "we couldn't have got the bill before the House till next session without your figures." He said slyly, "Could we, Sandbark?" and added to Tietjens, "Ingleby told me." Tietjens was chalk white and stiffened. He stuttered, "I can't take any credit. I consider—" McMaster exclaimed, "Tietjens, you—" He didn't know what he was going to say. "Oh, you're too modest, Mr. Waterhouse," overwhelmed Tietjens. "We know whom we've to thank." His eyes drifted to Sandbark a little absently. Then his face lit up. "Oh, look here, Sandbark," he said. "Come here, will you?" He walked a pace or two away, calling to one of his young men. "Oh, Sanderson, give the bobby a drink, a good stiff one." Sandbark jerked himself awkwardly out of his chair and limped to the Minister. Tietjens burst out, "Me too modest? Me? The swine, the unspeakable swine." The General said, "What's it all about, Chrissy? You probably are too modest." Tietjens said, "Damn it, it's a serious matter. It's driving me out of the unspeakable office I'm in." McMaster said, No, you're wrong. It's a wrong view you take." And with a good deal of real passion he began to explain to the General. It was an affair that had already given him a great deal of pain. The government had asked the statistical department for figures illuminating a number of schedules that they desired to use in presenting their new bill to the Commons. Mr. Waterhouse was to present it. Mr. Waterhouse at the moment was slapping Mr. Sandbark on the back, tossing the hair out of his eyes and laughing like a hysterical schoolgirl. He looked suddenly tired. A police constable, his buttons shining, appeared, drinking from a pewter pot outside the glazed door. The two city men ran across the angle from the dressing-room to the same door, buttoning their clothes. The Minister said loudly, "Make it guineas." It seemed to McMaster painfully wrong that Tietjens should call anyone so genial and unaffected an unspeakable swine. It was unjust. He went on with his explanation to the General. The government had wanted a set of figures based on a calculation called B7. Tietjens, who had been working on one called H19 for his own instruction, had persuaded himself that H19 was the lowest figure that was actuarially sound. The General said pleasantly, "All this is Greek to me." "Oh no, it needn't be," McMaster heard himself say. "It amounts to this. Chrissy was asked by the government, by Sir Reginald Ingleby, to work out what 3 times 3 comes to. It was that sort of thing in principle. He said that the only figure that would not ruin the country was 9 times 9. The government wanted to shovel money into the working man's pockets, in fact, the General said. Money for nothing, or votes, I suppose. "But that isn't the point, sir," McMaster ventured to say. "All that Chrissy was asked to do was to say what 3 times 3 was." "Well, he appears to have done it, and earned no end of kudos," the General said. "That's all right. We've all always believed in Chrissy's ability, but he's a strong-tempered beggar." "He was extraordinarily rude to Sir Reginald over it," McMaster went on. The General said, "Oh dear, oh dear." He shook his head at Tietjens and assumed with care the blank, slightly disappointing air of the regular officer. "I don't like to hear of rudeness to a superior in any service." "I don't think," Tietjens said with extreme mildness, "that McMaster is quite fair to me. Of course he's a right to his opinion as to what the discipline of a service demands. I certainly told Ingleby that I'd rather resign than do that beastly job." "You shouldn't have," the General said. "What would become of the services if everyone did as you did?" Sandbark came back laughing and dropped painfully into his low armchair. "That fellow," he began. The
The General slightly raised his hand. "A minute," he said. "I was about to tell Chrissy here that if I am offered the job, of course it's an order, really, of suppressing the Ulster Volunteers, I'd rather cut my throat than do it." Sandbach said, "Of course you would, old chap. They're our brothers. You'd see the beastly lying government damned first." "I was going to say that I should accept," the General said. "I shouldn't resign my commission." Sandbach said, "Good God!" Tietjens said, "Well, I didn't." Sandbach exclaimed, "General, you! After all Claudine and I have said—" Tietjens interrupted. "Excuse me, Sandbach, I'm receiving this reprimand for the moment. I wasn't then rude to Ingleby. If I'd expressed contempt for what he said or for himself, that would have been rude. I didn't. He wasn't in the least offended. He looked like a cockatoo, but he wasn't offended, and I let him over-persuade me. He was right, really. He pointed out that if I didn't do the job, those swine would put on one of our little competition Waller head clerks and get all the schedules faked, as well as starting off with false premises." "That's the view I take," the General said. "If I don't take the Ulster job, the government will put on a fellow who'll burn all the farmhouses and rape all the women in the 3 counties. They've got him up their sleeve. He only asks for the Connaught Rangers to go through the north with. And you know what that means. All the same," he looked at Tietjens, "one should not be rude to one's superiors." "I tell you I wasn't rude," Tietjens exclaimed. "Damn your nice paternal old eyes. Get that into your mind." The General shook his head. "You brilliant fellows," he said. "The country or the army or anything could not be run by you. It takes stupid fools like me and Sandbach, along with sound, moderate heads like our friend here." He indicated McMaster, and rising went on, "Come along, you're playing me, McMaster. They say you're hot stuff. Chrissy's no good. He can take Sandbach on." He walked off with McMaster towards the dressing-room. Sandbach, wriggling awkwardly out of his chair, shouted, "Save the country, damn it!" He stood on his feet. "I and Campion, look at what the country's come to. What with swine like these two in our club-houses, and policemen to go round the links with ministers to protect them from the wild women. By God, I'd like to have the flaying of the skin off some of their backs. I would, by God I would." He added, "That fellow Waterslops is a bit of a sportsman. I haven't been able to tell you about our bet. You've been making such a noise. Is your friend really +1 at North Berwick? What do you like?" "McMaster is a good +2 anywhere when he's in practice." Sandbach said, "Good Lord, a stout fellow." "As for me," Tietjens said, "I loathe the beastly game." "So do I," Sandbach answered. "We'll just lollop along behind them." End of Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 2. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 4. They came out into the bright open, where all the distances under the tall sky showed with distinct prismatic outlines. They made a little group of 7, for Tietjens would not have a caddie, waiting on the flat first teeing ground. McMaster walked up to Tietjens and said under his voice, "You've really sent that wire?" Tietjens said, "It'll be in Germany by now." Mr. Sandbach hobbled from one to the other, explaining the terms of his wager with Mr. Waterhouse. Mr. Waterhouse had backed one of the young men playing with him to drive into and hit twice in the 18 holes the 2 city men who would be playing ahead of them. As the minister had taken rather short odds, Mr. Sandbach considered him a good sport. A long way down the first hole, Mr. Waterhouse and his 2 companions were approaching the first green. They had high sandhills to the right, and to their left a road that was fringed with rushes and a narrow dyke. Ahead of the cabinet minister, the 2 city men and their 2 caddies stood on the edge of the dyke or poked downwards into the rushes. 2 girls appeared and disappeared on the tops of the sandhills. The policeman was strolling along the road, level with Mr. Waterhouse. The General said, "I think we could go now." Sandbach said, Water slops will get a hit at them from the next tee. They're in the dike. The General drove a straight, goodish ball. Just as McMaster was in his swing, Sandbach shouted, "By God, he nearly did it! See that fellow jump!" McMaster looked round over his shoulder and hissed with vexation between his teeth, "Don't you know that you don't shout while a man is driving, or haven't you played golf?" He hurried fussily after his ball. Sandbach said to Tietjens, "Golly, that chap's got a temper." Tietjens said, "Only over this game. You deserved what you got." Sandbach said, "I did, but I didn't spoil his shot. He's outdriven the General 20 yards. Tietjens said, "It would have been 60 but for you." They loitered about on the tee, waiting for the others to get their distance. Sandbach said, "By Jove, your friend is on with his second. You wouldn't believe it of such a little beggar." He added, "He's not much class, is he?" Tietjens looked down his nose. "Oh, about our class," he said. "He wouldn't take a bet about driving into the couple ahead." Sandbach hated Tietjens for being a Tietjens of Groby. Tietjens was enraged by the existence of Sandbach, who was the son of an ennobled mayor of Middleborough, 7 miles or so from Groby. The feuds between the Cleveland landowners and the Cleveland plutocrats are very bitter. Sandbach said, I suppose he gets you out of scrapes with girls and the Treasury, and you take him about in return. It's a practical combination." "Like Pottle Mills and Stanton," Tietjens said. The financial operations connected with the amalgamating of these two steelworks had earned Sandbach's father a good deal of odium in the Cleveland district. Sandbach said, "Look here, Tietjens," but he changed his mind and said, "We'd better go now." He drove off with an awkward action, but not without skill. He certainly outplayed Tietjens. Playing very slowly, for both were desultory and Sandbach very lame, they lost sight of the others behind some coastguard cottages and dunes before they had left the third tee. Because of his game leg, Sandbach sliced a good deal. On this occasion he sliced right into the gardens of the cottages and went with his boy to look for his ball among potato haulms beyond a low wall. Tietjens patted his own ball lazily up the fairway, and, dragging his bag behind him by the strap, he sauntered on. Although Tietjens hated golf as he hated any occupation that was of a competitive nature, he could engross himself in the mathematics of trajectories when he accompanied McMaster in one of his expeditions for practice. He accompanied McMaster because he liked there to be one pursuit at which his friend indisputably excelled himself, for it was a bore always browbeating the fellow. But he stipulated that they should visit 3 different and, if possible, unknown courses every weekend when they golfed. He interested himself then in the way the courses were laid out, acquiring thus an extraordinary connoisseurship in golf architecture, and he made abstruse calculations as to the flight of balls off sloped club faces, as to the foot-poundals of energy exercised by one muscle or the other, and as to theories of spin. As often as not, he palmed McMaster off as a fair average player on some other unfortunate fair average stranger. Then he passed the afternoon in the clubhouse, studying the pedigrees and forms of racehorses, for every clubhouse contained a copy of Ruff's Guide. In the spring he would hunt for and examine the nests of soft-billed birds, for he was interested in the domestic affairs of the cuckoo, though he hated natural history and field botany. On this occasion he had just examined some notes on other mashie shots, had put the notebook back in his pocket, and had addressed his ball with a niblick that had an unusually roughened face and a head like a hatchet. Meticulously, when he had taken his grip, he removed his little and third fingers from the leather of the shaft. He was thanking heaven that Sandbach seemed to be accounted for 10 minutes at least, for Sandbach was miserly over lost balls, and very slowly he was raising his mashie to half-cock for a sighting shot. He was aware that someone, breathing a little heavily from small lungs, was standing close to him and watching him. He could indeed, beneath his cap rim, perceive the tips of a pair of boys' white sand shoes. It in no way perturbed him to be watched, since he was avid of no personal glory when making his shots. A voice said, "I say."
He continued to look at his ball. "Sorry to spoil your shot," the voice said, but Tietjens dropped his club altogether and straightened his back. A fair young woman with a fixed scowl was looking at him intently. She had a short skirt and was panting a little. "I say," she said, "go and see they don't hurt Gertie. I've lost her." She pointed back to the sandhills. There looked to be some beasts among them. She seemed a perfectly negligible girl except for the frown. Her eyes blue, her hair no doubt fair under a white canvas hat. She had a striped cotton blouse, but her fawn tweed skirt was well hung. Tietjens said, "You've been demonstrating." She said, "Of course we have, and of course you object on principle, but you won't let a girl be man-handled. Don't wait to tell me I know it." Noises existed. Sandbark from beyond the low garden wall 50 yards away was yelping, just like a dog, "Hi, hi, hi, hi," and gesticulating. His little caddy, entangled in his golf bag, was trying to scramble over the wall. On top of a high sandhill stood the policeman. He waved his arms like a windmill and shouted. Beside him and behind, slowly rising, were the heads of the General, McMaster, and their 2 boys. Further along, in completion, were appearing the figures of Mr. Waterhouse, his 2 companions, and their 3 boys. The minister was waving his driver and shouting. They all shouted. "A regular rat hunt," the girl said. She was counting. 11, and 2 more caddies. She exhibited satisfaction. "I headed them all off, except 2 beasts. They couldn't run, but neither can Gertie." She said urgently, "Come along, you aren't going to leave Gertie to those beasts. They're drunk." Tietjens said, "Cut away then, I'll look after Gertie." He picked up his bag. "No, I'll come with you," the girl said. Tietjens answered, "Oh, you don't want to go to jail. Clear out." She said, "Nonsense, I've put up with worse than that. 9 months as a slavey. Come along." Tietjens started to run, rather like a rhinoceros seeing purple. He had been violently spurred, for he had been pierced by a shrill, faint scream. The girl ran beside him. "You can run," she panted. "Put on a spurt." Screams protesting against physical violence were at that date rare things in England. Tietjens had never heard the like. It upset him frightfully, though he was aware only of an expanse of open country. The policeman, whose buttons made him noteworthy, was descending his conical sandhill diagonally with caution. There is something grotesque about a town policeman, silvered helmet and all, in the open country. It was so clear and still in the air, Tietjens felt as if he were in a light museum looking at specimens. A little young woman, engrossed like a hunted rat, came round the corner of a green mound. "This is an assaulted female," the mind of Tietjens said to him. She had a black skirt covered with sand, for she had just rolled down the sandhill. She had a striped grey and black silk blouse, one shoulder torn completely off, so that a white camisole showed. Over the shoulder of the sandhill came the 2 city men, flushed with triumph and panting. Their red knitted waistcoats moved like bellows. The black-haired one, his eyes lurid and obscene, brandished aloft a fragment of black and grey stuff. He shouted hilariously, "Strip the bitch naked! Strip the bitch stark naked!" and jumped down the little hill. He cannoned into Tietjens, who roared at the top of his voice, "You infernal swine! I'll knock your head off if you move." Behind Tietjens' back the girl said, "Come along, Gertie, it's only to there." A voice panted in answer, I can't, my heart." Tietjens kept his eye upon the city man. His jaw had fallen down, his eyes stared. It was as if the bottom of his assured world, where all men desire in their hearts to bash women, had fallen out. He panted, Another scream, a little farther than the last voices from behind his back, caused in Tietjens a feeling of intense weariness. What did beastly women want to scream for? He swung round, bag and all. The policeman, his face scarlet like a lobster just boiled, was lumbering unenthusiastically towards the 2 girls who were trotting towards the dyke. One of his hands, scarlet also, was extended. He was not a yard from Tietjens. Tietjens was exhausted beyond thinking or shouting. He slipped his clubs off his shoulder and, as if he were pitching his kit bag into a luggage van, threw the whole lot between the policeman's running legs. The man, who had no impetus to speak of, pitched forward onto his hands and knees. His helmet over his eyes, he seemed to reflect for a moment, then he removed his helmet and with great deliberation rolled round and sat on the turf. His face was completely without emotion, long, sandy moustached and rather shrewd. He mopped his brow with a carmine handkerchief that had white spots. Tietjens walked up to him. Clumsy of me," he said. "I hope you're not hurt." He drew from his breast pocket a curved silver flask. The policeman said nothing. His world, too, contained uncertainties, and he was profoundly glad to be able to sit still without discredit. He muttered, "Shaken a bit, anybody would be." That let him out, and he fell to examining with attention the bayonet catch of the flask top. Tietjens opened it for him. The two girls, advancing at a fatigued trot, were near the dyke side. The fair girl, as they trotted, was trying to adjust her companion's hat. Attached by pins to the back of her hair, it flapped on her shoulder. All the rest of the posse were advancing at a very slow walk, in a converging semicircle. Two little caddies were running, but Tietjens saw them check, hesitate, and stop. And there floated to Tietjens' ears the words, "Stop, you little devil, she'll knock your heads off." Right Honourable Mr. Waterhouse must have found an admirable voice-trainer somewhere. The drab girl was balancing tremulously over a plank on the dyke. The other took it at a jump, up in the air, down on her feet, perfectly businesslike. And as soon as the other girl was off the plank, she was down on her knees before it, pulling it towards her, and the other girl trotting away over the vast marsh field. The girl dropped the plank on the grass. Then she looked up and faced the men and boys who stood in a row on the road. She called in a shrill, high voice, like a young cockerel's, 17-2, the usual mail odds. You'll have to go round by Camber Railway Bridge, and we'll be in Folkestone by then. We've got bicycles." She was half going when she checked, and, searching out Tietjens to address, exclaimed, "I'm sorry I said that, because some of you didn't want to catch us. But some of you did, and you were 17-2. She addressed Mr. Waterhouse. "Why don't you give women the vote?" she said. "You'll find it will interfere a good deal with your indispensable golf if you don't. Then what becomes of the nation's health?" Mr. Waterhouse said, "If you'll come and discuss it quietly." She said, "Oh, tell that to the Marines," and turned away, the men in a row watching her figure disappear into the distance of the flat land. Not one of them was inclined to risk that jump. There was 9 foot of mud in the bottom of the dyke. It was quite true that, the plank being removed, to go after the women they would have had to go several miles round. It had been a well-thought-out raid. Mr. Waterhouse said that the girl was a ripping girl. The others found her just ordinary. Mr. Sandbach, who had only lately ceased to shout "Hi!" wanted to know what they were going to do about catching the women, but Mr. Waterhouse said, "Oh, chuck it, Sandy," and went off. Mr. Sandbach refused to continue his match with Tietjens. He said that Tietjens was the sort of fellow who was the ruin of England. He said he had a good mind to issue a warrant for the arrest of Tietjens for obstructing the course of justice. Tietjens pointed out that Sandbach wasn't a borough magistrate and so couldn't. And Sandbach went off, Dot and Carry One, and began a furious row with the 2 city men who had retreated to a distance. He said they were the sort of men who were the ruin of England. They bleated like rams. Tietjens wandered slowly up the course, found his ball, made his shot with care, and found that the ball deviated several feet less to the right of a straight line than he had expected. He tried the shot again, obtained the same result, and tabulated his observations in his notebook. He sauntered slowly back towards the clubhouse. He was content. He felt himself to be content for the first time in 4 months. His pulse beat calmly. The heat of the sun all over him appeared to be a beneficent flood. On the flanks of the older and larger sandhills he observed the minute herbage mixed with little purple aromatic plants. To these the constant nibbling of sheep had imparted a protective tininess. He wandered, content, round the sandhills to the small, silted harbour mouth. After reflecting for some time on the wave curves in the sloping mud of the water sides, he had a long conversation, mostly in signs, with a Finn who hung over the side of a tarred, stump-masted, battered vessel that had a gaping, splintered hole where the anchor should have hung. She came from Archangel, was of several 100 tons burthen, was knocked together anyhow of soft wood for about 90 pounds, and launched, sink or swim, in the timber trade. Beside her, taut, glistening with brasswork, was a new fishing boat, just built there for the Lowestoft fleet. Ascertaining her price from a man who was finishing her painting, Tietjens reckoned that you could have built 3 of the Archangel timber ships for the cost of that boat, and that the Archangel vessel would earn about twice as much per hour per ton. It was in that way his mind worked when he was fit. It picked up little pieces of definite, workmanlike information. When it had enough, it classified them, not for any purpose, but because to know things was agreeable and gave a feeling of strength, of having in reserve something that the other fellow would not suspect. He passed a long, quiet, abstracted afternoon. In the dressing-room he found the General among lockers, old coats and stoneware, washing basins set in scrubbed wood. The General leaned back against a row of these things. "You are the ruddy limit," he exclaimed. Tietjens said, "Where's McMaster?" The General said he had sent McMaster off with Sandbach in the 2-seater. McMaster had to dress before going up to Mountby. He added, "The ruddy limit again." "Because I knocked the bobby over?" Tietjens asked. "He liked it." The General said, "Knocked the bobby over? I didn't see that." "He didn't want to catch the girls," Tietjens said. "You could see him, yearning not to." "I don't want to know anything about that," the General said. "I shall hear enough about it from Paul Sandbach. Give the bobby a quid and let's hear no more of it. I'm a magistrate." "Then what have I done?" Tietjens said. "I helped those girls get off. You didn't want to catch them. Waterhouse didn't. The policeman didn't. No one did except the swine. Then what's the matter?" "Damn it all," the General said. "Don't you remember that you're a young married man?" With a respect for the General's superior age and achievements, Tietjens stopped himself laughing. "If you're really serious, sir," he said, "I always remember it very carefully. I don't suppose you're suggesting that I've ever shown want of respect for Sylvia?" The General shook his head. "I don't know," he said, "and damn it all, I'm worried. I'm your father's oldest friend." The General looked indeed worn and saddened in the light of the sand-drifted ground-glass windows. He said, "Was that skirt a friend of yours? Had you arranged it with her?" Tietjens said, "Wouldn't it be better, sir, if you said what you had on your mind?" The old General blushed a little. "I don't like to," he said straightforwardly. "You brilliant fellows. I only want, my dear boy, to hint that—" Tietjens said a little more stiffly, "I'd prefer you to get it out, sir. I acknowledge your right as my father's oldest friend." Then the General burst out, "Who was the skirt you were lolloping up Pall Mall with on the last day you trooped the colours? I didn't see her myself. Was it the same one? Paul said she looked like a cook-maid." Tietjens made himself a little more rigid. "She was, as a matter of fact, a bookmaker's secretary," Tietjens said. "I imagine I have the right to walk where I like, with whom I like, and no one has the right to question it. I don't mean you, sir, but no one else." The General said puzzledly, "It's you brilliant fellows. They all say you're brilliant." Tietjens said, "You might let your rooted distrust of intelligence, it's natural, of course, but you might let it allow you to be just to me. I assure you there was nothing discreditable." The General interrupted. "If you were a stupid young subaltern and told me you were showing your mother's new cook the way to the Piccadilly Tube, I'd believe you. But then no young subaltern would do such a damn blasted tomfool thing. Paul said you walked beside her like the king in his glory, through the crush outside the Haymarket, of all places in the world." "I'm obliged to Sandbach for his commendation," Tietjens said. He thought a moment, then he said, "I was trying to get that young woman. I was taking her out to lunch from her office at the bottom of the Haymarket to get her off a friend's back. That is, of course, between ourselves." He said this with great reluctance, because he didn't want to cast reflection on McMaster's taste, for the young lady had been by no means one to be seen walking with a really circumspect public official. But he had said nothing to indicate McMaster, and he had other friends. The General choked. "Upon my soul," he said, "what do you take me for?" He repeated the words as if he were amazed. "If," he said, "my GSO2, who's the stupidest ass I know, told me such a damn fool lie as that, I'd have him broke tomorrow." He went on expostulatorily. "Damn it all, it's the first duty of a soldier. It's the first duty of all Englishmen to be able to tell a good lie in answer to a charge. But a lie like that—" He broke off, breathless. Then he began again. "Hang it all, I told that lie to my grandmother, and my grandfather told it to his grandfather. And they call you brilliant." He paused and then asked reproachfully, "Or do you think I'm in a state of senile decay?" Tietjens said, "I know you, sir, to be the smartest general of division in the British Army. I leave you to draw your own conclusions as to why I said what I did." He had told the exact truth, but he was not sorry to be disbelieved. The General said, "Then I'll take it that you tell me a lie, meaning me to know that it's a lie." "That's quite proper. I take it you mean to keep the woman officially out of it. But look here, Chrissy," his tone took a deeper seriousness, "if the woman that's come between you and Sylvia, that's broken up your home, damn it, for that's what it is little Miss Wannop—" "Her name was Julia Mandelstein," Tietjens said. The General said, Yes, of course. But if it is the little Wannop girl, and it's not gone too far, put her back. Put her back as you used to be a good boy. It would be too hard on the mother." Tietjens said, "General, I give you my word." The General said, "I'm not asking any questions, my boy. I'm talking now. You've told me the story you want told, and it's the story I'll tell for you. But that little piece is, she used to be, as straight as a die. I dare say you know better than I. Of course, when they get among the wild women, there's no knowing what happens to them. They say they're all whores. I beg your pardon, if you like the girl." "Is Miss Wannop," Tietjens asked, "the girl who demonstrates?" "Sandbach said," the General went on, "that he couldn't see from where he was whether that girl was the same as the one in the Haymarket, but he thought it was. He was pretty certain." "As he's married your sister," Tietjens said, "one can't impugn his taste in women." "I say again, I'm not asking," the General said. "But I do say again, too, put her back. Her father was a great friend of your father's, or your father was a great admirer of his. They say he was the most brilliant brain of the party." "Of course I know who Professor Wannop was," Tietjens said. "There's nothing you could tell me about him." "I dare say not," the General said dryly. "Then you know that he didn't leave a farthing when he died, and the rotten Liberal government wouldn't put his wife and children on the civil list because he'd sometimes written for a Tory paper. And you know that the mother has had a deuced hard row to hoe and has only just turned the corner, if she can be said to have turned it. I know Claudine takes them all the peaches she can cadge out of Paul's gardener." Tietjens was about to say that Mrs. Wannop, the mother, had written the only novel worth reading since the 18th century, but the General went on. "Listen to me, my boy. If you can't get on without women, I should have thought Sylvia was good enough, but I know what we men are. I don't set up to be a saint. I heard a woman in the promenade of the Empire say once that it was the likes of them that saved the lives and figures of all the virtuous women of the country, and I dare say it's true. But choose a girl you can set up in a tobacco shop and do your courting in the back parlour, not in the Haymarket. Heaven knows if you can afford it. That's your affair. You appear to have been sold up, and from what Sylvia let drop to Claudine—" "I don't believe," Tietjens said, "that Sylvia said anything to Lady Claudine. She's too straight." "I didn't say 'said,'" the General exclaimed. "I particularly said 'let drop,' and perhaps I oughtn't to have said as much as that, but you know what devils for ferreting out women are, and Claudine's worse than any woman I ever knew." "And of course she's had Sandbach to help," Tietjens said. "Oh, that fellow's worse than any woman," the General exclaimed. "Then what does the whole indictment amount to?" Tietjens asked. "Oh, hang it," the General brought out. "I'm not a beastly detective. I only want a plausible story to tell Claudine, or not even plausible, an obvious lie, as long as it shows you're not flying in the face of society.
as walking up the Haymarket with the little Wannop when your wife's left you because of her would be." "What does it amount to?" Tietjens said patiently. "What Sylvia let drop?" "Only," the General answered, "that your views are immoral. Of course, they often puzzle me, and of course if you have views that aren't the same as other people's and don't keep them to yourself, other people will suspect you of immorality. That's what's put poor Sandbach on your track. And that you're extravagant. Oh, hang it, eternal hansoms and taxis and telegrams. You know, my boy, times aren't what they were when your father and I married. We used to say you could do it on 500 a year as a younger son. And then this girl, too." His voice took on a more agitated note of shyness. Pain. "It probably hadn't occurred to you, but of course Sylvia has an income of her own, and, don't you see, if you outrun the constable and... In short, you're spending Sylvia's money on the other girl, and that's what people can't stand." He added quickly, "I'm bound to say that Mrs. Satterthwaite backs you through thick and thin. Thick and thin. Claudine wrote to her. But you know what women are with a handsome son-in-law that's always polite to them. But I may tell you that but for your mother-in-law, Claudine would have cut you out of her visiting list months ago. And you have been cut out of some others, too." Tietjens said, "Thanks. I think that's enough to go on with. Give me a couple of minutes to reflect on what you've said." "I'll wash my hands and change my coat," the General said with intense relief. At the end of 2 minutes, Tietjens said, "No, I don't see that there is anything I want to say." The General exclaimed with enthusiasm, "That's my good lad. Open confession is next to reform, and try to be more respectful to your superiors. Damn it, they say you're brilliant, but I thank heaven I haven't got you in my command, though I believe you're a good lad. But you're the sort of fellow to set a whole division by the ears. A regular Dreyfus." "Did you think Dreyfus was guilty?" Tietjens asked. "Hang it," the General said, "he was worse than guilty, the sort of fellow you couldn't believe in and yet couldn't prove anything against, the curse of the world." Tietjens said, "Ah." "Well, they are," the General said, "fellows like that unsettle society. You don't know where you are. You can't judge. They make you uncomfortable. A brilliant fellow, too. I believe he's a brigadier general by now." He put his arm round Tietjens' shoulders. There, my dear boy," he said, "come and have a slow gin. That's the real answer to all beastly problems." It was some time before Tietjens could get to think of his own problems. The fly that took them back went with the slow pomp of a procession over the winding marsh road in front of the absurdly picturesque red pyramid of the very old town. Tietjens had to listen to the General suggesting that it would be better if he didn't come to the golf club till Monday. He would get McMaster some good games. A good sound fellow, that McMaster now. It was a pity Tietjens hadn't some of his soundness. The 2 city men had approached the General on the course and had used some violent invectives against Tietjens. They had objected to being called ruddy swine to their faces. They were going to the police. The General said that he had told them himself, slowly and distinctly, that they were ruddy swine and that they would never get another ticket at the club after Monday. But till Monday, apparently, they had the right to be there and the club wouldn't want scenes. Sandbach, too, was infuriated about Tietjens. Tietjens said that the fault lay with the times that permitted the introduction into gentlemen's company of such social swipes as Sandbach. One acted perfectly correctly, and then a dirty little beggar like that put dirty little constructions on it and ran about and bleated. He added that he knew Sandbach was the General's brother-in-law, but he couldn't help it. That was the truth. The General said, "I know, my boy, I know. But one had to take society as one found it. Claudine had to be provided for, and Sandbach made a very good husband, careful, sober, and on the right side in politics. A bit of a rip, but they couldn't ask for everything. And Claudine was using all the influence she had with the other side, which was not a little, women were so wonderful, to get him a diplomatic job in Turkey, so as to get him out of the way of Mrs. Crundle. Mrs. Crundle was the leading anti-suffragette of the little town. That was what made Sandbach so bitter against Tietjens. He told Tietjens so that Tietjens might understand. Tietjens had hitherto flattered himself that he could examine a subject swiftly and put it away in his mind. To the General he hardly listened.
The allegations against himself were beastly, but he could usually ignore allegations against himself, and he imagined that if he said no more about them, he would himself hear no more. If there were, in clubs and places where men talk, unpleasant rumours as to himself, he preferred it to be thought that he was the rip, not his wife the strumpet. That was normal male vanity, the preference of the English gentleman. Had it been a matter of Sylvia spotless and himself as spotless as he was, for in all these things he knew himself to be spotless, he would certainly have defended himself, at least to the general. But he had acted practically in not defending himself more vigorously, for he imagined that, had he really tried, he could have made the general believe him. But he had behaved rightly. It was not mere vanity. There was the child up at his sister Effie's. It was better for a boy to have a rip of a father than a whore for mother. The general was expatiating on the solidity of a squat castle like a pile of drafts away to the left in the sun on the flatness. He was saying that we didn't build like that nowadays. Tietjens said, "You're perfectly wrong, General. All the castles that Henry VIII built in 1543 along this coast are mere monuments of jerry building. In 1543 jactat castra dellis Sant Gatto rea Hastingas Henricus Rex. That means he chucked them down." The general laughed. "You are an incorrigible fellow. If ever there's any known certain fact—" "But go and look at the beastly things," Tietjens said. "You'll see that they've just got a facing of Caen stone that they tide floated here, and the fillings up are just rubble, any rubbish. Look here, it's a known certain fact, isn't it, that your 18-pounders are better than the French 75s? They tell us so in the house, on the hustings, in the papers. The public believes it. But would you put one of your tin pot things firing, 4 shells a minute, with the little bent pins in their tails to stop the recoil, against their 75s with the compressed air cylinders?" The general sat stiffly upon his cushions. "That's different," he said. "How the devil do you get to know these things?" "It isn't different," Tietjens said. "It's the same muddle-headed frame of mind that sees good building in Henry VIII as lets us into wars with hopelessly antiquated field guns and rottenly inferior ammunition. You'd fire any fellow on your staff who said we could stand up for a minute against the French." "Well, anyhow," the general said, "I thank heavens you're not on my staff, for you'd talk my hind leg off in a week. It's perfectly true that the public—" But Tietjens was not listening. He was considering that it was natural for an unborn fellow like Sandbach to betray the solidarity that should exist between men. And it was natural for a childless woman like Lady Claudine Sandbach, with a flagrantly unfaithful husband, to believe in the unfaithfulness of the husbands of other women. The general was saying, "Who did you hear that stuff from about the French field gun?" Tietjens said, "From you, 3 weeks ago." "And all the other society women with unfaithful husbands? They must do their best to down and out a man. They would cut him off their visiting lists. Let them. The barren harlots mated to faithless eunuchs." Suddenly he thought that he didn't know for certain that he was the father of his child, and he groaned. "Well, what have I said wrong now?" the general asked. "Surely you don't maintain that pheasants do eat mangolds?" Tietjens proved his reputation for sanity with, "No, I was just groaning at the thought of the Chancellor. That's sound enough for you, isn't it?" But it gave him a nasty turn. He hadn't been able to pigeonhole and padlock his disagreeable reflections. He had been as good as talking to himself. In the bow window of another hostelry than his own he caught the eye of Mr. Waterhouse, who was looking at the view over the marshes. The great man beckoned to him, and he went in. Mr. Waterhouse was anxious that Tietjens, whom he assumed to be a man of sense, should get any pursuit of the 2 girls stopped off. He couldn't move in the matter himself, but a £5 note and possibly a police promotion or so might be handed round if no advertisement were given to the mad women on account of their raid of that afternoon. It was not a very difficult matter, for where the great man was to be found in the club lounge, there in the bar the mayor, the town clerk, the local head of the police, the doctors and solicitors would be found drinking together. And after it was arranged, the great man himself came into the bar, had a drink, and pleased them all immensely by his affability. Tietjens himself, dining alone with the minister, to whom he wanted to talk about his Labour Finance Act, didn't find him a disagreeable fellow. Not really foolish, not sly except in his humour, tired obviously, but livening up after a couple of whiskies, and certainly not as yet plutocratic, with tastes for apple pie and cream of a 14-year-old boy. And even as regards his famous Act, which was then shaking the country to its political foundations, once you accepted its fundamental unsuitedness to the temperament and needs of the English working class, you could see that Mr. Waterhouse didn't want to be dishonest. He accepted with gratitude several of Tietjens' emendations in the actuarial schedules, and over their port they agreed on two fundamental legislative ideals: every working man to have a minimum of $400 a year, and every beastly manufacturer who wanted to pay less to be hung. That, it appeared, was the high Toryism of Tietjens, as it was the extreme radicalism of the extreme left of the left. And Tietjens, who hated no man, in face of this simple-minded and agreeable schoolboy type of fellow, fell to wondering why it was that humanity, that was next to always agreeable in its units, was, as a mass, a phenomenon so hideous. You look at a dozen men, each of them not by any means detestable and not uninteresting, for each of them would have technical details of their affairs to impart. You formed them into a government or a club, and at once, with oppressions, inaccuracies, gossip, backbiting, lying, corruptions, and vileness, you had the combination of wolf, tiger, weasel, and louse-covered ape that was human society. And he remembered the words of some Russian: "Cats and monkeys, monkeys and cats, all humanity is there." Tietjens and Mr. Waterhouse spent the rest of the evening together. Whilst Tietjens was interviewing the policeman, the minister sat on the front steps of the cottage and smoked cheap cigarettes, and when Tietjens went to bed, Mr. Waterhouse insisted on sending by him kindly messages to Miss Wannop, asking her to come and discuss female suffrage any afternoon she liked in his private room at the House of Commons. Mr. Waterhouse flatly refused to believe that Tietjens hadn't arranged the raid with Miss Wannop. He said it had been too neatly planned for any woman, and he said Tietjens was a lucky fellow, for she was a ripping girl. Back in his room under the rafters, Tietjens fell, nevertheless, at once a prey to real agitation. For a long time he pounded from wall to wall, and since he could not shake off the train of thought, he got out at last his patience cards and devoted himself seriously to thinking out the conditions of his life with Sylvia. He wanted to stop scandal if he could. He wanted them to live within his income. He wanted to subtract that child from the influence of its mother. These were all definite but difficult things. Then one half of his mind lost itself in the rearrangement of schedules, and on his brilliant table his hands set queens on kings and checked their recurrences. In that way the sudden entrance of McMaster gave him a really terrible physical shock. He nearly vomited, his brain reeled, and the room fell about. He drank a great quantity of whisky in front of McMaster's goggling eyes, but even at that he couldn't talk, and he dropped into his bed, faintly aware of his friend's efforts to loosen his clothes. He had, he knew, carried the suppression of thought in his conscious mind so far that his unconscious self had taken command and had, for the time, paralysed both his body and his mind. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 1. "It doesn't seem quite fair, Valentine," Mrs. Duchemin said. She was arranging in a glass bowl some minute flowers that floated on water. They made there on the breakfast table a patch, as it were, of mosaic amongst silver chafing dishes, silver épergnes piled with peaches in pyramids, and great silver rose bowls filled with roses that drooped to the damask cloth. A congeries of silver largenesses made as if a fortification for the head of the table. 2 huge silver urns, a great silver kettle on a tripod, and a couple of silver vases filled with the extremely tall blue spikes of delphiniums that, spreading out, made as if a fan. The 18th century room was very tall and long, panelled in darkish wood. In the centre of each of the 4 panels, facing the light, hung pictures, a mellowed orange in tone, representing mists and the cordage of ships in mists at sunrise. On the bottom of each large gold frame was a tablet bearing the inscription J. M. W. Turner. The chairs, arranged along the long table that was set for 8 people, had the delicate spidery mahogany backs of Chippendale. On the golden mahogany sideboard that had behind it green silk curtains on a brass rail were displayed an immense crumbed ham, more peaches on an épergne, a large meat pie with a varnished crust, another épergne that supported the large pale globes of grapefruit, a galantine, a cube of inlaid meats encased in thick jelly. "Oh, women have to back each other up in these days," Valentine Wannop said. "I couldn't let you go through this alone after breakfasting with you every Saturday since I don't know when." "I do feel," Mrs. Duchemin said, "immensely grateful to you for your moral support. I ought not perhaps to have risked this morning, but I've told Parry to keep him out till 10:15. "It's at any rate tremendously sporting of you," the girl said. "I think it was worth trying." Mrs. Duchemin, wavering round the table, slightly changed the position of the delphiniums. "I think they make a good screen," Mrs. Duchemin said. "Oh, nobody will be able to see him," the girl answered reassuringly. She added with a sudden resolution, "Look here, Edie, stop worrying about my mind. If you think that anything I hear at your table after 9 months as an ashcat at Ealing, with 3 men in the house, an invalid wife and a drunken cook, can corrupt my mind, you're simply mistaken. You can let your conscience be at rest, and let's say no more about it." Mrs. Duchemin said, "Oh, Valentine, how could your mother let you?" "She didn't know," the girl said. "She was out of her mind for grief. She sat for most of the whole 9 months with her hands folded before her in a board and lodging house at 25 shillings a week, and it took the 5 shillings a week that I earned to make up the money." She added, "Gilbert had to be kept at school, of course, and in the holidays too." "I don't understand," Mrs. Duchemin said. "I simply don't understand." "Of course you wouldn't," the girl answered. "You're like the kindly people who subscribed at the sale to buy my father's library back and present it to my mother. That cost us 5 shillings a week for warehousing, and at Ealing they were always nagging at me for the state of my print dresses." She broke off and said, "Let's not talk about it any more if you don't mind. You have me in your house, so I suppose you've a right to references, as the mistresses call them. But you've been very good to me and never asked. Still, it's come up. Do you know, I told a man on the links yesterday that I'd been a slavey for 9 months. I was trying to explain why I was a suffragette, and as I was asking him a favour, I suppose I felt I needed to give him references too." Mrs. Duchemin, beginning to advance towards the girl impulsively, exclaimed, "You darling." Miss Wannop said, "Wait a minute, I haven't finished. I want to say this. I never talk about that stage of my career because I'm ashamed of it. I'm ashamed of it because I think I did the wrong thing, not for any other reason. I did it on impulse, and I stuck to it out of obstinacy. I mean, it would probably have been much more sensible to go round with a hat to benevolent people for the keep of mother and to complete my education. But if we've inherited the Wannop ill luck, we've inherited the Wannop pride, and I couldn't do it. Besides, I was only 17, and I gave out we were going into the country after the sale. I'm not educated at all, as you know, or only half, because father, being a brilliant man, had ideas, and one of them was that I was to be an athletic, not a classic don at Cambridge, or I might have been, I believe. I don't know why he had that tick, but I'd like you to understand 2 things. One, I've said already, what I hear in this house won't ever shock or corrupt me. That it's said in Latin is neither here nor there. I understand Latin almost as well as English, because father used to talk it to me and Gilbert as soon as we talked at all. And oh yes, I'm a suffragette because I've been a slavey. But I'd like you to understand that though I was a slavey and am a suffragette, you're an old-fashioned woman and queer things are thought about these two things, then I'd like you to understand that in spite of it all I'm pure, chaste, you know, perfectly virtuous." Mrs. Duchemin said, "Oh, Valentine, did you wear a cap and apron? You, in a cap and apron?" Miss Wannop replied, "Yes, I wore a cap and apron and sniffled mum to the mistress and slept under the stairs too, because I would not sleep with the beast of a cook." Mrs. Duchemin now ran forward and, catching Miss Wannop by both hands, kissed her first on the left and then on the right cheek. "Oh, Valentine," she said, "you're a heroine, and you're only 22. Isn't that the motor coming?" But it wasn't the motor coming, and Miss Wannop said, "Oh no, I'm not a heroine. When I tried to speak to that minister yesterday, I just couldn't. It was Gertie who went for him. As for me, I just hopped on one leg to the other and started votes for women. If I'd been decently brave, I shouldn't have been too shy to speak to a strange man, for that was what it really came to." "But that surely," Mrs. Duchemin said, she continued to hold both the girls' hands, "makes you all the braver. It's the person who does the things he's afraid of who's the real hero, isn't it?" "Oh, we used to argue that old thing over with father when we were 10. You can't tell. You've got to define the term brave. I was just abject. I could harangue the whole crowd when I got them together, but speak to one man in cold blood I couldn't. Of course, I did speak to a fat golfing idiot with bulging eyes to get him to save Gertie, but that was different." Mrs. Duchemin moved both the girls' hands up and down in her own. "As you know, Valentine," she said, "I'm an old-fashioned woman. I believe that woman's true place is at her husband's side. At the same time—" Miss Wannop moved away. "Now don't, Edie, don't," she said. "If you believe that, you're an auntie. Don't run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. It's your defect, really. I tell you, I'm not a heroine. I dread prison. I hate rows. I'm thankful to goodness that it's my duty to stop and housemaid, typewrite for mother, so that I can't really do things. Look at that miserable, adenoidy little Gertie hiding upstairs in our garret. She was crying all last night, but that's just nerves. Yet she's been in prison 5 times, stomach pumped and all. Not a moment of funk about her. But as for me, a girl as hard as a rock that prison wouldn't touch, why, I'm all of a jump now. That's why I'm talking nonsense like a pert schoolgirl. I just dread that every sound may be the police coming for me." Mrs. Duchemin stroked the girl's fair hair and tucked a loose strand behind her ear. "I wish you'd let me show you how to do your hair," she said. "The right man might come along at any moment." "Oh, the right man," Miss Wannop said. "Thanks for tactfully changing the subject. The right man for me when he comes along will be a married man. That's the Wannop luck." Mrs. Duchemin said with deep concern, "Don't talk like that. Why should you regard yourself as being less lucky than other people? Surely your mother's done well. She has a position, she makes money." "Ah, but mother isn't a Wannop," the girl said, "only by marriage. The real Wannops, they've been executed and attainted and falsely accused and killed in carriage accidents and married adventurers or died penniless like father, ever since the dawn of history. And then mother's got her mascot." "Oh, what's that?" Mrs. Duchemin asked, almost with animation. "A relic?" "Don't you know mother's mascot?" the girl asked. "She tells everybody. Don't you know the story of the man with the champagne? How mother was sitting contemplating suicide in her bed-sitting room, and there came in a man with a name like Tea-Tray. She always calls him the mascot, and asks us to remember him as such in our prayers. He was a man who'd been at a German university with father years before and loved him very dearly, but not kept touch with him. And he'd been out of England for 9 months when father died, and round about it. And he said, 'Now, Mrs. Wannop, what's this?' And she told him. And he said, 'What you want is champagne.' And he sent the slavey out with a sovereign for a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. And he broke the neck of the bottle off against the mantelpiece because they were slow in bringing an opener, and he stood over her while she drank half the bottle out of her tooth-glass, and he took her out to lunch. Oh, it's cold, and lectured her, and got her a job to write leaders on a paper he had shares in." Mrs. Duchemin said, "You're shivering." "I know I am," the girl said. She went on very fast. "And of course mother always wrote father's articles for him. He found the ideas but couldn't write, and she's a splendid style. And since then, he, the mascot, T-Tray, has always turned up when she's been in tight places. When the paper blew her up and threatened to dismiss her for inaccuracies, she's frightfully inaccurate, and he wrote her out a table of things every leader writer must know, such as that A. Ebor is the Archbishop of York, and that the government is liberal. And one day he turned up and said, "Why don't you write a novel on that story you told me?" And he lent her the money to buy the cottage we're in now, to be quiet and write in. Oh, I can't go on. Miss Wannop burst into tears. "It's thinking of those beastly days," she said, "and that beastly yesterday." She ran the knuckles of both her hands fiercely into her eyes and determinedly eluded Mrs. Duchemin's handkerchief and embraces. She said, almost contemptuously, "A nice, considerate person I am, and you with this ordeal hanging over you. Do you suppose I don't appreciate all your silent heroism of the home while we're marching about with flags and shouting? But it's just to stop women like you being tortured body and soul week in, week out that we—" Mrs. Duchemin had sat down on a chair near one of the windows. She had her handkerchief hiding her face. "Why women in your position don't take lovers," the girl said hotly, "or that women in your position do take lovers." Mrs. Duchemin looked up. In spite of its tears, her white face had an air of serious dignity. "Oh no, Valentine," she said, using her deeper tones. "There's something beautiful, there's something thrilling about chastity. I'm not narrow-minded. Censorious, I don't condemn, but to preserve in word, thought and action a lifelong fidelity, it's no mean achievement." "You mean like an egg and spoon race," Miss Wannop said. "It isn't," Mrs. Duchemin replied gently, "the way I should have put it. Isn't the real symbol Atalanta running fast and not turning aside for the golden apple? That always seemed to me the real truth hidden in the beautiful old legend." "I don't know," Miss Wannop said. "When I read what Ruskin says about it in The Crown of Wild Olive— oh no, it's the Queen of the Air. That's his Greek rubbish, isn't it? I always think it seems like an egg race in which the young woman didn't keep her eyes on the boat. But I suppose it comes to the same thing." Mrs. Duchemin said, "My dear, not a word against John Ruskin in this house." Miss Wannop screamed. An immense voice had shouted, "This way, the ladies will be here." Of Mr. Duchemin's curates, he had 3 of them, for he had 3 marshland parishes almost without stipend, so that no one but a very rich clergyman could have held them. It was observed that they were all very large men, with the physiques rather of prize-fighters than of clergy, so that when by any chance at dusk Mr. Duchemin, who himself was of exceptional stature, and his 3 assistants went together along a road, the hearts of any malefactors whom in the midst they chanced to encounter went pit-to-pat. Mr. Horsley, the number 2, had, in addition, an enormous voice. He shouted 4 or 5 words, interjected "tee-hee," shouted 4 or 5 more, and again interjected "tee-hee." He had enormous wrist bones that protruded from his clerical cuffs, an enormous Adam's apple, a large, thin, close-cropped, colourless face like a skull, with very sunken eyes, and when he was once started speaking, it was impossible to stop him, because his own voice in his ears drowned every possible form of interruption. This morning, as an inmate of the house, introducing to the breakfast-room Messrs. Tietjens and McMaster, who had driven up to the steps just as he was mounting them, he had a story to tell. The introduction was therefore not, as such, a success. "A state of siege, ladies, hee-hee!" he alternately roared and giggled. "We're living in a regular state of siege, what with—" It appeared that the night before, after dinner, Mr. Sandbach and rather more than half a dozen of the young bloods who had dined at Mountby had gone scouring the country lanes, mounted on motor bicycles and armed with loaded canes, for suffragettes. Every woman they had come across in the darkness they had stopped, abused, threatened with their loaded canes, and subjected to cross-examination. The countryside was up in arms. As a story, this took, with the appropriate reflections and repetitions, a long time in telling, and afforded Tietjens and Miss Wannop the opportunity of gazing at each other. Miss Wannop was frankly afraid that this large, clumsy, unusual-looking man, now that he had found her again, might hand her over to the police, whom she imagined to be searching for herself and her friend Gertie, Miss Wilson, at that moment in bed under the care, as she also imagined, of Mrs. Wannop. On the links he had seemed to her natural and in place. Here, with his loosely hung clothes and immense hands, the white patch on the side of his rather cropped head, and his masked, rather shapeless features, he affected her queerly as being both in and out of place. He seemed to go with the ham, the meat pie, the galantine, and even at a pinch with the roses, but the Turner pictures, the aesthetic curtain, and Mrs. Duchemin's flowing robes, amber and rose in the hair, did not go with him at all. Even the Chippendale chairs hardly did. And she felt herself thinking oddly, beneath her perturbations, of a criminal, and the voice of the Reverend Horsley that his Harris tweeds went all right with her skirt, and she was glad that she had on a clean, cream-coloured silk blouse, not a striped pink cotton. She was right as to that. In every man there are two minds that work side by side, the one checking the other. Thus emotion stands against reason, intellect corrects passion, and first impressions act a little, but very little, before quick reflection. Yet first impressions have always a bias in their favour, and even quiet reflection has often a job to efface them. The night before, Tietjens had given several thoughts to this young woman. General Campion had assigned her to him as maîtresse en titre. He was said to have ruined himself, broken up his home, and spent his wife's money on her. Those were lies. On the other hand, they were not inherent impossibilities. Upon occasion, and given the right woman, quite sound men have done such things. He might, heaven knows, himself be so caught, but that he should have ruined himself over an unnoticeable young female who had announced herself as having been a domestic servant and wore a pink cotton blouse, that had seemed to go beyond the bounds of even the unreason of club gossip. That was the strong first impression. It was all very well for his surface mind to say that the girl was not by birth a tweeny maid. She was the daughter of Professor Wannop, and she could jump. For Tietjens held very strongly the theory that what finally separated the classes was that the upper could lift its feet from the ground, whilst common people couldn't. But the strong impression remained. Miss Wannop was a tweeny maid, say, a lady's help by nature. She was of good family, for the Wannops were first heard of at Birdlip in Gloucestershire in the year 1417, no doubt enriched after Agincourt. But even brilliant men of good family will now and then throw daughters who are lady helps by nature. That was one of the queernesses of heredity. And though Tietjens had even got as far as to realize that Miss Wannop must be a heroine who had sacrificed her young years to her mother's gifts, and no doubt to a brother at school, for he had guessed as far as that, even then Tietjens couldn't make her out as more than a lady help. Heroines are all very well, admirable, they may even be saints, but if they let themselves get careworn in face and go shabby, well, they must wait for the gold that shall be amply stored for them in heaven. On this earth you could hardly accept them as wives for men of your own set. Certainly you wouldn't spend your own wife's money on them. That was what it really came to. But brightened up as he now suddenly saw her, with silk for the pink cotton, shining coiled hair for the white canvas hat, a charming young neck, good shoes beneath neat ankles, a healthy flush taking the place of yesterday's pallor of fear for her comrade, an obvious equal in the surroundings of quite good people, small but well-shaped and healthy, immense blue eyes fixed without embarrassment on his own. By Jove, he said to himself, it's true, what a jolly little mistress she'd make. He blamed Campion, Sandbach, and the club gossips for the form the thought had taken. For the cruel, bitter, and stupid pressure of the world has yet about it something selective. If it couples male and female in its inexorable rings of talk, it will be because there is something harmonious in the union, and there exists then the pressure of suggestion. He took a look at Mrs. Duchemin and considered her infinitely commonplace and probably a bore. He disliked her large-shouldered, many-yarded style of blue dress, and considered that no woman should wear clouded amber, for which the proper function was the provision of cigarette-holders for bounders. He looked back at Miss Wannop and considered that she would make a good wife for McMaster. McMaster liked bouncing girls, and this girl was quite lady enough. He heard Miss Wannop shout against the gale to Mrs. Duchemin, "Do I sit beside the head of the table and pour out?" Mrs. Duchemin answered, "No, I've asked Miss Fox to pour out. She's nearly stone deaf." Miss Fox was the penniless sister of a curate, deceased. "You ought to amuse Mr. Tietjens." Tietjens noticed that Mrs. Duchemin had an agreeable throat voice. It penetrated the noises of Mr. Horsley as the missel thrush's note penetrates a gale. It was rather agreeable. He noticed that Miss Wannop made a little grimace. Mr. Horsley, like a megaphone addressing a crowd, was turning from side to side, addressing his hearers by rotation. At the moment he was bawling at McMaster. It would be Tietjens' turn again in a moment to hear a description of the heart attacks of old Mrs. Hagan at Noby's, but Tietjens' turn did not come. A high-complexioned, round-cheeked, 45-ish lady with agreeable eyes, dressed rather well in the black of the not very lately widowed, entered the room with precipitation. She patted Mr. Horsley on his declamatory right arm, and, since he went on talking, she caught him by the hand and shook it. She exclaimed in high, commanding tones, "Which is Mr. McMaster, the critic?" And then, in the dead lull, to Tietjens, "Are you Mr. McMaster, the critic?" "No? Then you must be." Her turning to McMaster, and the extinction of her interest in himself, had been one of the rudest things Tietjens had ever experienced, but it was an affair so strictly businesslike that he took it without any offence. She was remarking to McMaster, "Oh, Mr. McMaster, my new book will be out on Thursday week," and she had begun to lead him towards a window at the other end of the room. Miss Wannop said, "What have you done with Gertie?" "Gertie," Mrs. Wannop exclaimed, with the surprise of one coming out of a dream. "Oh, yes, she's fast asleep. She'll sleep till 4. I told Hannah to give a look at her now and then." Miss Wannop's hands fell open at her side. "Oh, mother," forced itself from her. "Oh, yes," Mrs. Wannop said, "we'd agreed to tell old Hannah we didn't want her today. So we had." She said to McMaster, "Old Hannah is our charwoman," wavered a little, and then went on brightly, "Of course it will be of use to you to hear about my new book. To you journalists a little bit of previous explanation," and she dragged off McMaster. That had come about because, just as she had got into the dog-cart to be driven to the rectory, for she herself could not drive a horse, Miss Wannop had told her mother that there would be 2 men at breakfast, one whose name she didn't know, the other, a Mr. McMaster, a celebrated critic. Mrs. Wannop had called up to her, "A critic? Of what?" her whole sleepy being electrified. "I don't know," her daughter had answered. "Books, I dare say." A second or so after, when the horse, a large black animal that wouldn't stand, had made 20 yards at several bounds, the handy man who drove had said, "Your mother's owling after you." But Miss Wannop had answered that it didn't matter. She was confident that she had arranged for everything. She was to be back to get lunch. Her mother was to give an occasional look at Gertie Wilson in the garret. Hannah, the daily help, was to be told she could go for the day. It was of the highest importance that Hannah should not know that a completely strange young woman was asleep in the garret at 11 in the morning. If she did, the news would be all over the neighbourhood at once, and the police instantly down on them. But Mrs. Wannop was a woman of business. If she heard of a reviewer within driving distance, she called on him with eggs as a present. The moment the Daily Help had arrived, she had set out and walked to the rectory. No consideration of danger from the police would have stopped her. Besides, she had forgotten all about the police. Her arrival worried Mrs. Duchemin a good deal, because she wished all her guests to be seated and the breakfast well begun before the entrance of her husband. And this was not easy. Mrs. Wannop, who was uninvited, refused to be separated from Mr. McMaster. Mr. McMaster told her that he never wrote reviews in the daily papers, only articles for the heavy quarterlies, and it had occurred to Mrs. Wannop that an article on her new book in one of the quarterlies was just what was needed. She was, therefore, engaged in telling Mr. McMaster how to write about herself, and twice after Mrs. Duchemin had succeeded in shepherding Mr. McMaster nearly to his seat, Mrs. Wannop had conducted him back to the embrasure of the window.
It was only by sitting herself firmly in her chair next to McMaster that Mrs. Duchemin was able to retain for herself this all-essential strategic position, and it was only by calling out, "Mr. Horsley, do take Mrs. Wannop to the seat beside you and feed her," that Mrs. Duchemin got Mrs. Wannop out of Mr. Duchemin's own seat at the head of the table, for Mrs. Wannop, having perceived this seat to be vacant and next to Mr. McMaster, had pulled out the Chippendale armchair and had prepared to sit down in it. This could only have spelt disaster, for it would have meant turning Mrs. Duchemin's husband loose amongst the other guests. Mr. Horsley, however, accomplished his duty of leading away this lady with such firmness that Mrs. Wannop conceived of him as a very disagreeable and awkward person. Mr. Horsley's seat was next to Miss Fox, a grey spinster, who sat, as it were, within the fortification of silver urns and deftly occupied herself with the ivory taps of these machines. This seat, too, Mrs. Wannop tried to occupy, imagining that by moving the silver vases that upheld the tall delphiniums she would be able to get a diagonal view of McMaster, and so to shout to him. She found, however, that she couldn't, and so resigned herself to taking the chair that had been reserved for Miss Gertie Wilson, who was to have been the 8th guest. Once there, she sat in distracted gloom, occasionally saying to her daughter, "I think it's very bad management. I think this party's very badly arranged." Mr. Horsley she hardly thanked for the soul that he placed before her. Tietjens she did not even look at. End of Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 1. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 2 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 2. Sitting beside McMaster, her eyes fixed on a small door in the corner of a panelled wall, Mrs. Duchemin became a prey to a sudden and overwhelming fit of apprehension. It forced her to say to her guest, though she had resolved to chance it and say nothing, "It wasn't perhaps fair to ask you to come all this way. You may get nothing out of my husband. He's apt, especially on Saturdays." She trailed off into indecision. It was possible that nothing might occur. On 2 Saturdays out of 7, nothing did occur. Then an admission would be wasted. This sympathetic being would go out of her life without a knowledge that he needn't have had to be a slur on her memory in his mind. But then, overwhelmingly, there came over her the feeling that, if he knew of her sufferings, he might feel impelled to remain and comfort her. She cast about for words with which to finish her sentence, but McMaster said, "Oh, dear lady," and it seemed to her to be charming to be addressed thus. "One understands, one is surely trained and adapted to understand, that these great scholars, these abstracted cognoscenti—" Mrs. Duchemin breathed a great "ah" of relief. McMaster had used the exactly right words. And McMaster was going on, merely to spend a short hour, a swallow flight, as when the swallow gliding from lofty portal to lofty portal, you know the lines, in these your perfect surroundings. Blissful waves seemed to pass from him to her. It was in this way that men should speak. In that way, steel blue tie, true-looking, gold ring, steel blue eyes beneath black brows, that men should look. She was half conscious of warmth. This suggested the bliss of falling asleep truly in perfect surroundings. The roses on the table were lovely. Their scent came to her. A voice came to her. "You do the thing in style, I must say." The large, clumsy, but otherwise unnoticeable being that this fascinating man had brought in his train was setting up pretensions to her notice. He had just placed before her a small blue china plate that contained a little black caviar and a round of lemon. A small Sèvres pink, delicate plate that held the pinkest peach in the room. She had said to him, "Oh, a little caviar, a peach," a long time before, with the vague under-feeling that the names of such comestibles must convey to her person a charm in the eyes of Caliban.
She buckled about her armour of charm. Tietjens was gazing with large, fishish eyes at the caviar before her. "How do you get that, for instance?" he asked. "Oh," she answered, "if it wasn't my husband's doing, it would look like ostentation. I'd find it ostentatious for myself." She found a smile, radiant yet muted. "He's trained Simpkins of New Bond Street. For a telephone message overnight, special messengers go to Billingsgate at dawn for salmon and red mullet. This in ice, and great blocks of ice too. It's such pretty stuff. And then by 7 the car goes to Ashford Junction. All the same, it's difficult to give a breakfast before 10. She didn't want to waste her careful sentences on this grave fellow. She couldn't, however, turn back, as she yearned to do, to the kindredly running phrases, as if out of books she had read, of the smaller man. "Ah, but it isn't," Tietjens said, "ostentation. It's the great tradition. You mustn't ever forget that your husband's breakfast doucheman of Magdalen." He seemed to be gazing inscrutably deep into her eyes, but no doubt he meant to be agreeable. "Sometimes I wish I could," she said. "He doesn't get anything out of it himself. He's ascetic to unreasonableness. On Fridays he eats nothing at all. It makes me quite anxious for Saturdays." Tietjens said, "I know." She exclaimed, and almost with sharpness, "You know?" He continued to gaze straight into her eyes. "Oh, of course one knows all about breakfast doucheman," he said. "He was one of Ruskin's road builders. He was said to be the most Ruskin-like of them all." Mrs. Doucheman cried out, "Oh!" Fragments of the worst stories that in his worst moods her husband had told her of his old preceptor went through her mind. She imagined that the shameful parts of her intimate life must be known to this nebulous monster. For Tietjens, turned sideways and facing her, had seemed to grow monstrous, with undefined outlines. He was the male, threatening, clumsily odious and external. She felt herself say to herself, "I will do you an injury if ever—" For already she had felt herself swaying the preferences, the thoughts and the future of the man on her other side. He was the male tender, in-fitting, the complement of the harmony, the meat for consumption, like the sweet pulp of figs. It was inevitable, it was essential to the nature of her relationship with her husband that Mrs. Doucheman should have these feelings. She heard, almost without emotion, so great was her disturbance, from behind her back the dreaded high, rasping tones. "Post coitum tristis, ha ha! That's what it is?" The voice repeated the words and added sardonically, "You know what that means?" But the problem of her husband had become secondary. The real problem was, what was this monstrous and hateful man going to say of her to his friend when for long hours they were away? He was still gazing into her eyes. He said nonchalantly, rather low, "I wouldn't look round if I were you. Vincent McMaster is quite up to dealing with the situation." His voice had the familiarity of an elder brother's, and at once Mrs. Doucheman knew that he knew that already close ties were developing between herself and McMaster. He was speaking as a man speaks in emergencies to the mistress of his dearest friend. He was then one of those formidable and to be feared males who possess the gift of right intuitions. Tietjens said, "You heard," to the gloating, cruel tones that had asked. "You know what that means?" McMaster had answered clearly, but with the snappy intonation of a reproving don. "Of course I know what it means. It's no discovery." That was exactly the right note. Tietjens, and Mrs. Doucheman too, could hear Mr. Doucheman, invisible behind his rampart of blue spikes and silver, give the answering snuffle of a reproved schoolboy. A hard-faced small man in grey tweed that buttoned collar-like tight round his throat, standing behind the invisible chair, gazed straight forward into infinity. Tietjens said to himself, "By God, Parry, the Bermondsey light middleweight. He's there to carry Doucheman off if he becomes violent." During the quick look that Tietjens took around the table, Mrs. Duchemin gave, sinking lower in her chair, a short gasp of utter relief. Whatever McMaster was going to think of her, he thought now. He knew the worst. It was settled, for good or ill. In a minute she would look round at him. Tietjens said, "It's all right. McMaster will be splendid. We had a friend up at Cambridge with your husband's tendencies, and McMaster could get him through any social situation. Besides, we're all gentlefolk here." He had seen the Reverend Horsley and Mrs. Wannop both interested in their plates. Of Miss Wannop he was not so certain. He had caught, bent obviously on himself, from large blue eyes, an appealing glance. He said to himself, "She must be in the secret. She's appealing to me not to show emotion and upset the apple cart. It is a shame that she should be here, a girl." And into his answering glance he threw the message, "It's all right as far as this end of the table is concerned." But Mrs. Duchemin had felt come into herself a little stiffening of morale. McMaster by now knew the worst. Duchemin was quoting snuffingly to him the hot licentiousness of the Trimalchion of Petronius, snuffing into McMaster's ear. She caught the phrase, "Festians pure calide." Duchemin, holding her wrist with the painful force of the maniac, had translated it to her over and over again. No doubt that, too, this hateful man beside her would have guessed. She said, "Of course we should all be gentlefolk here. One naturally arranges that." Tietjens began to say, "But it isn't so easy to arrange nowadays. All sorts of bounders get into all sorts of holies of holies." Mrs. Duchemin turned her back on him right in the middle of his sentence. She devoured McMaster's face with her eyes in an infinite sense of calm. McMaster, 4 minutes before, had been the only one to see the entrance, from a small panelled door that had behind it another of green baize, of the Reverend Mr. Duchemin, and, following him, a man whom McMaster too recognised at once as Parry, the ex-prize-fighter. It flashed through his mind at once that this was an extraordinary conjunction. It flashed through his mind, too, that it was extraordinary that anyone so ecstatically handsome as Mrs. Duchemin's husband should not have earned high preferment in a church always hungry for male beauty. Mr. Duchemin was extremely tall, with a slight stoop of the proper clerical type. His face was of alabaster. His grey hair, parted in the middle, fell brilliantly on his high brows. His glance was quick, penetrating, austere. His nose very hooked and chiselled. He was the exact man to adorn a lofty and gorgeous fane, as Mrs. Duchemin was the exact woman to consecrate an episcopal drawing-room. With his great wealth, scholarship and tradition, why then, went through McMaster's mind in a swift pinprick of suspicion, isn't he at least a dean? Mr. Duchemin had walked swiftly to his chair, which Parry, as swiftly walking behind him, drew out. His master slipped into it with a graceful sideways motion. He shook his head at grey Miss Fox, who had moved a hand towards an ivory urn-tap. There was a glass of water beside his plate, and round it his long, very white fingers closed. He stole a quick glance at McMaster, and then looked at him steadily with glittering eyes. He said, "Good morning, Doctor," and then, drowning McMaster's quiet protest, "Yes, yes, the stethoscope meticulously packed into the top hat and the shining hat left in the hall." The prize-fighter, in tight boxcloth leggings, tight whipcord breeches, and a short tight jacket that buttoned up at the collar to his chin, the exact stud-groom of a man of property, gave a quick glance of recognition to McMaster, and then to Mr. Duchemin's back another quick look, raising his eyebrows. McMaster, who knew him very well because he had given Tietjens boxing lessons at Cambridge, could almost hear him say, "A queer change this, sir. Keep your eyes on him a second." And with a quick, light tiptoe of the pugilist he slipped away to the sideboard. McMaster stole a quick glance on his own account at Mrs. Duchemin. She had her back to him, being deep in conversation with Tietjens. His heart jumped a little when, looking back again, he saw Mr. Duchemin half raised to his feet, peering round the fortifications of silver. But he sank down again in his chair, and, surveying McMaster with an expression of cunning singular on his ascetic features, exclaimed, "And your friend? Another medical man? All with stethoscope complete? It takes, of course, 2 medical men to certify." He stopped, and with an expression of sudden, distorted rage, pushed aside the arm of Parry, who was sliding a plate of sole fillets onto the table beneath his nose. "Take away," he was beginning to exclaim thunderously, "these conducements to the filthy lusts of—" But with another cunning and apprehensive look at McMaster, he said, Yes, Parry, that's right. Yes, sole. A touch of kidney to follow. Another, yes, grapefruit with sherry." He had adopted an old Oxford voice, spread his napkin over his knees, and hastily placed in his mouth a morsel of fish. McMaster, with a patient and distinct intonation, said that he must be permitted to introduce himself. He was McMaster, Mr. Duchemin's correspondent on the subject of his little monograph. Mr. Duchemin looked at him hard with an awakened attention that gradually lost suspicion and became gloatingly joyful. "Ah, yes, McMaster," he said. "McMaster. A budding critic. A little of a hedonist, perhaps. And yes, you wired that you were coming. 2 friends. Not medical men. Friends." He moved his face closer to McMaster and said, "How tired you look. Worn. McMaster was about to say that he was rather hard-worked when, in a harsh high cackle close to his face, there came the Latin words. Mrs. Duchemin and Tietjens had heard. McMaster knew then what he was up against. He took another look at the prize-fighter, moved his head to one side to catch a momentary view of the gigantic Mr. Horsley, whose size took on a new meaning. Then he settled down in his chair and ate a kidney. The physical force present was no doubt enough to suppress Mr. Duchemin should he become violent, and trained. It was one of the curious minor coincidences of life that, at Cambridge, he had once thought of hiring this very Parrow to follow round his dear friend Sim. Sim, the most brilliant of sardonic ironists, sane, decent, and ordinarily a little prudish on the surface, had been subject to just such temporary lapses as Mr. Duchemin. On society occasions he would stand up and shout, or sit down and whisper the most unthinkable indecencies. McMaster, who had loved him very much, had run round with Sim as often as he could, and had thus gained skill in dealing with these manifestations. He felt suddenly a certain pleasure. He thought he might gain prestige in the eyes of Mrs. Duchemin if he dealt quietly and efficiently with this situation. It might even lead to an intimacy. He asked nothing better. He knew that Mrs. Duchemin had turned towards him. He could feel her listening and observing him. It was as if her glance was warm on his cheek. But he did not look round. He had to keep his eyes on the gloating face of her husband. Mr. Duchemin was quoting Petronius, leaning towards his guest. McMaster consumed kidneys stiffly. He said, "That isn't the amended version of the iambics, Williamovitz Mollendorf, that we used." To interrupt him, Mr. Duchemin put his thin hand courteously on McMaster's arm. It had a great cornelian seal set in red gold on the 3rd finger. He went on, reciting in ecstasy, his head a little on one side, as if he were listening to invisible choristers. McMaster really disliked the Oxford intonation of Latin. He looked for a short moment at Mrs. Duchemin. Her eyes were upon him, large, shadowy, full of gratitude. He saw, too, that they were welling over with wetness. He looked quickly back at Duchemin, and suddenly it came to him. She was suffering. She was probably suffering intensely. It had not occurred to him that she would suffer, partly because he was without nerves himself, partly because he had conceived of Mrs. Duchemin as firstly feeling admiration for himself. Now it seemed to him abominable that she should suffer. Mrs. Duchemin was in an agony. McMaster had looked at her intently and looked away. She read into his glance contempt for her situation, and anger that he should have been placed in such a position. In her pain she stretched out her hand and touched his arm. McMaster was aware of her touch. His mind seemed filled with sweetness. but he kept his head obstinately averted. For her sake he did not dare to look away from the maniacal face. A crisis was coming. Mr. Duchemin had arrived at the English translation. He placed his hands on the tablecloth in preparation for rising. He was going to stand on his feet and shout obscenities wildly to the other guests. It was the exact moment. McMaster made his voice dry and penetrating to say, "Youth of tepid loves is a lamentable rendering of pure Callide. It's lamentably antiquated." Duchemin choked and said, What's that?" "It's just like Oxford, to use an 18th century crib. I suppose that's Whiston and Ditton, something like that." He observed Duchemin, brought out of his impulse, to be wavering, as if he were coming awake in a strange place. He added, "Anyhow, it's wretched schoolboy smut, 5th form, or not even that. Have some galantine. I'm going to. Your soul's cold." Mr. Duchemin looked down at his plate. Yes, he muttered. "Yes, with sugar and vinegar sauce." The prize-fighter slipped away to the sideboard, an admirable quiet fellow, as unobtrusive as a burying beetle. McMaster said, "You were about to tell me something for my little monograph. What became of Maggie Simpson, the Scots girl who was Rossetti's model for Alla Finestra del Cielo?" Mr. Duchemin looked at McMaster with sane, muddled, rather exhausted eyes. "Alla Finestra," he exclaimed. "Oh, yes, I've got the watercolour. I saw her sitting for it and bought it on the spot." He looked again at his plate, started at sight of the galantine, and began to eat ravenously. "A beautiful girl," he said, "very long-necked. She wasn't, of course, respectable. She's living yet, I think. Very old. I saw her 2 years ago. She had a lot of pictures. Relics, of course. In the Whitechapel Road she lived. She was naturally of that class." He went muttering on, his head above his plate. McMaster considered that the fit was over. He was irresistibly impelled to turn to Mrs. Duchemin. Her face was rigid, stiff. He said swiftly, "If he'll eat a little, get his stomach filled. It calls the blood down from the head." She said, "Oh, forgive. It's dreadful for you. Myself I will never forgive." He said, No. Why, it's what I'm for." A deep emotion brought her whole white face to life. "Oh, you good man," she said in her profound tones, and they remained gazing at each other. Suddenly, from behind McMaster's back, Mr. Duchemin shouted, "I say he made a settlement on her, dum casta et sola, of course, whilst she remained chaste and alone." Mr. Duchemin, suddenly feeling the absence of the powerful will that had seemed to overweigh his own like a great force in the darkness, was on his feet, panting and delighted. "Chaste!" he shouted. "Chaste, you observe! What a world of suggestion in the word!" He surveyed the opulent broadness of his tablecloth. It spread out before his eyes as if it had been a great expanse of meadow in which he could gallop, relaxing his limbs after long captivity. He shouted 3 obscene words and went on in his Oxford movement voice, "But chastity!" Mrs. Wannop suddenly said, "Oh," and looked at her daughter, whose face grew slowly crimson as she continued to peel a peach. Mrs. Wannop turned to Mr. Horsley beside her and said, "You write too, I believe, Mr. Horsley. No doubt something more learned than my poor readers would care for." Mr. Horsley had been preparing, according to his instructions from Mrs. Duchemin, to shout a description of an article he had been writing about the Mosella of Ausonius, but as he was slow in starting, the lady got in first. She talked on serenely about the tastes of the large public. Tietjens leant across to Miss Wannop, and, holding in his right hand a half-peeled fig, said to her as loudly as he could, "I've got a message for you from Mr. Waterhouse. He says if you'll—" The completely deaf Miss Fox, who had had her training by writing, remarked diagonally to Mrs. Duchemin, "I think we shall have thunder to-day. Have you remarked the number of minute insects?" "When my revered preceptor," Mr. Duchemin thundered on, "drove away in the carriage on his wedding day, he said to his bride, 'We will live like the blessed angels.' How sublime! I, too, after my nuptials, Mrs. Duchemin suddenly screamed, "Oh no!" As if checked for a moment in their stride, all the others paused for a breath. Then they continued talking with polite animation and listening with minute attention. To Tietjens that seemed the highest achievement and justification of English manners. Parry, the prize-fighter, had twice caught his master by the arm and shouted that breakfast was getting cold. He said now to McMaster that he and the Reverend Horsley could get Mr. Duchemin away, but there'd be a hell of a fight. McMaster whispered, "Wait," and turning to Mrs. Duchemin, he said, "I can stop him, shall I?" She said, "Yes, anything." He observed tears isolated upon her cheeks, a thing he had never seen. With caution and with hot rage he whispered into the prize-fighter's hairy ear that was held down to him, "Punch him in the kidney with your thumb as hard as you can without breaking your thumb." Mr. Duchemin had just declaimed, "I too, after my nuptials." He began to wave his arms, pausing and looking from unlistening face to unlistening face. Mrs. Duchemin had just screamed. Mr. Duchemin thought that the arrow of God struck him. He imagined himself an unworthy messenger. In such pain as he had never conceived of, he fell into his chair and sat huddled up, a darkness covering his eyes. "He won't get up again," McMaster whispered to the appreciative pugilist. "He'll want to, but he'll be afraid." He said to Mrs. Duchemin, "Dearest lady, it's all over. I assure you of that. It's a scientific nerve counter-irritant." Mrs. Duchemin said, "Forgive," with one deep sob. "You can never respect." She felt her eyes explore his face as the wretch in a cell explores the face of his executioner for a sign of pardon. Her heart stayed still, her breath suspended itself. Then complete heaven began. Upon her left palm she felt cool fingers beneath the cloth. This man knew always the exact right action. Upon the fingers cool like spikenard and ambrosia, her fingers closed themselves. In complete bliss, in a quiet room, his voice went on talking. At first with great neatness of phrase, but with what refinement! He explained that certain excesses, being merely nervous cravings, can be combated, if not indeed cured altogether, by the fear of, by the determination not to ensue, sharp physical pain, which of course is a nervous matter too. Parry, at a given moment, had said into his master's ear, "It's time you prepared your sermon for tomorrow, sir." And Mr. Duchemin had gone as quietly as he had arrived, gliding over the thick carpet to the small door. Then McMaster said to her, "You come from Edinburgh? You'll know the Fifeshire coast, then." "Do I not?" she said. His hand remained in hers. He began to talk of the winds on the links and the sanderlings along the flats with such a Scots voice and in phrases so vivid that she saw her childhood again and had in her eyes a wetness of a happier order. She released his cool hand after a long, gentle pressure, but when it was gone it was as if much of her life went. She said, "You'll be knowing King Gussie House just outside your town. It was there I spent my holidays as a child." He answered, "Maybe I played round it a barefoot lad, and you in your grandeur within." She said, "Oh no, hardly. There would be the difference of our ages. And indeed there are other things I will tell you." She addressed herself to Tietjens with all her heroic armour of charm buckled on again. "Only think, I find Mr. McMaster and I almost played together in our youths." He looked at her, she knew, with a commiseration that she hated. "Then you're an older friend than I?" he asked. "Though I've known him since I was 14, and I don't believe you could be a better. He's a good fellow." She hated him for his condescension towards a better man, and for his warning. She knew it was a warning for her to spare his friend. Mrs. Wannop gave a distinct, but not an alarming, scream. Mr. Horsley had been talking to her about an unusual fish that used to inhabit the Moselle in Roman times. The Mosella of Ausonius, the subject of the essay he was writing, is mostly about fish.
"No," he shouted. "It's been said to be the roach, but there are no roach in the river now. Vanullis viridis oculisque. No, it's the other way round. Red fins." Mrs. Wallop's scream and her wide gesture, her hand indeed was nearly over his mouth, and her trailing sleeve across his plate, were enough to interrupt him. "Tietjens," she again screamed, "is it possible?" She pushed her daughter out of her seat, and moving round beside the young man, she overwhelmed him with a vociferous love. As Tietjens had turned to speak to Mrs. Duchemin, she had recognised his aquiline half-profile as exactly that of his father at her own wedding breakfast. To the table that knew it by heart, though Tietjens himself didn't, she recited the story of how his father had saved her life and was her mascot. And she offered the son, for to the father she had never been allowed to make any return, her house, her purse, her heart, her time, her all. She was so completely sincere that, as the party broke up, she just nodded to McMaster and, catching Tietjens forcibly by the arm, said perfunctorily to the critic, "Sorry I can't help you any more with the article, but my dear Chrissy must have the books he wants, at once, this very minute." She moved off. Tietjens grappled to her, her daughter following as a young swan follows its parents. In her gracious manner, Mrs. Duchemin had received the thanks of her guests for her wonderful breakfast, and had hoped that now that they found their ways there. The echoes of the dispersed festival seemed to whisper in the room. McMaster and Mrs. Duchemin faced each other, their eyes wary and longing. He said, "It's dreadful to have to go now, but I have an engagement." She said, "Yes, I know, with your great friends." He answered, "Oh, only with Mr. Waterhouse and General Campion and Mr. Sandbach, of course." She had a moment of fierce pleasure at the thought that Tietjens was not to be of the company. Her man would be outsoaring the vulgarian of his youth, of his past that she didn't know. Almost harshly she exclaimed, "I don't want you to be mistaken about King Gussie House. It was just a holiday school, not a grand place." "It was very costly," he said, and she seemed to waver on her feet. Yes, she said, nearly in a whisper, "but you're so grand now. I was only the child of very poor bodies, Johnsons of Midlothian, but very poor bodies. He bought me, you might say, put me in very rich schools when I was 14. My people were glad, but I think if my mother had known when I married—" She writhed her whole body. "Oh, dreadful, dreadful," she exclaimed. "I want you to know." His hands were shaking as if he had been in a jolting cart. Their lips met in a passion of pity and tears. He removed his mouth to say, "I must see you this evening. I shall be mad with anxiety about you." She whispered, "Yes, yes, in the yew walk." Her eyes were closed. She pressed her body fiercely into his. "You are the first man," she breathed. "I will be the only one forever," he said. He began to see himself in the tall room with the long curtains. A round eagle mirror reflected them, gleaming like a bejewelled picture with great depths, the entwined figures. They drew apart to gaze at each other, holding hands. The voice of Tietjens said, "McMaster, you're to dine at Mrs. Wannop's tonight. Don't dress, I shan't." He was looking at them without any expression, as if he had interrupted a game of cards. Large, grey, fresh-featured, the white patch glistening on the side of his grizzled hair. McMaster said, "All right, it's near here, isn't it? I've got an engagement just after." Tietjens said that would be all right. He would be working himself, all night probably, for Waterhouse. Mrs. Duchemin said with swift jealousy, "You let him order you about." Tietjens was gone. McMaster said absently, "Who? Chrissy?" "Yes, sometimes I him, sometimes he me. We make engagements. My best friend. The most brilliant man in England, of the best stock too. Tietjens of Groby." Feeling that she didn't appreciate his friend, he was abstractedly piling on commendations. "He's making calculations now for the government that no other man in England could make. But he's going—" An extreme languor had settled on him. He felt weakened but yet triumphant with the cessation of her grasp.
It occurred to him numbly that he would be seeing less of Tietjens. A grief. He heard himself quote, "Since when we stand side by side." His voice trembled. "Ah, yes," came in her deep tones, "the beautiful lines, they're true. We must part in this world." They seemed to her lovely and mournful words to say, heavenly to have them to say, vibratingly, arousing all sorts of images. McMaster mournfully, too, said, "We must wait." He added fiercely, "But tonight, at dusk." He imagined the dusk under the yew hedge. A shining motor drew up in the sunlight under the window. "Yes, yes," she said. "There's a little white gate from the lane." She imagined their interview of passion and mournfulness among dim objects half seen. So much of glamour she could allow herself. Afterwards he must come to the house to ask after her health, and they would walk side by side on the lawn, publicly, in the warm light, talking of indifferent but beautiful poetries, a little wearily, but with what currents electrifying and passing between their flesh. And then long, circumspect years. McMaster went down the tall steps to the car that gleamed in the summer sun. The roses shone over the supremely levelled turf. His heel met the stones with the hard tread of a conqueror. He could have shouted aloud. End of Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 2. Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 1 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 1. Tietjens lit a pipe beside the stile, having first meticulously cleaned out the bowl and the stem with a surgical needle, in his experience the best of all pipe cleaners, since, made of German silver, it is flexible, won't corrode, and is indestructible. He wiped off methodically with a great dock-leaf the glutinous brown products of burnt tobacco, the young woman, as he was aware, watching him from behind his back. As soon as he had restored the surgical needle to the notebook in which it lived, and had put the notebook into its bulky pocket, Miss Wannop moved off down the path. It was only suited for Indian file, and had on the left hand a 10-foot untrimmed quicken hedge, the hawthorn blossoms just beginning to blacken at the edges, and small green haws to show. On the right the grass was above knee-high, and bowed to those that passed. The sun was exactly vertical. The chaffinches said, "Pink, pink." The young woman had an agreeable back. This, Tietjens thought, is England. A man and a maid walk through Kentish grass fields, the grass ripe for the scythe. The man honourable, clean, upright, the maid virtuous, clean, vigorous. He of good birth, she of birth quite as good, each filled with a too-good breakfast that each could yet capably digest. Each come just from an admirably appointed establishment, a table surrounded by the best people, their promenade sanctioned as it were by the church, 2 clergy, the state, 2 government officials, by mothers, friends, old maids. Each knew the names of birds that piped and grasses that bowed. Chaffinch, greenfinch, yellow ammer, not, my dear, hammer, ammer from the Middle High German for finch. Garden warbler, Dartford warbler, pied wagtail known as dishwasher, these charming local dialect names. Marguerites over the grass, stretching in an infinite white blaze. Grasses purple in a haze to the far distant hedgerow. Coltsfoot, wild white clover, sainfoin, Italian ryegrass, all technical names that the best people must know, the best grass mixture for permanent pasture and the Wealden loam. In the hedge, Our Lady's bedstraw, dead nettle, bachelor's button, but in Sussex they call it ragged robin, my dear. So interesting. Cowslip, pagel, you know, from old French Pasque, meaning Easter. Burr, burdock, farmer that they wife may thrive, but not burr and burdock wive. Violet leaves, the flowers, of course, over. Black bryony, wild clematis. Later it's old man's beard, purple loosestrife. that our young maids long purples call, and literal shepherds give a grosser name, so racy of the soil. Walk then through the fields, gallant youth and fair maid, minds cluttered up with all these useless anodynes for thought, quotation, imbecile epithets. Dead silent, unable to talk, from too good breakfast to probably extremely bad lunch. The young woman, so the young man is duly warned, to prepare it, pink India rubber, half-cooked cold beef no doubt, tepid potatoes, water in the bottom of willow pattern dish. No, not genuine willow pattern, of course, Mr. Tietjens. Overgrown lettuce with wood vinegar to make the mouth scream with pain, pickles, also preserved in wood vinegar, 2 bottles of public-house beer that on opening squirts to the wall, a glass of invalid port for the gentleman, and the jaws hardly able to open after the too enormous breakfast at 10:15. Midday now. God's England, Tietjens exclaimed to himself in high good humour. Land of hope and glory. F natural descending to tonic C major, chord of 6/4 suspension over dominant 7th to common chord of C major. All absolutely correct. Double basses, cellos, all violins, all woodwind, all brass, full grand organ, all stops, special vox humana and key bugle effect. Across the counties came the sound of bugles that his father knew. Pipe exactly right. It must be pipe of Englishman of good birth, ditto tobacco. Attractive young woman's back. English midday, midsummer. Best climate in the world. No day on which man may not go abroad. Tietjens paused and aimed with his hazel stick an immense blow at a tall spike of yellow mullein with its undecided furry glaucous leaves and its undecided buttony unripe lemon-coloured flower. The structure collapsed gracefully like a woman killed among crinolines. "Now I'm a bloody murderer," Tietjens said, "not gory, green-stained with vital fluid of innocent plant, and by God not a woman in the country who won't let you rape her after an hour's acquaintance." He slew 2 more mulleins and a sow thistle. A shadow, but not from the sun. A gloom lay across the 60 acres of purple grass bloom and marguerites, white like petticoats of lace over the grass. "By God," he said, "Church, State, Army, His Majesty's Ministry, His Majesty's Opposition, His Majesty's City Man, all the governing class, all rotten. Thank God we've got a navy. But perhaps that's rotten too, who knows? Britannia needs no bulwarks. Then thank God for the upright young man and the virtuous maiden in the summer fields. He Tory of the Tories as he should be, she suffragette of the militants, militant here in earth, as she should be. As she should be. In the early decades of the 20th century, however else can a woman keep clean and wholesome? Ranting from platforms, splendid for the lungs, bashing in policemen's helmets. No, it's I do that, my part, I think, miss. Carrying heavy banners in 20-mile processions through streets of Sodom, all splendid. I bet she's virtuous. But you don't have to bet. It isn't done on certainties. You can tell it in the eye. Nice eyes. Attractive back. Virginal cockiness. Yes, better occupation for mothers of empire than attending on lewd husbands year in, year out, till you're as hysterical as a female cat on heat. You could see it in her, that woman. You can see it in most of 'em. Thank God then for the Tory, upright young married man and the suffragette kid. Backbone of England. He killed another flower. But by God, we're both under a cloud. Both. That kid and I. And General Lord Edward Campion, Lady Claudine Sandbark, and the Honourable Paul, MP, suspended to spread the tale. And 40 toothless fogies in the club to spread it, and no end visiting books yawning to have your names cut out of them, my boy. My dear boy, I so regret, your father's oldest friend. By Jove, the pistachio nut of that galantine, repeating, breakfast gone wrong, gloomy reflections. Thought I could stand anything, digestion of an ostrich, but no. Gloomy reflections. I'm hysterical like that large-eyed whore. For same reason. Wrong diet and wrong life. Diet meant for partridge shooters over the turnips consumed by the sedentary. England the land of pills. Das Pillenland, the Germans call us, very properly. And damn it, outdoor diet, boiled mutton, turnips, sedentary life, and forced up against the filthiness of the world, your nose in it all day long. Why, hang it, I'm as badly off as she. Sylvia's as bad as Duchemin. I'd never have thought that. No wonder meat's turned to uric acid. Prime cause of neurasthenia. What a beastly muddle. Poor McMaster. He's finished, poor devil. He'd better have ogled this kid. He could have sung Highland Mary a better tune than This is the End of Every Man's Desire. You can cut it on his tombstone, you can write it on his card that a young man tacked on to a Paolo post pre-Raphaelite prostitute. He stopped suddenly in his walk. It had occurred to him that he ought not to be walking with this girl. But damn it all, he said to himself, she makes a good screen for Sylvia. Who cares? She must chance it. She's probably struck off all their beastly visiting lists already as a suffragette. Miss Wannop, a cricket pitch or so ahead of him, hopped over a stile, left foot on the step, right on the top bar, a touch of the left on the other step, and down onto the white drifted dust of a road they no doubt had to cross. She stood waiting, her back still to him. Her nimble footwork, her attractive back, seemed to him now infinitely pathetic. To let scandal attach to her was like cutting the wings of a goldfinch. The bright creature, yellow, white, golden and delicate, that in the sunlight makes a haze with its wings beside this thistletops. No, damn it, it was worse. It was worse than putting out, as the bird fancier does, the eyes of a chaffinch, infinitely pathetic. Above the stile, in an elm, a chaffinch said, "Pink, pink." The imbecile's sound filled him with rage. He said to the bird, "Damn your eyes, have them put out then." The beastly bird that made the odious noise when it had its eyes put out at least squealed like any other skylark or tomtit. Damn all birds, field naturalists, botanists. In the same way he addressed the back of Miss Wannop. "Damn your eyes! Have your chastity impugned them? What do you speak to strange men in public for? You know you can't do it in this country. If it were a decent straight land like Ireland, where people cut each other's throats for clean issues, Papist versus Protestant, well, you could. You could walk through Ireland from east to west and speak to every man you met. Rich and rare were the gems she wore. To every man you met, as long as it wasn't an Englishman of good birth, that would deflower you." He was scrambling clumsily over the stile. "Well, be deflowered then. Lose your infantile reputation. You've spoken to strange pitch. You've defiled, with the benefit of clergy, army, cabinet, administration, opposition, mothers and old maids of England. They'd all tell you you can't talk to a strange man in the sunlight, on the links, without becoming a screen for some Sylvia or other. Then be a screen for Sylvia. Get struck off the visiting books. The deeper you're implicated, the more bloody villain I am. I'd like the whole lot to see us here. That would settle it." Nevertheless, when at the roadside he stood level with Miss Wannop, who did not look at him, and saw the white road running to right and left with no stile opposite, he said gruffly to her, "Where's the next stile? I hate walking on roads." She pointed with her chin along the opposite hedgerow. 50 yards, she said. "Come along," he exclaimed, and set off at a trot almost. It had come into his head that it would be just the beastly sort of thing that would happen if a car with General Campion and Lady Claudine and Paul Sandbark all aboard should come along that blinding stretch of road, or one alone, perhaps the General driving, the dog-cart he affected. He said to himself, "By God, if they cut this girl, I'd break their backs over my knee." And he hastened. Just the beastly thing that would happen. The road probably led straight in at the front door of Mountby. Miss Wannop trotted along a little in his rear. She thought him the most extraordinary man, as mad as he was odious. Sane people, if they're going to hurry, but why hurry? Do it in the shade of field hedgerows, not in the white blaze of county council roads. Well, he could go ahead. In the next field she was going to have it out with him. She didn't intend to be hot with running. Let him be, his hateful but certainly noticeable eyes protruding at her like a lobster's, but she cool and denunciatory in her pretty blouse. There was a dog-cart coming behind them. Suddenly it came into her head. That fool had been lying when he had said that the police meant to let them alone, lying over the breakfast table. The dog-cart contained the police. After them. She didn't waste time looking round. She wasn't a fool like Atlanta in the egg race. She picked up her heels and sprinted. She beat him by 1.5 yards to the kissing gate, white in the hedge, panicked, breathing hard. He panted into it after her. The fool hadn't the sense to let her through first. They were jammed in together, face to face, panting. An occasion on which sweethearts kiss in Kent, the gate being made in 3, the inner flange of the V moving on hinges. It stops cattle getting through, but this great lout of a Yorkshireman didn't know, trying to push through like a mad bullock. Now they were caught. 3 weeks in Wandsworth jail. Oh, hang. The voice of Mrs. Wannop, of course it was only Mother, 20 feet on high or so behind the kicking mare, with a good round face like a peony, said, "Ah, you can jam my Val in a gate and hold her, but she gave you 7 yards in 20 and beat you to the gate. That was her father's ambition." She thought of them as children running races. She beamed down, round-faced and simple, on Tietjens from behind the driver, who had a black slouch hat and the grey beard of St. Peter. "My dear boy," she said, "my dear boy, it's such a satisfaction to have you under my roof." The black horse reared on end, the patriarch sawing at its mouth. Mrs. Wannop said unconcernedly, "Stephen, Joel, I haven't done talking." Tietjens was gazing enragedly at the lower part of the horse's sweat-smeared stomach. "You soon will have," he said, "with the girth in that state. Your neck will be broken." "Oh, I don't think so," Mrs. Wannop said. "Joel only bought the turnout yesterday." Tietjens addressed the driver with some ferocity. "Here, get down, you," he said. He held himself the head of the horse, whose nostrils were wide with emotion. It rubbed its forehead almost immediately against his chest. He said, "Yes, yes, there." Its limbs lost their tautness. The aged driver scrambled down from the high seat, trying to come down at first forward and then backwards. Tietjens fired indignant orders at him. "Lead the horse into the shade of that tree. Don't touch his bit, his mouth's sore. Where did you get this job lot? Ashford Market, £30? It's worth more. But blast you, don't you see you've got a 13 hands pony harness for a 16.5 hands horse? Let the bit out. 3 holes. It's cutting the animal's tongue in half. This animal's a rig. Do you know what a rig is? If you give it corn for a fortnight, it'll kick you and the cart and the stable to pieces in 5 minutes one day." He led the conveyance, Mrs. Wannop, triumphantly complacent and all, into a patch of shade beneath elms. "Loosen that bit, confound you," he said to the driver. "Ah, you're afraid." He loosened the bit himself, covering his fingers with greasy harnish polish, which he hated. Then he said, "Can you hold his head, or are you afraid of that too? You deserve to have him bite your hands off." He addressed Miss Wannop. "Can you?" She said, "No, I'm afraid of horses. I can drive any sort of car, but I'm afraid of horses." He said, "Very proper." He stood back and looked at the horse. It had dropped its head and lifted its near hind foot, resting the toe on the ground, an attitude of relaxation. "He'll stand now," he said. He undid the girth, bending down uncomfortably, perspiring and greasy. The girth strap parted in his hand. "It's true," Mrs. Wannop said. "I'd have been dead in 3 minutes if you hadn't seen that. The cart would have gone over backwards." Tietjens took out a large, complicated, horn-handled knife like a schoolboy's. He selected a punch and pulled it open. He said to the driver, "Have you got any cobbler's thread? Any string? Any copper wire? A rabbit wire now? Come, you've got a rabbit wire or you're not a handyman." The driver moved his slouch hat circularly in negation. This seemed to be quality, who summons you for poaching if you own to possessing rabbit wires. Tietjens laid the girth along the shaft and punched into it with his punch. "Woman's work," he said to Mrs. Wannop, "but it'll take you home and last you 6 months as well. But I'll sell this whole lot for you tomorrow." Mrs. Wannop sighed. "I suppose it'll fetch a £10 note." She said, "I ought to have gone to market myself." "No," Tietjens answered, "I'll get you 50 for it, or I'm no Yorkshireman. This fellow hasn't been swindling you. He's got you deuced good value for money, but he doesn't know what's suited for ladies. A white pony and a basket-work chaise is what you want." "Oh, I like a bit of spirit," Mrs. Wannop said. "Of course you do," Tietjens answered, "but this turnout's too much." He sighed a little and took out his surgical needle. "I'm going to hold this band together with this," he said. "It's so pliant it will make 2 stitches and hold forever." But the handyman was beside him, holding out the contents of his pockets, a greasy leather pouch, a ball of beeswax, a knife, a pipe, a bit of cheese, and a pale rabbit wire. He had made up his mind that this quality was benevolent, and he made offering of all his possessions. Tietjens said, "Ah," and then, while he unknotted the wire, "Well, listen, you bought this turn out of a higgler at the back door of the Leg of Mutton Inn." "Saracen's Head," the driver muttered. "You got it for £30 because the higgler wanted money bad. I know, and dirt cheap, but a rig isn't everybody's driving. All right for a vet or a horse coper, like the cart that's too tall. But you did damn well, only you're not what you were, are you, at 30? The horse looked to be a devil, and the cart so high you couldn't get out once you were in, and you kept it in the sun for 2 hours waiting for your mistress." "There were a bit of loath alongside stable wall," the driver muttered. "Well, he didn't like waiting," Tietjens said placably. "You can be thankful your old neck's not broken. Do this band up 1 hole less for the bit I've taken in." He prepared to climb into the driver's seat, but Mrs. Wannop was there before him at an improbable altitude on the sloping watch-box with strapped cushions. "Oh, no, you don't," she said. "No one drives me and my horse but me or my coachman when I'm about, not even you, dear boy." "I'll come with you then," Tietjens said. "Oh, no, you don't," she answered. "No one's neck's to be broken in this conveyance but mine and Joel's," she added. "Perhaps tonight, if I'm satisfied, the horse is fit to drive." Miss Wannop suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, no, mother!" But the handyman having climbed in, Mrs. Wannop flirted her whip and started the horse. She pulled up at once and leaned over to Tietjens. "What a life for that poor woman," she said. "We must all do what we can for her. She could have her husband put in a lunatic asylum tomorrow. It's sheer self-sacrifice that she doesn't." The horse went off at a gentle, regular trot. End of Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 1. Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 2 of Some Do Not by Ford Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 2. Tietjens addressed Miss Wannop. "What hands your mother's got," he said. "It isn't often one sees a woman with hands like that on a horse's mouth. Did you see how she pulled up?" He was aware that all this while, from the roadside, the girl had been watching him with shining eyes, intently even, with fascination. "I suppose you think that a mighty fine performance," she said. "I didn't make a very good job of the girth," he said. "Let's get off this road." "Setting poor weak women in their places," Miss Wannop continued, soothing the horse like a man with a charm. "I suppose you soothe women like that too. I pity your wife, the English country male, and making a devoted vassal at sight of the handyman, the feudal system, all complete." Tietjens said, "Well, you know it'll make him all the better servant to you if he thinks you've friends in the know. The lower classes are like that. Let's get off this road." She said, "You're in a mighty hurry to get behind the hedge. Are the police after us, or aren't they? Perhaps you were lying at breakfast to calm the hysterical nerves of a weak woman." "I wasn't lying," he said, "but I hate roads when there are field paths." "That's a phobia like any woman," she exclaimed. She almost ran through the kissing gate and stood awaiting him. "I suppose," she said, "if you've stopped off the police with your high and mighty male ways, you think you've destroyed my romantic young dream. You haven't. I don't want the police after me. I believe I'd die if they put me in Wandsworth. I'm a coward." "Oh, no, you aren't," he said, but he was following his own train of thought, just as she wasn't in the least listening to him. "I dare say you're a heroine, all right, not because you persevere in actions the consequences of which you fear, but I dare say you can touch pitch and not be defiled." Being too well brought up to interrupt, she waited till he had said all he wanted to say. Then she exclaimed, "Let's settle the preliminaries. It's obvious Mother means us to see a great deal of you. You're going to be a mascot too, like your father. I suppose you think you are. You saved me from the police yesterday. You appear to have saved Mother's neck today. You appear, too, to be going to make £20 profit on a horse deal. You say you will, and you seem to be that sort of a person. £20 is no end in a family like ours. Well then, you appear to be going to be the regular belle amie of the Wannop family. Tietjens said, I hope not. Oh, I don't mean, she said, that you're going to rise to fame by making love to all the women of the Wannop family. Besides, there's only me. But Mother will press you into all sorts of odd jobs, and there will always be a plate for you at the table. Don't shudder, I'm a regular good cook, cuisine bourgeoise, of course. I learned under a real professed cook, though a drunkard. That meant I used to do half the cooking, and the family was particular. Eating people are, county councillors half of them, and the like, so I know what men are. She stopped and said good-naturedly, But do, for goodness sake, get it over. I'm sorry I was rude to you, but it is irritating to have to stand like a stuffed rabbit while a man is acting like a regular Admirable Crichton, and cool and collected with the English country gentleman air and all. Tietjens winced. The young woman had come a little too near the knuckle of his wife's frequent denunciations of himself. And she exclaimed, No, that's not fair. I'm an ungrateful pig. You didn't show a bit more side, really, than a capable workman must who's doing his job in the midst of a crowd of incapable duffers. But just get it out, will you? Just say once and for all that you know the proper pompous manner. You are not without sympathy with our aims, but you disapprove, immensely strongly, of our methods. It struck Tietjens that the young woman was a good deal more interested in the cause of votes for women than he had given her credit for. He wasn't much in the mood for talking to young women, but it was with considerably more than the surface of his mind that he answered, I don't. I approve entirely of your methods, but your aims are idiotic. She said, You don't know, I suppose, that Gertie Wilson, who's in bed at our house, is wanted by the police not only for yesterday, but for putting explosives in a whole series of letterboxes. He said, I didn't, but it was a perfectly proper thing to do. She hasn't burned any of my letters, or I might be annoyed, but it wouldn't interfere with my approval. You don't think, she asked earnestly, that we, Mother and I, are likely to get heavy sentences for shielding her? It would be beastly bad luck on Mother, because she's an auntie. I don't know about the sentence, Tietjens said, but we'd better get the girl off your premises as soon as we can. She said, Oh, you'll help? He answered, Of course, your mother can't be incommoded. She's written the only novel that's been fit to read since the 18th century. She stopped and said earnestly, Look here, don't be one of those ignoble triflers who say the vote won't do women any good. Women have a rotten time. They do, really. If you'd seen what I've seen, I'm not talking through my hat. Her voice became quite deep. She had tears in her eyes. Poor women do, she said, little insignificant creatures. We've got to change the divorce laws. We've got to get better conditions. You couldn't stand it if you knew what I know. Her emotion vexed him, for it seemed to establish a sort of fraternal intimacy that he didn't at the moment want. Women do not show emotion except before their families. He said dryly, I dare say I shouldn't, but I don't know, so I can. She said with deep disappointment, Oh, you are a beast, and I shall never beg your pardon for saying that. I don't believe you mean what you say, but merely to say it is heartless. This was another of the counts of Sylvia's indictments, and Tietjens winced again. She explained, You don't know the case of the Pimlico Army clothing factory workers, or you wouldn't say the vote would be of no use to women. I know the case perfectly well, Tietjens said. It came under my official notice, and I remember thinking that there never was a more signal instance of the uselessness of the vote to anyone. We can't be thinking of the same case, she said. We are, he answered. The Pimlico Army clothing factory is in the constituency of Westminster. The Under-Secretary for War is member for Westminster. His majority at the last election was 600. The clothing factory employed 700 men at £1.06 an hour, all these men having votes in Westminster. The 700 men wrote to the Under-Secretary to say that if their screw wasn't raised to 2 bob, they'd vote solid against him at the next election. Miss Wannop said, Well then. So, Tietjens said, the Under-Secretary had the 700 men at 18 pence fired and took on 700 women at 10 pence. What good did the vote do the 700 men? What good did a vote ever do anyone? Miss Wannop checked at that, and Tietjens prevented her exposure of his fallacy by saying quickly, "Now, if the 700 women, backed by all the other ill-used, sweated women of the country, had threatened the Under-Secretary, burned the pillar boxes, and cut up all the golf greens round his country house, they'd have had their wages raised to half a crown next week. That's the only straight method. It's the feudal system at work." "Oh, but we couldn't cut up golf greens," Miss Wannop said. "At least the WSPU debated it the other day and decided that anything so unsporting would make us too unpopular. I was for it, personally." Tietjens groaned. "It's maddening," he said, "to find women, as soon as they get in council, as muddle-headed and as afraid to face straight issues as men." "You won't, by the by," the girl interrupted, "be able to sell our horse tomorrow. You've forgotten that it will be Sunday." "I shall have to go on Monday then," Tietjens said. "The point about the feudal system—" Just after lunch, and it was an admirable lunch of the cold lamb, new potatoes, and mint sauce variety, the mint sauce made with white wine vinegar and as soft as kisses, the claret perfectly drinkable, and the port much more than that, Mrs. Wannop having gone back to the late Professor's wine merchants, Miss Wannop herself went to answer the telephone. The cottage had no doubts been a cheap one, for it was old, roomy and comfortable, but effort had no doubt too been lavished on its low rooms. The dining room had windows on each side and a beam across. The dining silver had been picked up at sales, the tumblers were old cut glass, on each side of the ingle was a grandfather's chair. The garden had red brick paths, sunflowers, hollyhocks and scarlet gladioli. There was nothing to it all, but the garden gate was well hung. To Tietjens all this meant effort. Here was a woman who a few years ago was penniless in the most miserable of circumstances, supporting life with the most exiguous of all implements. What effort hadn't it meant, and what effort didn't it mean? There was a boy at Eton. A senseless but a gallant effort. Mrs. Wannop sat opposite him in the other grandfather's chair, an admirable hostess, an admirable lady, full of spirit in dashes, but tired, as an old horse is tired that, taking 3 men to harness it in the stable-yard, starts out like a stallion but soon drops to a jog-trot. The face tired, really, scarlet-cheeked with the good air, but seamed downward. She could sit there at ease, the plump hands covered with a black lace shawl, and descending on each side of her lap, as much at ease as any other Victorian great lady. But at lunch she had let drop that she had written for 8 hours every day for the last 4 years, till that day, without missing a day. Today being Saturday, she had no leader to write. "And my darling boy," she had said to him, "I'm giving it to you. I'd give it to no other soul but your father's son, not even to—" and she had named the name that she most respected. "And that's the truth," she had added. Nevertheless, even over lunch she had fallen into abstractions, heavily and deeply, and made fantastic misstatements, mostly about public affairs. It all meant a tremendous record. And there he sat, his coffee and port on a little table beside him, the house belonging to him. She said, "My dearest boy, you've so much to do. Do you think you ought really to drive the girls to Plimsoll tonight? They're young and inconsiderate. Work comes first." Tietjens said, "It isn't the distance." "You'll find that it is," she answered humorously. "It's 20 miles beyond Tenderden. If you don't start till 10 when the moon sets, you won't be back till 5, even if you've no accidents. The horse is all right, though." Tietjens said, "Mrs. Wannop, I ought to tell you that your daughter and I are being talked about, uglily." She turned her head to him rather stiffly, but she was only coming out of an abstraction. "Eh?" she said, and then, "Oh, about the golf links episode. It must have looked suspicious. I dare say you made a fuss too with the police to head them off her." She remained pondering for a moment heavily, like an old pope. "Oh, you'll live it down," she said. "I ought to tell you," he persisted, "that it's more serious than you think. I fancy I ought not to be here." "Not here!" she exclaimed. "Why, where else in the world should you be? You don't get on with your wife, I know. She's a regular wrong 'un. Who else could look after you as well as Valentine and I?" In the acuteness of that pang, for after all Tietjens cared more for his wife's reputation than for any other factor in a complicated world, Tietjens asked rather sharply why Mrs. Wannop had called Sylvia a wrong 'un. She said in rather a protesting, sleepy way, "My dear boy, nothing. I've guessed that there are differences between you. Give me credit for some perception. Then as you're perfectly obviously a right 'un, she must be a wrong 'un. That's all, I assure you." In his relief, Tietjens' obstinacy revived. He liked this house. He liked this atmosphere. He liked the frugality, the choice of furniture, the way the light fell from window to window, the weariness after hard work, the affection of mother and daughter, the affection indeed that they both had for himself, and he was determined, if he could help it, not to damage the reputation of the daughter of the house. Decent men, he held, don't do such things, and he recounted with some care the heads of the conversation he had had with General Campion in the dressing-room. He seemed to see the cracked wash-bowls in their scrubbed oak settings. Mrs. Wannop's face seemed to grow greyer, more aquiline, a little resentful. She nodded from time to time, either to denote attention or else in sheer drowsiness. "My dear boy," she said at last, "it's pretty damnable to have such things said about you. I can see that. But I seem to have lived in a bath of scandal all my life. Every woman who has reached my age has that feeling. Now it doesn't seem to matter." She really nodded nearly off. Then she started. I really don't see how I can help you as to your reputation. I'd do it if I could, believe me. But I've other things to think of. I've this house to keep going, and the children to keep fed and at school. I can't give all the thought I ought to other people's troubles." She started into wakefulness, and right out of her chair. "But what a beast I am," she said, with a sudden intonation that was exactly that of her daughter, and drifting with a Victorian majesty of shawl and long skirt behind Tietjens' high-backed chair, she leant over it and stroked the hair on his right temple. "My dear boy," she said, "life's a bitter thing. I'm an old novelist and know it. There you are working yourself to death to save the nation with a wilderness of cats and monkeys howling and squalling your personal reputation away. It was Dizzy himself said these words to me at one of our receptions. 'Here I am, Mrs. Wannop,' he said, and—" She drifted for a moment, but she made another effort. "My dear boy," she whispered, bending down her head to get it near his ear. "My dear boy, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. You'll live it down. The only thing that matters is to do good work. Believe an old woman that has lived very hard. Hard-lying money, as they call it in the Navy. It sounds like cant, but it's the only real truth. You'll find consolation in that, and you'll live it all down. Or perhaps you won't. That's for God in his mercy to settle. But it won't matter, believe me. As thy day, so shall thy strength be." She drifted into other thoughts. She was much perturbed over the plot of a new novel, and much wanted to get back to the consideration of it. She stood gazing at the photograph, very faded, of her husband in side whiskers and an immense shirt front, but she continued to stroke Tietjens' temple with a subliminal tenderness. This kept Tietjens sitting there. He was quite aware that he had tears in his eyes. This was almost too much tenderness to bear, and at bottom his was a perfectly direct, simple and sentimental soul. He always had bedewed eyes at the theatre, after tender love scenes, and so avoided the theatre. He asked himself twice whether he should or shouldn't make another effort, though it was almost beyond him. He wanted to sit still. The stroking stopped. He scrambled onto his feet. "Mrs. Wannop," he said, facing her, "it's perfectly true. I oughtn't to care what these swine say about me, but I do. I'll reflect about what you say till I get it into my system." She said, "Yes, yes, my dear," and continued to gaze at the photograph. "But," Tietjens said, he took her mittened hand and led her back to her chair, "what I'm concerned for at the moment is not my reputation, but your daughter Valentine's." She sank down into the high chair, balloon-like, and came to rest. Val's reputation, she said. Oh, you mean they'll be striking her off their visiting lists? It hadn't struck me, so they will. She remained lost in reflection for a long time. Valentine was in the room, laughing a little. She had been giving the handyman his dinner, and was still amused at his commendations of Tietjens. "You've got one admirer," she said to Tietjens. "Punch that rotten strap," he goes on saying, "like a great old yaffle punching a hollow log." He's had a pint of beer and said it between each gasp. She continued to narrate the quaintness of Joel, which appealed to her, informed Tietjens that yaffle was Kentish for great green woodpecker, and then said, "You haven't got any friends in Germany, have you?" She was beginning to clear the table. Tietjens said, "Yes, my wife's in Germany, at a place called Lobschied." She placed a pile of plates on a black japanned tray. "I'm so sorry," she said, without an expression of any deep regret. "It's the ingenious, clever stupidities of the telephone. I've got a telegraph message for you, then. I thought it was the subject for Mother's leader. It always comes through with the initials of the paper, which are not unlike Tietjens, and the girl who always sends it is called Hopside. It seemed rather inscrutable, but I took it to have to do with German politics, and I thought Mother would understand it. You're not both asleep, are you?" Tietjens opened his eyes. The girl was standing over him, having approached from the table. She was holding out a slip of paper on which she had transcribed the message. She appeared all out of drawing, and the letters of the message ran together. The message was, "Righto, but arrange for certain Hullo Central travels with you, Sylvia, Hopside, Germany." Tietjens leant back for a long time, looking at the words. They seemed meaningless. The girl placed the paper on his knee and went back to the table. He imagined the girl wrestling with these incomprehensibilities on the telephone. "Of course, if I'd had any sense," the girl said, "I should have known it couldn't have been Mother's leader note. She never gets one on a Saturday." Tietjens heard himself announce clearly, loudly, and with between each word a pause, "It means I go to my wife on Saturday and take her maid with me." "Lucky you," the girl said. "I wish I was you. I've never been in the fatherland of Goethe and Rosa Luxemburg." She went off with her great tray load, the tablecloth over her forearm. He was dimly aware that she had, before then, removed the crumbs with a crumb brush. It was extraordinary with what swiftness she worked, talking all the time. That was what domestic service had done for her. An ordinary young lady would have taken twice the time, and would certainly have dropped half her words if she had tried to talk. Efficiency! He had only just realized that he was going back to Sylvia, and of course to hell. Certainly it was hell. If a malignant and skilful devil, though the devil, of course, is stupid and uses toys like fireworks and sulphur, it is probably only God who can very properly devise the long ailings of mental oppressions. If God, then, desired, and one couldn't object, but one hoped he would not, to devise for him, Christopher Tietjens, a cavernous eternity of weary hopelessness, but he had done it, no doubt, as retribution. What for? Who knows what sins of his own are heavily punishable in the eyes of God, for God is just. Perhaps God, then, after all, visits thus heavily sexual offences. There came back into his mind, burnt in, the image of their breakfast room, with all the brass, electrical fixings, poachers, toasters, grillers, kettle heaters, that he detested for their imbecile inefficiency, with gross piles of hothouse flowers that he detested for their exotic waxenness, with white enamelled panels that he disliked, and framed weak prints, quite genuine, of course, my dear, guaranteed so by Sotheby, pinkish women in sham Gainsborough hats selling mackerel or brooms, a wedding present that he despised, and Mrs. Satterthwaite in negligee but with an immense hat, reading the Times with an eternal rustle of leaves because she never could settle down to any one page, and Sylvia walking up and down because she could not sit still with a piece of toast in her fingers or her hands behind her back. Very tall, fair, as graceful, as full of blood, and as cruel as the usual degenerate Derby winner, inbred for generations, for one purpose, to madden men of one type, pacing backwards and forwards, exclaiming, "I'm bored, bored!" sometimes even breaking the breakfast plates. And talking, forever talking, usually cleverly, with imbecility, with maddening inaccuracy, with wicked penetration, and clamouring to be contradicted. A gentleman has to answer his wife's questions. And in his forehead the continual pressure, the determination to sit put, the decor of the room seeming to burn into his mind. It was there, shadowy before him now, and the pressure upon his forehead. Mrs. Wannop was talking to him now. He did not know what she said. He never knew afterwards what he had answered. God, he said within himself, if it's sexual sins God punishes, he indeed is just and inscrutable. Because he had had physical contact with this woman before he married her in a railway carriage coming down from the Dukeries, an extravagantly beautiful girl. Where was the physical attraction of her gone to now? Irresistible, reclining back as the shires rushed past. His mind said that she had lured him on. His intellect put the idea from him. No gentleman thinks such things of his wife. No gentleman thinks, by God, she must have been with child by another man. He had been fighting the conviction down all the last 4 months. He knew now that he had been fighting the conviction all the last 4 months whilst, anaesthetised, he had bathed in figures and wave theories. Her last words had been, her very last words, late. All in white she had gone up to her dressing-room, and he had never seen her again. Her last words had been about the child. Supposing she had begun, he didn't remember the rest. But he remembered her eyes, and her gesture as she peeled off her long white gloves. He was looking at Mrs. Wannop's ingle. He thought it a mistake in taste, really, to leave logs in an ingle during the summer. But then what are you to do with an ingle in summer? In Yorkshire cottages they shut the ingles up with painted doors, but that is stuffy too. He said to himself, by God, I've had a stroke. And he got out of his chair to test his legs. But he hadn't had a stroke. It must then, he thought, be that the pain of his last consideration must be too great for his mind to register, as certain great physical pains go unperceived. Nerves, like weighing machines, can't register more than a certain amount, then they go out of action. A tramp who had had his leg cut off by a train had told him that he had tried to get up, feeling nothing at all. The pain comes back, though. He said to Mrs. Wannop, who was still talking, I beg your pardon, I really missed what you said. Mrs. Wannop said, I was saying that that's the best thing I can do for you. He said, I'm really very sorry. It was that I missed. I'm a little in trouble, you know. She said, I know. The mind wanders, but I wish you'd listen. I've got to go to work, so have you. I said, after tea, you and Valentine will walk into Rye to fetch your luggage. Straining his intelligence, for in his mind he felt a sudden strong pleasure. Sunlight on pyramidal red roof in the distance, themselves descending in a long diagonal, a green hill. God, yes, he wanted open air. Tietjens said, I see. You take us both under your protection. You'll bluff it out. Mrs. Wannop said rather coolly, I don't know about you both. It's you I'm taking under my protection. It's your phrase. As for Valentine, she's made her bed. She must lie on it. I've told you all that already. I can't go over it again. She paused, then made another effort. It's disagreeable, she said, to be cut off the Mountby visiting list. They give amusing parties, but I'm too old to care, and they'll miss my conversations more than I do theirs. Of course I back my daughter against the cats and monkeys. Of course I back Valentine through thick and thin. I'd back her if she lived with a married man or had illegitimate children. But I don't approve. I don't approve of the suffragettes. I despise their aims. I detest their methods. I don't think young girls ought to talk to strange men. Valentine spoke to you, and look at the worry it has caused you. I disapprove. I'm a woman, but I've made my own way. Other women could do it if they liked or had the energy. I disapprove, but don't believe that I will ever go back on any suffragette, individual, in gangs, my Valentine or any other. Don't believe that I will ever say a word against them that's to be repeated. You won't repeat them, or that I will ever write a word against them. No, I'm a woman, and I stand by my sex. She got up energetically. "I must go and write my novel," she said. "I've Monday's instalment to send off by train tonight. You'll go into my study. Valentine will give you paper, ink, 12 different kinds of nibs. You'll find Professor Wannop's books all round the room. You'll have to put up with Valentine typing in the alcove. I've got 2 serials running, one typed, the other in manuscript." Tietjens said, "But you?" "I," she exclaimed, "I shall write in my bedroom on my knee. I'm a woman and can. You're a man and have to have a padded chair and sanctuary. You feel fit to work? Then you've got till 5. Valentine will get tea then. At 5:30 you'll set off to Rye. You'll be back with your luggage and your friend's luggage at 7. She silenced him imperiously with, "Don't be foolish. Your friend will certainly prefer this house and Valentine's cooking to the pub and the pub's cooking, and he'll save on it. It's no extra trouble. I suppose your friend won't inform against that wretched little suffragette girl upstairs?" She paused and said, "You're sure you can do your work in the time and drive Valentine and her to that place?" "Why, it's necessary, as that the girl daren't travel by train, and we've relations there who've never been connected with the suffragettes. The girl can live hid there for a bit, but sooner than you shouldn't finish your work, I'd drive them myself." She silenced Tietjens again, this time sharply. "I tell you, it's no extra trouble. Valentine and I always make our own beds. We don't like servants among our intimate things. We can get 3 times as much help in the neighbourhood as we want. We're liked here. The extra work you give will be met by extra help. We could have servants if we wanted, but Valentine and I like to be alone in the house together at night. We're very fond of each other." She walked to the door and then drifted back to say, "You know, I can't get out of my head that unfortunate woman and her husband. We must all do what we can for them." Then she started and exclaimed, "But good heaven, I'm keeping you from your work. The study's in there, through that door." She hurried through the other doorway and no doubt along a passage, calling out, "Valentine, Valentine, go to Christopher in the study, at once, at—" Her voice died away. End of Part 1, Chapter 6, Section 2. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Some Do Not by Madox Ford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Part 1, Chapter 7. Jumping down from the high step of the dog-cart, the girl completely disappeared into the silver. She had on an otter-skin toque, dark, that should have been visible. But she was gone more completely than if she had dropped into deep water, into snow, or through tissue paper. More suddenly, at least. In darkness or in deep water, a moving paleness would have been visible for a second. Snow or a paper hoop would have left an opening. Here there had been nothing. The constatation interested him. He had been watching her intently and with concern for fear she should miss the hidden lower step, in which case she would certainly bark her shins. But she had jumped clear of the cart, with unreasonable pluckiness, in spite of his "Look out how you get down." He wouldn't have done it himself. He couldn't have faced jumping down into that white solidity. He would have asked, "Are you all right?" but to express more concern than the "look out," which he had expended already, would have detracted from his stolidity. He was Yorkshire and stolid, she South Country and soft, emotional, given to such ejaculations as "I hope you're not hurt," when the Yorkshireman only grunts. But soft because she was South Country. She was as good as a man, a South Country man. She was ready to acknowledge the superior woodenness of the North. That was their convention, so he did not call down, "I hope you're all right," though he had desired to. Her voice came muffled as if from the back of the top of his head. The ventriloquial effect was startling. "Make a noise from time to time. It's ghostly down here, and the lamp's no good at all. It's almost out." He returned to his constations of the concealing effect of water vapour. He enjoyed the thought of the grotesque appearance he must present in that imbecile landscape. On his right an immense, improbably brilliant horn of a moon, sending a trail as if down the sea, straight to his neck. Beside the moon a grotesquely huge star, in an extravagant position above them, the Plough, the only constellation that he knew, for though a mathematician he despised astronomy. It was not theoretical enough for the pure mathematician, and not sufficiently practical for daily life. He had, of course, calculated the movements of abstruse heavenly bodies, but only from given figures. He had never looked for the stars of his calculations. Above his head and all over the sky were other stars, large and weeping with light, or as the dawn increased, so paling that at times you saw them, then missed them. Then the eye picked them up again. Opposite the moon was a smirch or two of cloud, pink below, dark purple above, on the more pallid lower blue of the limpid sky. But the absurd thing was this mist. It appeared to spread from his neck, absolutely level, absolutely silver, to infinity on each side of him. At great distances on his right, black tree shapes in groups, there were 4 of them, were exactly like coral islands on a silver sea. He couldn't escape the idiotic comparison. There wasn't any other. Yet it didn't actually spread from his neck. When he now held his hands nipple-high like pallid fish, they held black reins which ran downwards into nothingness. If he jerked the rein, the horse threw its head up. 2 pricked ears were visible in greyness. The horse being 16.2 and a bit over, the mist might be 10 foot high, thereabouts. He wished the girl would come back and jump out of the cart again. Being ready for it, he would watch her disappearance more scientifically. He couldn't, of course, ask her to do it again. That was irritating. The phenomenon would have proved, or it might of course disprove, his idea of smoke screens. The Chinese of the Ming dynasty were said to have approached and overwhelmed their enemies under clouds of course not acrid, vapour. He had read that the Patagonians, hidden by smoke, were accustomed to approach so near to birds or beasts as to be able to take them by hand. The Greeks, under Paleologus, Miss Wannop's voice said from beneath the bottom board of the cart, "I wish you'd make some noise. It's lonely down here. Besides being possibly dangerous, there might be dicks on each side of the road." If they were on the marsh, there certainly would be dykes. Why did they call ditches dykes, and why did she pronounce it dicks? On each side of the road. He could think of nothing to say that wouldn't express concern, and he couldn't do that by the rules of the game. He tried to whistle John Peel, but he was no hand at whistling. He sang, "Do ye ken John Peel at the break of day?" and felt like a fool, but he kept on at it, the only tune that he knew. It was the Yorkshire Light Infantry Quick-Step, the regiment of his brother in India. He wished he had been in the army, but his father hadn't approved of having more than 2 younger sons in the army. He wondered if he would ever run with John Peel's hounds again. He had once or twice, or with any of the trencher-fed foot-packs of the Cleveland district, of which there had been still several when he had been a boy. He had been used to think of himself as being like John Peel, with his coat so grey. Up through the heather, over the Wharton's place, the pack running wild, the heather dripping, the mist rolling up, another kind of mist than this south country silver sheet. Silly stuff, magical. That was the word. A silly word. South country. In the north the old grey mist rolled together, revealing black hillsides. He didn't suppose he'd have the wind now, this rotten bureaucratic life. If he had been in the army like the 2 brothers, Ernest and James, next above him, but no doubt he would not have liked the army. Discipline. He supposed he would have had to put up with the discipline. A gentleman had to, because noblesse oblige, not for fear of consequences. But army officers seemed to him pathetic. They spluttered and roared to make men jump smartly. At the end of apoplectic efforts, the men jumped smartly, but there was the end of it. Actually, this mist was not silver, or was perhaps no longer silver, if you looked at it with the eye of the artist, with the exact eye. It was smirched with bars of purple, of red, of orange, delicate reflections, dark blue shadows from the upper sky where it formed drifts like snow. The exact eye, exact observation. It was a man's work, the only work for a man. Why then were artists soft, effeminate, not men at all, whilst the army officer, who had the inexact mind of the school-teacher, was a manly man, quite a manly man until he became an old woman? And the bureaucrat then, going fat and soft like himself, or dry and stringy like McMaster or old Ingleby? They did men's work, exact observation, return number 17642 with figures exact. Yet they grew hysterical. They ran about corridors or frantically rang table bells, asking with high voices of querulous eunuchs why Form 90,002 wasn't ready. Nevertheless, men liked the bureaucratic life. His own brother Mark, head of the family, heir to Groby, 15 years older, a quiet stick, wooden, brown, always in a bowler hat, as often as not with his racing glasses hung round him, attending his first-class office when he liked, too good a man for any administration to lose by putting on the screw, but heir to Groby. What would that stick make of the place? Let it, no doubt, and go on pottering from the Albany to race meetings, where he never betted, to Whitehall, where he was said to be indispensable. Why indispensable? Why, in heaven's name? That stick, who had never hunted, never shot, couldn't tell coulter from plough-handle, and lived in his bowler hat, a sound man, the archetype of all sound men. Never in his life had anyone shaken his head at Mark and said, "You're brilliant." Brilliant, that stick. No, he was indispensable. Upon my soul, Tietjens said to himself, that girl down there is the only intelligent living soul I've met for years. A little pronounced in manner sometimes, faulty in reasoning, naturally, but quite intelligent, with a touch of wrong accent now and then. But if she was wanted anywhere, there she'd be. Of good stock, of course, on both sides, but positively she and Sylvia were the only two human beings he had met for years whom he could respect, the one for sheer efficiency in killing, the other for having the constructive desire and knowing how to set about it. Kill or cure, the two functions of man. If you wanted something killed, you'd go to Sylvia Tietjens in the sure faith that she would kill it. Emotion, hope, ideal, kill it quick and sure. If you wanted something kept alive, you'd go to Valentine. She'd find something to do for it. The two types of mind, remorseless enemy, sure screen. Dagger, sheath. Perhaps the future of the world then was to women. Why not? He hadn't in years met a man that he hadn't to talk down to, as you talk down to a child, as he had talked down to General Campion or to Mr. Waterhouse, as he always talked down to McMaster. All good fellows in their way. But why was he born to be a sort of lonely buffalo outside the herd? Not artist, not soldier, not bureaucrat. Not certainly indispensable anywhere, apparently not even sound in the eyes of these dim-minded specialists. An exact observer. Hardly even that for the last 6.5 hours. Die Sommernacht hat mir angetan, das war ein schweigsames Reiten, he said aloud. How could you translate that? You couldn't translate it. No one could translate Heine. It was the summer night that came over me, that was silent riding. A voice cut into his warm, drowsy thought. Oh, you do exist, but you've spoken too late. I've run into the horse. He must have been speaking aloud. He had felt the horse quivering at the end of the reins. The horse, too, was used to her by now. It had hardly stirred. He wondered when he had left off singing John Peel. He said, "Come along then, have you found anything?" The answer came, "Something, but you can't talk in this stuff. I'll just—" The voice died away as if a door had shut. He waited, consciously waiting, as an occupation. Contritely, and to make a noise, he rattled a whipstock in its bucket. The horse started, and he had to check in quickly. A damn fool he was. Of course a horse would start if he rattled a whipstock. He called out, "Are you all right?" The cart might have knocked her down. He had, however, broken the convention. Her voice came back from a great distance. "I'm all right, trying the other side." His last thought came back to him. He had broken their convention. He had exhibited concern like any other man. He said to himself, "By God, why not take a holiday? Why not break all conventions?" They erected themselves intangibly and irrefragably. He had not known this young woman 24 hours, not to speak to, and already the convention existed between them that he must play stiff and cold, she warm and clinging. Yet she was obviously as cool a hand as himself, cooler no doubt, for at bottom he was certainly a sentimentalist. A convention of the most imbecile type. Then break all conventions, with the young woman, with himself above all, for 48 hours. Almost exactly 48 hours till he started for Dover. And I must to the greenwood go, alone, a banished man. By the descending moon, it being then just after cockcrow of midsummer night, what sentimentality! It must be 4:30 on Sunday. He had worked out that to catch the morning Ostend boat at Dover he must leave the Wannops at 5:15 on Tuesday morning in a motor for the junction. What incredible cross-country train connections! 5 hours for not 40 miles. He had then 48 3/4 hours. Let them be a holiday for himself above all, a holiday from his standards, from his convention with himself, from clear observation, from exact thought, from knocking over all the skittles of the exactitudes of others, from the suppression of emotions, from all the weariness that made him intolerable to himself. He felt his limbs lengthen as if they too had relaxed. Well, already he had had 6.5 hours of it. They had started at 10. Like any other man, he had enjoyed the drive, though it had been difficult to keep the beastly cart balanced. The girl had to sit behind with her arm round the other girl, who screamed at every oak tree. But he had, if he put himself to the question, mooned along under the absurd moon that had accompanied them down the heaven, to the scent of hay, to the sound of nightingales, hoarse by now, of course. In June he changes his tune, of corncrakes, of bats, of a heron twice overhead. They had passed the blue-black shadows of corn stacks, of heavy rounded oaks, of hop oasts that are half church tower, half finger post, and the road silver grey and the night warm. It was midsummer night that had done that to him. Hat mir's angetan, das Feuer ein schweigsames Reiten. Not absolutely silent, of course, but silent-ish. Coming back from the parson's, where they had dropped the little London sewer rat, they had talked very little. Not unpleasant people, the parsons, an uncle of the girls, 3 girl cousins, not unpleasant, like the girl, but without the individuality. A remarkably good bite of beef, a truly meritorious Stilton, and a drop of whisky that proved the parson to be a man. All in candlelight. A motherly mother of the family to take the rat up some stairs. A great deal of laughter of girls. Then a restart an hour later that had been scheduled. Well, it hadn't mattered. They had the whole of eternity before them. The good horse, really it was a good horse, putting its shoulders into the work. They had talked a little at first about the safeness of the London girl from the police now, about the brickishness of the parson in taking her in. She certainly would never have reached Charing Cross by train. There had fallen long periods of silences, a battered world very near their off-lamp. What a large bat, she had said, Noctilux major. He said, "Where do you get your absurd Latin nomenclature from? Isn't it Felina?" She had answered, "From White. The Natural History of Selborne is the only natural history I ever read." "He's the last English writer that could write," said Tietjens. "He calls the Downs those majestic and amusing mountains," she said. "Where do you get your dreadful Latin pronunciation from? Falaina, to rhyme with Dinah." "It's sublime and amusing mountains, not majestic and amusing," Tietjens said. "I got my Latin pronunciation, like all public schoolboys of today, from the German." She answered, "You would. Father used to say it made him sick." "Caesar equals Kaiser," Tietjens said. "Bother your German," she said. "They're no ethnologists. They're rotten at philology." She added, "Father used to say so, to take away from an appearance of pedantry." A silence then. She had right over her head a rug that her aunt had lent her, a silhouette beside him, with a cocky nose turned up straight out of the descending black mass. But for the square toque she would have had the silhouette of a Manchester cotton hand. The toque gave it a different line, like the fillet of Diana. It was piquant and agreeable to ride beside a quite silent lady in the darkness of the thick weald that let next to no moonlight through. The horse's hoofs went clock, clock. A good horse. The near lamp illuminated the russet figure of a man with a sack on his back, pressed into the hedge, a blinking lurcher beside him. "Keep her between the blankets," Tietjens said to himself. "All these south country keepers sleep all night, and then you give them a 5 quid tip for the weekend shoot. He determined that, as to that, too, he would put his foot down. No more weekends with Sylvia in the mansions of the chosen people. The girl said suddenly. They had run into a clearing of the deep underwoods. I'm not stuffy with you over that Latin, though you are unnecessarily rude, and I'm not sleepy. I'm loving it all. He hesitated for a moment. It was a silly girl thing to say. She didn't usually say silly girl things. He ought to snub her for her own sake. He had said, I'm rather loving it too. She was looking at him. Her nose had disappeared from the silhouette. He hadn't been able to help it. The moon had been just above her head, unknown stars all round her. The night was warm. Besides, a really manly man may condescend at times. He rather owes it to himself. She said, That was nice of you. You might have hinted that the rotten drive was taking you away from your so important work. Oh, I can think as I drive, he said. She said, Oh, and then, the reason why I'm unconcerned over your rudeness about my Latin is that I know I'm a much better Latinist than you. You can't quote a few lines of Ovid without sprinkling howlers in. It's vastum, not longum. Terra tribus scopulis vastum procurit. It's alto, not caelo. Uvidus ex alto desilientus. How could Ovid have written ex caelo? The C after the X sets your teeth on edge. Tietjens said, Ex cogitabo. That's purely canine, she said with contempt. Besides, Tietjens said, longum is much better than vastum. I hate cant adjectives like vast. It's like your modesty to correct Ovid, she exclaimed. Yet you say Ovid and Catullus were the only 2 Roman poets to be poets. That's because they were sentimental and used adjectives like vastum. What sad tears mixed with kisses but the sheerest sentimentality? It ought, you know, Tietjens said with soft dangerousness, to be kisses mingled with sad tears. Tristibus et lacrimis oscula mixta dabis. I'm hanged if I ever could, she exclaimed explosively. A man like you could die in a ditch and I'd never come near. You're desiccated even for a man who has learned his Latin from the Germans. Oh, well, I'm a mathematician, Tietjens said. Classics is not my line. It isn't, she answered tartly. A long time afterwards, from her black figure, came the words, You used mingled instead of mixed to translate mixter. I shouldn't think you took English at Cambridge either, though they're rotten at that as at everything else, father used to say. Your father was Balliol, of course, Tietjens said, with the snuffy contempt of a scholar of Trinity College, Cambridge. But having lived most of her life amongst Balliol people, she took this as a compliment and an olive branch. Some time afterwards, Tietjens, observing that her silhouette was still between him and the moon, remarked, I don't know if you know that for some minutes we've been running nearly due west. We ought to be going south-east by a bit south. I suppose you do know this road. Every inch of it, she said. I've been on it over and over again on my motor bicycle with mother in the sidecar. The next crossroad is called Grandfather's Wantways. We've got 11 miles and a quarter still to do. The road turns back here because of the old Sussex iron pits. It goes in and out amongst them, hundreds of them. You know the exports of the town of Rye in the 18th century were hops, cannon, kettles and chimney backs. The railings around St. Paul's are made of Sussex iron. I knew that, of course, Tietjens said. I come of an iron county myself. Why didn't you let me run the girl over in the sidecar? It would have been quicker. Because, she said, 3 weeks ago I smashed up the sidecar on the milestone at Hogg's Corner, doing 40. That must have been a pretty tidy smash, Tietjens said. Your mother wasn't aboard? No, the girl said. Suffragette literature. The sidecar was full. It was a pretty tidy smash. Hadn't you observed I still limp a little? A few minutes later, she said, I haven't the least notion where we really are. I clean forgot to notice the road, and I don't care. Here's a signpost, though. Pull into it. The lamps would not, however, shine on the arms of the post. They were burning dim and showing low. A good deal of fog was in the air. Tietjens gave the reins to the girl and got down. He took out the near light and, going back a yard or two to the signpost, examined its bewildering ghostlinesses. The girl gave a little squeak that went to his backbone. The hoofs clattered unusually. The cart went on. Tietjens went after it. It was astonishing. It had completely disappeared. Then he ran into it, ghostly, reddish and befogged. It must have got much thicker suddenly. The fog swirled all round the near lamp as he replaced it in its socket. "Did you do that on purpose?" he asked the girl. "Or can't you hold a horse?" "I can't drive a horse," the girl said. "I'm afraid of them. I can't drive a motorbike either. I made that up because I knew you'd say you'd rather have taken Gertie over in the sidecar than driven with me." "Then do you mind," Tietjens said, "telling me if you know this road at all?" "Not a bit," she answered cheerfully. "I never drove it in my life. I looked it up on the map before we started because I'm sick to death of the road we went by. There's a one-horse bus from Rye to Tenterden, and I've walked from Tenterden to my uncle's over and over again." "We shall probably be out all night then," Tietjens said. "Do you mind? The horse may be tired." She said, "Oh, the poor horse." "I meant us to be out all night, but the poor horse. What a brute I was not to think of it." "We're 13 miles from a place called Breed, 11 1/4 from a place whose name I couldn't read, 6 3/4 from somewhere called something like Uddlemere," Tietjens said. "This is the road to Uddlemere." "Oh, that was Grandfather's Wantways, all right," she declared. "I know it well. It's called Grandfather's because an old gentleman used to sit there called Grandfa Finn. Every Tenterden market day he used to sell fleed cakes from a basket to the carts that went by. Tenterden market was abolished in 1845, the effect of the repeal of the Corn Laws, you know. As a Tory you ought to be interested in that." Tietjens sat patiently. He could sympathise with her mood. She had now a heavy weight off her chest, and if long acquaintance with his wife had not made him able to put up with feminine vagaries, nothing ever would. "Would you mind," he said, "then telling me, if," she interrupted, "that was really Grandfa Wantways, Midland English, Vent equals 4 crossroads, High French Carrefour, or perhaps that isn't the right word, but it's the way your mind works." "You have, of course, often walked from your uncle's to Grandfa Wantways," Tietjens said, "with your cousins, taking brandy to the invalid in the old toll-gate house. That's how you know the story of Grandfa. You said you had never driven it, but you have walked it. That's the way your mind works, isn't it?" She said, "Oh." "Then," Tietjens went on, "would you mind telling me, for the sake of the poor horse, whether Uddlemere is or isn't on our road home? I take it you don't know just this stretch of road, but you know whether it is the right road." "The touch of pathos," the girl said, "is a wrong note. It's you who are in mental trouble about the road, the horse isn't." Tietjens let the cart go on another 50 yards. Then he said, "It is the right road. The Uddlemere turning was the right one. You wouldn't let the horse go another 5 steps if it wasn't. You're as soppy about horses as I am." "There's at least that bond of sympathy between us," she said dryly. "Grandfa Wantways is 6 3/4 miles from Uddlemere. Uddlemere is exactly 5 miles from us, total 11 3/4, 12 1/4 if you add half a mile for Uddlemere itself. The name is Uddlemere, not Uddlemere. Local place name enthusiasts derive this from the Mare. Absurd. Legend as follows. Church builders desiring to put church with relic of St. Rumwold in wrong place, voice wailed, the Mare. Obviously absurd. Putrid. The, by Grimm's law, impossible as Udmere, not a Middle Low German word at all." "Why," Tietjens said, "are you giving me all this information?" "Because," the girl said, "it's the way your mind works. It picks up useless facts as silver. After you've polished, it picks up silver vapour and tarnishes. It arranges the useless facts in obsolescent patterns and makes Toryism out of them. I've never met a Cambridge Tory man before. I thought they were all in museums, and you work them up again out of bones. That's what Father used to say. He was an Oxford Disraelian conservative imperialist." "I know, of course," Tietjens said. "Of course you know," the girl said. "You know everything, and you've worked everything into absurd principles. You think Father was unsound because he tried to apply tendencies to life. You want to be an English country gentleman and spin principles out of the newspapers and the gossip of horse fairs. And let the country go to hell. You'll never stir a finger except to say, 'I told you so.'" She touched him suddenly on the arm. "Don't mind me," she said. "It's reaction. I'm so happy. I'm so happy." He said, "That's all right, that's all right." But for a minute or two, it wasn't really. All feminine claws, he said to himself, are sheathed in velvet, but they can hurt a good deal if they touch you on the sore places or the defects of your qualities, even merely with the velvet. He added, "Your mother works you very hard." She exclaimed, "How you understand. You're amazing for a man who tries to be a sea anemone." She said, "Yes, this is the first holiday I've had for 4 solid months. 6 hours a day typing, 4 hours a day work for the movement, 3 housework and gardening, 3 mother reading out her day's work for slips of the pen, and on top of it the raid and the anxiety. Dreadful anxiety, you know. Suppose mother had gone to prison. Oh, I'd have gone mad. Weekdays and Sundays." She stopped. "I'm apologising, really," she went on. "Of course, I ought not to have talked to you like that. You, a great panjandrum, saving the country with your statistics and all. It did make you a rather awful figure, you know, and the relief to find you, a man like oneself with feet of clay. I'd dreaded this drive. I'd have dreaded it dreadfully if I hadn't been in such a dread about Gertie and the police. And if I hadn't let off steam, I should have had to jump out and run beside the cart. I could still." "You couldn't," Tietjens said. "You couldn't see the cart." They had just run into a bank of solid fog that seemed to encounter them with a soft, ubiquitous blow. It was blinding. It was deadening to sounds. It was, in a sense, mournful, but it was happy too in its romantic unusualness. They couldn't see the gleam of the lamps. They could hardly hear the step of the horse. The horse had fallen at once to a walk. They'd agreed that neither of them could be responsible for losing the way. In the circumstances, that was impossible. Fortunately, the horse would take them somewhere. It had belonged to a local higgler, a man that used the roads buying poultry for resale. They agreed that they had no responsibilities, and after that went on for unmeasured hours in silence, the mist growing, but very, very gradually more luminous. Once or twice, at a rise in the road, they saw again the stars and the moon, but mistily. On the 4th occasion they had emerged into the silver lake, like mermen rising to the surface of a tropical sea. Tietjens had said, "You'd better get down and take the lamp, see if you can find a milestone. I'd get down myself, but you might not be able to hold the horse." She had plunged in. And he had sat feeling, he didn't know why, like a Guy Fawkes, up in the light, thinking by no means disagreeable thoughts, intent, like Miss Wannop herself, on a complete holiday of 48 hours till Tuesday morning. He had to look forward to a long and luxurious day of figures, a rest after dinner, half a night more of figures, a Monday devoted to a horse deal in the market town where he happened to know the horse dealer. The horse dealer, indeed, was known to every hunting man in England, a luxurious, long argument in the atmosphere of stable hartshorn and the slow wranglings couched in ostler's epigrams. You couldn't have a better day. The beer in the pub probably good too, or if not that, the claret. The claret in South Country inns was often quite good. There was no sale for it, so it got well kept. On Tuesday it would close in again, beginning with the meeting of his wife's maid at Dover. He was to have, above all, a holiday from himself, and to take it like other men, free of his conventions, his strait waistcoatings. The girl said, "I'm coming up now. I've found out something." He watched intently the place where she must appear. It would give him pointers about the impenetrability of mist to the eye. Her otter-skin cap had beads of dew. Beads of dew were on her hair beneath. She scrambled up a little awkwardly. Her eyes sparkled with fun, panting a little, her cheeks bright. Her hair was darkened by the wetness of the mist, but she appeared golden in the sudden moonlight. Before she was quite up, Tietjens almost kissed her. Almost. An all but irresistible impulse. He exclaimed, "Steady the buffs," in his surprise. She said, "Well, you might as well have given me a hand." "I found," she went on, "a stone that had IRDC on it, and then the lamp went out. But we're not on the marsh because we're between quick hedges. That's all I've found. But I've worked out what makes me so tart with you." He couldn't believe she could be so absolutely calm. The afterwash of that impulse had been so strong in him that it was as if he had tried to catch her to him and had been foiled by her. She ought to be indignant, amused, even pleased. She ought to show some emotion. She said, "It was your silencing me with that absurd non sequitur about the Pimlico clothing factory. It was an insult to my intelligence." "You recognised that it was a fallacy," Tietjens said. He was looking hard at her. He didn't know what had happened to him. She took a long look at him, cool but with immense eyes. It was as if for a moment destiny, which usually let him creep past somehow, had looked at him. "Can't," he argued with destiny, "a man want to kiss a schoolgirl in a scuffle?" His own voice, a caricature of his own voice, seemed to come to him. "Gentlemen don't." He exclaimed, "Don't, gentlemen," and then stopped because he realised that he had spoken aloud. She said, "Oh, gentlemen do," she said, "use fallacies to glide over tight places in arguments, and they browbeat schoolgirls with them. It's that underneath has been exasperating me with you. You regarded me at that date, 3/4 of a day ago, as a schoolgirl." Tietjens said, "I don't now." He added, "Heaven knows I don't now." She said, "No, you don't now." He said, "It didn't need your putting up all that bluestocking erudition to convince me." "Bluestocking!" she exclaimed contemptuously. "There's nothing of the bluestocking about me. I know Latin because father spoke it with us. It was your pompous blue socks I was pulling." Suddenly she began to laugh. Tietjens was feeling sick, physically sick. She went on laughing. He stuttered, "What is it?" "The sun," she said, pointing. Above the silver horizon was the sun, not a red sun, shining, burnished. "I don't see," Tietjens said. "What is there to laugh at?" she asked. "It's the day. The longest day's begun, and tomorrow's as long. The summer solstice, you know. After tomorrow the day's shortened towards winter, but tomorrow's as long. I'm so glad." "That we've got through the night?" Tietjens asked. She looked at him for a long time. "You're not so dreadfully ugly, really," she said. Tietjens said, "What's that church?" Rising out of the mist on a fantastically green knoll 1/4 of a mile away was an unnoticeable place of worship, an oak shingle tower roof that shone grey like lead, an impossibly bright weathercock, brighter than the sun, dark elms all round it, holding wetness of mist. "Ecclesham," she cried softly. "Oh, we're nearly home, just above Mountby. That's the Mountby Drive." Trees existed, black and hoary with the dripping mist, trees in the hedgerow and the avenue that led to Mountby. It made a right angle just before coming into the road, and the road went away at right angles across the gate. "You'll have to pull to the left before you reach the avenue," the girl said, "or as like as not the horse will walk right up to the house. The higgler who had him used to buy Lady Claudine's eggs." Tietjens exclaimed barbarously, "Damn Mountby, I wish we'd never come near it," and he whipped the horse into a sudden trot. The hoofs sounded suddenly loud. He placed her hand on his gloved driving hand. Had it been his flesh, he wouldn't have done it. She said, "My dear, it couldn't have lasted forever. But you're a good man and very clever. You will get through." Not 10 yards ahead, Tietjens saw a tea-tray, the underneath of a black-lacquered tea-tray, gliding towards them, mathematically straight, just rising from the mist. He shouted, mad, the blood in his head. His shout was drowned by the scream of the horse. He had swung it to the left. The cart turned up. The horse emerged from the mist, head and shoulders, pawing. A stone seahorse from the fountain of Versailles, exactly that, hanging in air for an eternity, the girl looking at it, leaning slightly forward. The horse didn't come over backwards. He had loosened the reins. It wasn't there any more. The damnedest thing that could happen. He had known it would happen. He said, "We're all right now." There was a crash and scraping like 20 tea trays, a prolonged sound. They must be scraping along the mudguard of the invisible car. He had the presence of the horse's mouth. The horse was away, going hell for leather. He increased the pressure. The girl said, "I know I'm all right with you." They were suddenly in bright sunlight, cart, horse, commonplace hedgerows. They were going uphill, a steep brae. He wasn't certain she hadn't said dear or my dear. Was it possible after so short? But it had been a long night. He was, no doubt, saving her life too. He increased his pressure on the horse's mouth gently, up to all his 12 stone, all his strength. The hill told too, steep, white road between shaven grass banks. "Stop, damn you, poor beast!" The girl fell out of the cart. No, jumped clear, out to the animal's head. It threw its head up, nearly off her feet. She was holding the bit. She couldn't. Tender mouth, afraid of horses. He said, "Horse cut," her face like a little white blancmange. "Come quick," she said. "I must hold a minute," he said. "Mightn't go off if I let go to get down. Badly cut?" "Blood running down solid, like an apron," she said. He was at last at her side. It was true, but not so much like an apron, more like a red, varnished stocking. He said, "You've a white petticoat on. Get over the hedge, jump it, and take it off." "Tear it into strips?" she asked. "Yes." He called to her. She was suspended halfway up the bank. "Tear one half off first, the rest into strips." She said, "All right." She didn't go over the quickset as neatly as he had expected. No take-off, but she was over. The horse, trembling, was looking down, its nostrils distended at the blood pooling from its near foot. The cut was just on the shoulder. He put his left arm right over the horse's eyes. The horse stood it, almost with a sigh of relief. A wonderful magnetism with horses. Perhaps with women, too. God knew. He was almost certain she had said, "Dear." She said, "Here." He caught a round ball of whitish stuff. He undid it. Thank God, what sense! A long, strong white band. What the devil was the hissing? A small closed car with crumpled mudguards, noiseless nearly, gleaming black. God curse it! It passed them, stopped 10 yards down, the horse rearing back, mad, clean mad, something like a scarlet and white cockatoo fluttering out of the small car door. A general, in full tog, white feathers, 90 medals, scarlet coat, black trousers with red stripe, spurs too, by God. Tietjens said, "God damn you, you bloody swine, go away." The apparition, past the horse's blinker, said, "I can at least hold your horse for you. I went past to get you out of Claudine's sight." "Damn good-natured of you," Tietjens said as rudely as he could. "You'll have to pay for the horse." The general exclaimed, "Damn it all, why should I? You were driving your beastly camel right into my drive." "You never sounded your horn," Tietjens said. "I was on private ground," the general shouted. "Besides, I did." An enraged scarlet scarecrow, very thin, he was holding the horse's bridle. Tietjens was extending the half-petticoat with a measuring eye before the horse's chest. The general said, "Look here, I've got to take the escort for the royal party at St. Peter in Manor, Dover. They're laying the buff's colours on the altar or something." "You never sounded your horn," Tietjens said. "Why didn't you bring your chauffeur? He's a capable man. You talk very big about the widow and child, but when it comes to robbing them of 50 quid by slaughtering their horse—" The general said, "What the devil were you doing coming into our drive at 5 a.m? Tietjens, who had applied half the petticoat to the horse's chest, exclaimed, "Pick up that thing and give it to me." A thin roll of linen was at his feet. It had rolled down from the hedge. "Can I leave the horse?" the general asked. "Of course you can," Tietjens said. "If I can't quiet a horse better than you can run a car." He bound the new linen strips over the petticoat. The horse dropped its head, smelling his hand. The general behind Tietjens stood back on his heels, gasping his gold-mounted sword. Tietjens went on twisting and twisting the bandage. "Look here," the general suddenly bent forward to whisper into Tietjens' ear. "What am I to tell Claudine? I believe she saw the girl." "Oh, tell her we came to ask what time you cast off your beastly otter-hounds," Tietjens said. "That's a matitudinal job." The general's voice had a really pathetic intonation. "On a Sunday!" he exclaimed. Then in a tone of relief he added, "I shall tell her you were going to early communion in Duchemin's church at Pett." "If you want to add blasphemy to horse slaughtering as a profession, do," Tietjens said, "but you'll have to pay for the horse." "I'm damned if I will," the general shouted. "I tell you, you were driving into my drive." "Then I shall," Tietjens said, "and you know the construction you'll put on that." He straightened his back to look at the horse. "Go away," he said. "Say what you like. Do what you like.
But as you go through Rye, send up the horse ambulance from the vets. Don't forget that. I'm going to save this horse." "You know, Chris," the General said, "you're the most wonderful hand with a horse. There isn't another man in England." "I know it," Tietjens said. "Go away and send up that ambulance. There's your sister getting out of your car." The General began. "I've an awful lot to get explained." But at a thin scream of "General, General," he pressed on his sword hilt to keep it from getting between his long, black, scarlet-striped legs, and running to the car, pushed back into its door a befeathered black bolster. He waved his hand to Tietjens. "I'll send the ambulance," he called. The horse, its upper legs swathed with crisscrosses of white, through which a purple stain was slowly penetrating, stood motionless, its head hanging down mule-like under the blinding sun. To ease it, Tietjens began to undo the trace. The girl hopped over the hedge and, scrambling down, began to help him. "Well, my reputation's gone," she said cheerfully. "I know what Lady Claudine is. Why did you try to quarrel with the General?" "Oh, you'd better," Tietjens said wretchedly, "have a lawsuit with him. It'll account for your not going to Mountby." "You think of everything," she said. They wheeled the cart backwards off the motionless horse. Tietjens moved it 2 yards forward to get it out of sight of its own blood. Then they sat down side by side on the slope of the bank. "Tell me about Groby," the girl said at last. Tietjens began to tell her about his home. There was, in front of it, an avenue that turned into the road at right angles, just like the one at Mountby. "My great-great-grandfather made it," Tietjens said. "He liked privacy and didn't want the house visible by vulgar people on the road, just like the fellow who planned Mountby, no doubt. But it's beastly dangerous with motors. We shall have to alter it. Just at the bottom of a dip. We can't have horses hurt. You'll see." It came suddenly into his head that he wasn't perhaps the father of the child who was actually the heir to that beloved peace over which generation after generation had brooded. Ever since Dutch William, a damned nonconformist swine. On the bank his knees were almost level with his chin. He felt himself slipping down. "If I ever take you there," he began. "Oh, but you never will," she said. The child wasn't his. The heir to Groby. All his brothers were childless. There was a deep well in the stable yard. He had meant to teach the child how, if you dropped a pebble in, you waited to count 23, and there came up a whispering roar. But not his child. Perhaps he hadn't even the power to beget children. His married brothers hadn't. Clumsy sobs shook him. It was the dreadful injury to the horse which had finished him. He felt as if the responsibility were his. The poor beast had trusted him, and he had smashed it up. Miss Wannop had her arm over his shoulder. "My dear," she said, "you won't ever take me to Groby. It's perhaps, short acquaintance. But I feel you're the splendidest—" He thought, "It is rather short acquaintance." He felt a great deal of pain over which there presided the tall, ill-skinned, blonde figure of his wife. The girl said, "There's a fly coming," and removed her arm. A fly drew up before them with a blear-eyed driver. He said General Campion had kicked him out of bed from beside his old woman. He wanted £1 to take them to Mrs. Wannop's, waked out of his beauty sleep and all. The knacker's cart was following. "You'll take Miss Wannop home at once," Tietjens said. "She's got her mother's breakfast to see to. I shan't leave the horse till the knacker's van comes." The fly driver touched his age-green hat with his whip. "Aye," he said thickly, putting a sovereign into his waistcoat pocket. "Always the gentleman. A merciful man is merciful also to his beast. But I wouldn't leave my little wooden hut, nor miss my breakfast for no beast. Some do, and some do not." He drove off with the girl in the interior of his antique conveyance. Tietjens remained on the slope of the bank in the strong sunlight beside the drooping horse. It had done nearly 40 miles and lost at last a lot of blood. Tietjens said, "I suppose I could get the governor to pay 50 quid for it. They want the money." He said, "But it wouldn't be playing the game." A long time afterwards he said, "Damn all principles." And then, "But one has to keep on going. Principles are like a skeleton map of a country. You know whether you're going east or north."
The knacker's cart lumbered round the corner. End of Part 1, Chapter 7.